like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one.
Let's try.
Tell them let's do it again.
You're going to have some big numbers. 45 for Abuza.
My God, what a hardpoint! FaZe again! And the hardpoint still belongs to Ultra.
In the two-piece machine that has been Lean's all game.
Absolute devastation. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
If we don't win an Emmy this year for that intro, I am going to be livid. Amazing work there, production, as 8 teams have now been given the thumbs down. Only 4 remain, fighting for $20,000 and, of course, 30 points that'll go towards their championship run.
Yeah, of course, $29,000 is nice, but the points and the championship run at the end of the year is what everybody wants to get a head start on.
So, Nameless, catch us up. You have been on fire with your predictions, and you were the only person on all of YouTube who thought Minnesota Røkkr would be here in our Final Four.
Yeah, they've been playing great, man. Some huge reverse sweeps. Do they get that magic once again today? They're playing Atlanta FaZe, who, as we mentioned, they're coming off of the last championship of last year. So they had some woes to start the year, but they're looking good now, taking down the powerhouse in the LA Thieves. This is an incredible Sunday we have here in our first minor.
Now, Ali, there's been a lot of questions. How is this working? Yes, it's single elimination. Yes, it's best of 5, even in that championship match. But these points, they're not going to affect our major one when we go to Spain, right? When we go to Spain, it's all about the 5 qualifier matches. We saw 4 from everybody before the break. We're going to see 5 more. Let's talk about what we're going to see, though, once we get to Spain, because that is major number 1. We're going to Madrid as Toronto is hosting it.
It's going to be beautiful, but also from what we've seen from this minor, like Chris said, like during the qualifier matches, a lot of these teams fell really short. Atlanta FaZe, so even though they're finding success now, that bracket could shape out to still be a little bit wonky when we head over to Madrid.
Yeah, Madrid's going to be electric, man. Every time we go overseas, it's always awesome. All the fans that can't make it out to North America for our events, they show up big time. And I've been to Spain before. It's a good time over there. I know they're passionate about Call of Duty. And you can see Toronto Ultra. There's some tickets available. They're going fast. Pick them up and meet us there.
Do you know what's wild? I have been doing Call of Duty since Black Ops 2 on and off, and I've missed all of the UK events for Call of Duty. I missed all of the French events for Call of Duty. I haven't been back to Europe for COD since Gfinities. So I am so fired up to be out there going to Madrid for the very first time in esports for Call of Duty. It's going to be a blast, and tickets are still on sale, so check those out over on the website. For now, though, we got to jump into the clips, and we're kicking off my favorite segment called Burger and Fries with all pro clips this time around. This one, it's clearly Simp frying, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, you honestly saw Simp on your screen for 2 seconds and knew exactly what clip it was going to be. I mean, it's a fry for you, a fry for you. He was handing them out the entirety of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give out a combo though. So some fries go to Simp, and then some burgers go to Miami for that one. We're getting to the next one with Exton. What do we think here, Chris?
52 kills. The young man with 2 Challengers teammates. Very first matchup against Optic, map 1. You go 52-37 with a minute 16 hill time for the L.
Yeah.
That's a burger.
That's
Nah,
a burger,
come on,
honestly.
that's a burger to his
Not for
teammate.
Exton, for the team, for the team. Yeah, sorry, Falcons. Take a look at this next clip. We are in a round 11. It's Surge, it's Cloud9, it's round 1, game 2. Creme fried.
I mean, canola oil, olive oil, peanut oil, it don't matter. He was handing out fries. He was going crazy. I mean, an ace in that last round, just absolutely insane to get them the dough.
5 first bloods as well from Cremp, Cloud9. They made it to our top 8, fell to fell to Carolina in that game 5, round 11. Let's take a look at Nero, though. This man with some ridiculous plays.
Oh yeah, Nero got a side of fries and he handed out a burger to Beans, who did not watch over his teammate. He was absolutely frying in the series yesterday.
Man was fired up and dialed in the winner circle. Will they keep it up today? Well, we know Boston won't be doing anything today. A few too many mistakes were made. Cammy with the frag of the day. Mistakes were made. Boston falls to Optic in a very tight game 5 once again.
I mean, where are we even going with that in the 8, Cammy? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, what's the thought?
This is a fries and a burger. All right, Kenny gets a fry, and then Big Wake gets a giga burger.
A giga burger? I
What
like
is he
that.
doing?
I like that.
I mean, he jumps up, slides out, like, doesn't even shoot his gun, and then just loses the gunfight. Like, this is an
Just
ego
any damage
chow.
for no
But hey,
reason.
you see Kenny, he's like, what the heck are you
It
doing?
shouldn't be this easy. Don't let it be this easy, Giga. Next time, Kenny, great to see him bounce back after a slow start. Same thing could be said about the Snake, AK Sim. I mean, look at this play. What happened here? Oh, it's TJ's play. My bad.
Yeah, it's CJ and his ace, dude. The fact that he was even able to chow that top hallway and get that kill, TJ has been literally unreal recently in Search and Destroy.
Sorry, guys. Gentlemen's agreements were being broken. I know we're not supposed to talk about them, but
Why
I'd love
not?
to talk about them. Let's talk about Minnesota Røkkr because they have no business being here, at least judging only on their first 2 games. If you watched against LAG and if you watched their matchup yesterday, Minnesota is regularly coming off to a slow start, but they don't go away. They battled back and took down Toronto, one of our top 4 teams.
It is just such an unreal situation. You know me, I love to looking at my stats. I love talking to Easy Mac. And these guys, it just doesn't even make sense. They're 1-5 in map 1s, but then when it comes to those map 4 and map 5s, they're 4-0. They are literally unreal. And even when you get into the nitty gritty, it's a lot of individual pop-offs and performances. Nero, the second that they get a little bit of momentum, it feels like it infects the rest of this team. You never know what you're gonna get.
Minnesota actually the number 5 seed in this tournament based on their qualifier performance so far. So they're right there in the middle of the pack. They're guaranteed top 4 right now.
Yeah.
And they have an opportunity to get to a final of Minor 1, but they have to get through the number 10 seed. Who is it, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be going up against
Atlanta
in this
FaZe?
next one, Atlanta FaZe. You threw me off with number 10 seed. 'Cause
Yeah.
I realized
Yeah,
the
it shouldn't
qualifying
be there.
matches
They don't correlate.
have been bad. But yes, in this matchup, it's actually really interesting because you look at Minnesota, they've been so icy. They like some of the same maps that Atlanta like. So I think this could really go the distance once again, game 5.
We're talking Atlanta right now because Celium was our player to watch yesterday. The AR shined, but really the story wasn't just Simp. Simp was the guy, though, in match number 1. Can we revisit what he did against the Heretics?
I think we just have to watch it every single day from here on out for the rest of the season, because it'd be criminal if we didn't. A 1v4 in the COD League is basically unheard of, and of course it comes off the back of Simp. And it even said it, if that 1v4 becomes the catalyst for Atlanta FaZe to go on and become and meet our expectations, that would be unreal. And so far, that's what it seems like it's gonna be.
Yeah, I think they put in a ton of work over this break. And, you know, the biggest difference for me was just how the SMGs were playing. You know, situationally, like Abizi played so much better in their last match versus the LA Thieves. Like, things were clicking. I also think, like, their map pool looks good now. Like, Hasi being added. We'll see where that goes when they start to play it, how they develop on that map. But just Protocol being involved in that series helped them a ton. They seem to be ahead of other teams there. And this is the Atlanta FaZe that we all expected. Were they going to stay bad for long? No, that was wasn't going to happen. And now they're looking to win this tournament and right the wrongs of the first couple of matches.
They had a 37.5 win rate in the qualifiers coming into the bracket, 75% map win rate in the bracket, and a big part due to the play from Abizi yesterday. He's not even in the #1 position, though. There are some insane slayers in this tournament, Allie.
Yeah, the KD leaderboard has literally been absurd. I'm pretty sure Dashy still has like a 1.5 right now in Search and Destroy.
And I think I know who might have the #1 spot overall. He goes by the name of Gwyn. He was a Rookie of the Year, and he just keeps popping off for this team. It's the Carolina Royal Ravens, who are 5-0, but nameless. They were taken to a Game 5, round 11 against Cloud9. Are the Ravens soaring high right now? Where are they at?
Yeah, they're soaring high. They're feeling like they're the best team in the game. I mean, you look at them fundamentally, like in Hardpoint, they play it great. There were some heroic efforts on that Hacienda map 1 where Kremp got through. Unfortunate plays for Carolina. And then the Skyline, same thing with Matt getting through into the back. So they still feel good about their Hardpoint. And I think they just put a lot of focus on their search during the holiday break. And man, did they come to play. We saw some like major strategies coming out of them across those 2 search and destroys. If you want to get better, this is the team to watch in that game mode.
Allie, I'm looking at this. Are these numbers real? 15-6. 6 map losses after 5 matches. That's got to be league best, right?
It's insane. It is league best. They are the #1 seed, and for Carolina Royal Ravens, the best thing about them right now is they don't just have one game mode that they're excelling in and then squeaking by in the rest. They are absolutely slamming teams. It doesn't matter if it's Hardpoint, it doesn't matter if it's Search and Destroy. Even their control is looking strong.
Today, though, they take on Optic Texas, and we never know what we're going to get. Will it be a 3-0? Are we going to have to grind out a round 10, round 11 S&D? Optic, we know one thing for sure, though. Dashy is going to be there to play and drop some massive damage.
Yeah, he is. He's going to drop some massive damage. He's going to clutch some 1v2s. And, you know, every time we watch him, we're just wowed by his ability to just gun anybody at any moment. Guy's got a crispy shot. But, yeah, I mean, that's the challenge when you play Optic. It's like first you have to shut down Shotzzy, because when Shotzi's frying and he gets lost and trying to deal with him, that's when Dashy becomes a huge threat, because he's just posted up mowing you down. I think the most impressive thing with them, kind of similar to Carolina, is like their adjustments in Search and Destroy. Got into some tough situations with Boston yesterday where Purge was getting loose, and they adjusted and ended up taking him out to win some of those rounds. So Optic looked good everywhere at the moment.
Allie, people in the chat yesterday were saying, oh, Optic's got an easy road. They played Falcons with 2 new players on day 1. They play Boston, who is considered one of the weaker top 4 teams, day 2. How do you feel they match up against Carolina, though?
I think they match up incredibly well versus Carolina. I think it's one of those situations where they're playing up and down to their competition. That's also what I kind of felt like FaZe was doing the past couple of weeks. And for Optic Texas, it's just about being on the same page for them right now. They have the gunny and the talent in this game. Shotzi's dropping numbers, and if you can't deal with the front line, you still have to deal with Dashy in the back line. Kylo Ken showed out in maps 4 and 5 yesterday, and Hook has just been solid across the board. So they all just need to be able to put it together at the same time.
The math will tell you that Optic are the underdogs against Carolina, but in the chat, they will be fan favorites, especially for this storyline. Shotzi chasing 100 match victories. That is a career accomplishment few have.
Yeah, 100%. And just how turnt Shotzi's been on social media and on stream lately. He can get 2 of those last 2 wins today and win the first minor tournament of the season. Would be huge for Optic in the green wall.
He's building snowmen. He's building dubs. He's trying to build a dub here at minor 1. He's got to take on Slasher, though, and you can represent either of these players in game right now. All you got to do, pick up your team skins, support your favorite players and your favorite squads with 2 sick home and away. And it's not just the team skins, Allie. We got some gun camos. We got gun buddies, the whole
Yeah,
game.
we've got like bats with speakers in them. There is just so much going on in these packs. You're definitely getting hella when you spend your money for this stuff.
I like the kitty cat. Make sure you pick those up. They're available right now in the COD store across the globe. It's time, though, for your pick'ems, and this has been pretty fun, Nameless. You have been on fire. Allie and I were getting about half of them right today. Allie, which one do you think is closer, though? FaZe, Røkkr, Royal Ravens, Optic?
Definitely Royal Ravens and Optic. We talked to Abizi yesterday, and I asked, do you want some 3-0s or do you want some nitty-gritty matches? And they're looking for some sweets. So I'm hoping to see their first 3-0 of the season.
You agree with that? Nah. I think FaZe Røkkr is going to be a banger, bro. I could be crazy. Twice. I could be crazy.
2 reverse sweeps. Will it be 3? Only time will tell. That match is just a few moments away, followed by Optic Texas versus Carolina Royal Ravens. And then, of course, we conclude our single elimination Minor 1. It's live. It's the CDL before we head to Spain. Minor 1.
Upgrade your game with the Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Let's go.
With Fame, comes off with the backside of Palace wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the score, but I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, and Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. Black one is a different situation. Black tents when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Release the focus and the diamonds all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Your semifinals are ready to get underway as we have your first match ready. Atlanta FaZe is about to take on Minnesota Røkkr, who has played first 3 straight days in a row. They've started 0-2 in their first 2 matches, but now they find themselves comfortable in those game 3s. Let's take a look at their opposition today. It's Atlanta FaZe. This squad will be taking them to Protocol Vault, Red Card, and Protocol for a game 5. Nameless, you've been on point with this Minnesota squad. Are they confident on Protocol or Vault?
I mean, on Vault Control, Minnesota feels very good. 3-1. We've seen Nero going off on that map. And then on Protocol, yeah, I would say so. I mean, a 1-2 record, but, you know, you're going up against Atlanta FaZe, who have looked like the best Protocol hardpoint team. So it's definitely a tall task, but I still trust Minnesota, man. Even if they lose that map number 1, they're confident they can reel it back in.
I don't know. That map 4 Protocol, Minnesota Røkkr's 0-2 on it, but again, they're also really struggling 1-5 map 1, so it could just be the specialty of the later half of the match.
I think it's time to do some Scuf pick'ems. Let's make them official. Let's lock them in. Wheeler, no cheating. You can't go first. Allie, you have to.
I have to go first. I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. I really liked what I saw from the ARs yesterday and from the SMGs all weekend long. I think we're going to go with the red.
I'm going to stop going against Atlanta FaZe. I, too, will ride with Simp Abizi, but I think it's going to be Celium's day to shine.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Minnesota Røkkr. A gritty team. You know, it's a crazy call, but I just feel like I've seen some great moments from them. And the control is a game mode Atlanta has sort of hung their hat on throughout the years to, like, get the series back in their favor. And I think Mini are better at it right now.
You're going to get 30 correct picks before I get to 20. That's blowing my mind, Nameless. He's got Minnesota Røkkr top 2. Study. Is this guy on Mars right now?
No, he's not really on Mars, Chris. Minnesota got ice. Like, they got ice in the base, Al. We're talking about 4 series where you go to a game 5 and you're undefeated in game 5 versus some of the best teams that we have in the league. So you can't count these guys out. They're always going to be in the series.
It's such a tough team to put a finger on, legitimately. Like, map 5 bangers versus LAG, but then you come out and you beat one of the consensus best teams in the league last year, or, you know, this year, yesterday. It just feels like there's no opponent that they can't square up against. It just comes down to, are they going to do it by map 1 or are they going to do it by map 3?
That's the only thing that's scary about it, Alan, because I tweeted it yesterday. I said, Minnesota, realistically, their series don't start until map 3 because they tend to start slow into these hard points. Even though they started slow yesterday versus Toronto, they still only lost by 10 points. But then you get to the search and destroy. You get 6-1. Backs against the wall. You need a miracle to happen, and then that miracle starts that momentum. Then they go through the map 3. They get to the map 4. And then when it gets to the map 5, it's anyone's game. So if you're Minnesota, you just need to make sure you start off hot today because the way that Abizi was playing yesterday, 112 kills in the series, that guy was all over the damn map.
Well, it's about to be a first look where we'll see Atlanta take on Minnesota here this season. And again, it comes in our minor tournament with Protocol as the opener. We'll also finish with it as Minnesota often goes 5 in case that is indeed the case. But to start things off, nice patience here from the Røkkr, finding a couple of nice kills to allow them a chance to contest, but the follow-up from Abizi right off to the races again.
Yeah, it's just too much pressure right here from Atlanta FaZe. You had Abizi hit that zip line, find that first kill, so Now they're going to be the team soaking up this P1 time, but a couple kills going in favor of Røkkr. At least at 3 dead. aBeZy, the only player off spawn, has to take his time. And with only 20 seconds left, throw your nades, throw everything you can to take them off for this one, because you want these spawns for next.
Indeed the case. Although, a couple of nice eliminations from Minnesota will allow them to start making a move up the map. Simp trying to get annoying, and he will find Geo up top. That will put a lot of clearance into Atlanta, trying to secure these spawns and rotate over to P2. Problem is, you have kind of this split spawn situation for Minnesota, and they're taking a pause. They know that Simp is still flying in the back line, but from the front, Minnesota finding the kills they need, leaving Drazah by himself, but he's done well to get his first, trying to secure the second, and he'll be able to do so. Oh! Drazah lighting things up off 3 in a row.
Oh, now this potentially is going to lead to Atlanta FaZe putting them in a little bit of a trap towards the backside of tower, unless Paulex has something to say about it. Paulex and Nero combined for 3 around P2 and instantly shut down that opportunity for Atlanta FaZe. Now with 35 seconds still to go, you have routes being developed. Drazah doesn't want to give up all this time, but does he check in towards lab? Yes, he does. Astro puts down shots. At least gives the combo, but Minnesota still in control.
And Geo, after a little bit of a slower start, right back into the mix, able to lock down a lot of the scrap time. 18 seconds to fight for. Minnesota feeling a bit of pressure from the backside of tower. They'd be correct. That's where a lot of this hit for Atlanta is coming from. They just don't fully get a read. Estriel also now in a bit of trouble, as he's going to have to just sit here, hold his life, and wait for P3 to open. A little up and over. Cellium tries to play off the zip line, but Estriel finding elimination allows Minnesota a chance to break through the old time and still put some rotational focus into play.
Yeah, that's fantastic plays right there at Estriel. The Soul Man pushed up, was just hoping that he can get a couple kills to make it easier for his teammates to rotate into that hard point. But even in a man-up situation with one player from Atlanta FaZe spawning out, they still are in control of those back spawns, and they're here for a break attempt.
Play coming in quickly, though, from the backside. aBeZy Cellium first 2 kills allow them to get into lockers, and Paul cannot find the trade, leaving Geo by himself. He's done well to cleanly get the first. Nades up top will keep him at bay. The hit, though, on the way for Minnesota is delayed. Trying to play through this sidewalk position. aBeZy's already gotten a read on it, and aBeZy almost able to turn that into a couple. The information, though known, will be followed up on, and Atlanta will keep this contested while Minnesota continue to play for the spawns.
And the spawns are going to be flipped out, so Minnesota potentially walking away with the final 15 and the rotations to new, but aBeZy going to be here nice and early. This is what Atlanta FaZe tend to do well on this map. Just rotate early and set up properly. And with that double, they're already going to have that fan advantage, so they should be set up for this money hill.
Yeah, looking good for aBeZy's double. Turns into a third for Drazah. Now looking for Estriel. Shut down. Atlanta in the hard point for now, but Minnesota starting to build their setup. A lot of it coming through spiral staircase, but you do have a player on the pinch. That's Nero. If he can find one, that would be the go call for Minnesota to try to break on it, and he does find the eliminations. Now it's all by action on the hard point itself. aBeZy trying to finesse off the YY. Cannot find Nero, but Drazah will confirm, and Atlanta will hold.
Just trade after trade after trade after trade. It was Atlanta that starts it off. It's Atlanta that's able to finish it, but for how long? The setup is still weak. Everybody from Minnesota drops down through zip. They find every single kills and execute that break to perfection. The second best break team that we have on this map. It just came down to if they can fix their setups. And so far for this final 30, they should have a nice little lead going into the second half of this game.
And I think just to kind of bullet point, the difference between Minnesota and map ones this weekend compared to what we're seeing right now is they're so quick to follow up after these 3v3 situations turn into like a couple of players just remaining by themselves. They're so quick to get off respawn and follow up with their kind of secondary hit, so to speak. Atlanta, though, a nice job to kind of close out the last hard point and still initialize this new one. They're going to get this thing back to around 20 points before Minnesota has a chance to try to break.
Oh, yeah, but that's a big kill coming in from Geo, reading the pinch coming in from Cellium. Now you can just invest your stuns, invest your nades. Try to take them off of this P1. Astro at least catches an opening through mid-gun, but it's still Atlanta FaZe soaking up all this hill time. The ARs are holding down the long-distance lanes. Finally, Simp is going to fall, but with all that map control, you're instantly going to hop right back on in.
Yeah, the SMGs for Atlanta doing a nice job of just providing some pressure, but more so making sure they're not keeping their focus purely on playing for kills. Lots of good objective focus coming through, especially from the side of Simp at the moment at 37 seconds early. Cell, nice little bounce off, just making sure that Grandma stays safe over towards the Atlanta side of the map, and with 8 seconds remaining, a lot of pressure on the Minnesota to try to find a way to rotate over to P2.
Yeah, they're going to be late. It's another rotation won by Atlanta FaZe, but last time it was an early break coming in from Røkkr that kept this hill scrappy. As it's all out aggression through top mid. Better trades coming in from Atlanta FaZe. That leads to 3 dead. And last player is as well going to fall. And look what Atlanta do on your mini-map. They flip those spawns. One player in Estriel is going to spawn out. Actually, a split spawn is going to come in. I don't know if Atlanta is going to be able to handle this.
Yeah, they don't. I was about to say the exact same thing. It looked like Atlanta had done the exact right idea of trying to kind of flip the spawns and trap Minnesota in the back, but a couple of the members that you called out do spawn behind this setup, and that allows for a very quick re-break from Minnesota, using the best of the situation that they were given. Astral playing inside of Billiards, looking to possibly move through P1 to try to get some sort of an opening on the sidewalk behind 3. The remaining focus on the scrap time, though. Oh, BZ gets caught trying to play through field side, and now Minnesota are going to clear the floor and have a chance to start to rotate with Atlanta spawning behind it old.
Yeah, this is where you want to get aggressive with the kills. Fortunately, if you're Astral, you're not ready for selling with the knife on the top of the zip. He's just trying to keep control of that power position, but still a 30-point difference. You already have Minnesota, a couple players contesting towards the back end, but Geo is going to fall. Astro at the same time. Last guy is Nero. Has to try to be a hero. He gets taken care of. Now Atlanta can stabilize.
Can they find a way to turn this into a Money Hill situation for them? That's the big question. Opening 20 seconds is free. Drazah, just kind of gets caught trying to reposition. He's got a number of Røkkr members now in front of him. Still does well to collect another elimination. That leads now to aBeZy having to track back and follow up with Simp, and so far so good. But Astral on the backside, making a bit of a mess of this. He's actually just able to walk right back into the hard point, find himself a second, leaving Drazah a bit limited in terms of what he can do with help, and well, he doesn't need it. And double for him comes out. Minnesota still trying to battle 15 seconds of scrap.
Yeah, but Drazah's thinking ahead. He knows that the next hill is a money hill. I'm going to get these 2 pieces of kills, but I'm going to rotate nice and early, and thankfully it works out because he gets another double and then sets up Simp for the final trade. So Atlanta FaZe again doing the fundamental aspect correctly, but this time the setup needs to be a lot better. Minnesota broke in with ease last go around.
3 opening eliminations come through for Atlanta. Only player missing is Astral, and he's trying to flip the map around, but aBeZy, nice little bump out. He's going to find himself 2, and that pretty much stops the hit before it can come through. Simp also tallies Astral in the shaft, and that's going to be enough for Atlanta to catch their first lead as we jump on over to an Atlanta FaZe listen in.
Nice, bro. Go. Yep. Dude, one's weak, 2. I'm ready. Two rope. Get better. I got one more. Hard deal. Weak. I hit him twice.
20 seconds.
2 on time.
Listen, you want? I'm helping for this.
Near's top zone.
Top zone? Okay, I'm playing mid then.
I'm playing. Let me chill left.
Yeah.
Just play new guys.
I'll see him.
Yeah,
Yo, he's tower.
I'll see him top mid.
He's mid somewhere. Listen, he's top tower.
Yeah, I'm pitching their tower. Tower. Never mind. I'm making down.
We played 3
You can pitch tower. I'm nading.
I see him.
Nice.
Let's bolt.
Yeah, one time mid gun, right side. Stay down time. I got needed. I foot.
He got me.
He's front tower. Stay by yourself.
Front tower.
Behind me. Oh my god, he must got 180.
Daytime.
Lot of ammo.
Time zero. One shot.
Nice. I'm nading over. I'm nading time. I'm from sooner now. Near time. Yo, sidewalk. Nice.
I
Right side top ammo.
No. Here we go. Yeah, they hit on the ground. They face you. See, baby.
Yeah, he's on chair. One top mid. On a mid.
Yeah, other one's heli.
Push up. I'm pushing up right now. I'll get time. Top rope. All top rope. Top rope. Yeah, man. I'm one shot.
One's going. They're working mid.
I don't have any
mid on you. 2 mid on you.
Come down on me. Geo, I hit him twice.
I spawned out.
Geo on time.
Tower steps.
Nice. Okay.
Top rope, 1 shot. They're on time. Top rope, ammo.
Spawning out.
We have
Chapter low. I have your top mid. Oh, yeah, I'll get left.
I have all low.
Hurt.
Listen, I have your mid, right?
I have your left. Yeah.
I have all.
I mean, one ammo.
Low, near that.
Low, Astral.
He's in P4.
About to say for a minute there, Jay, going from 4-1 again, it just kind of felt like Atlanta were just trying to find eliminations. Oh, they're back here, they're over to the side, but now finally through P2, they get about 35-40 seconds worth of time and a chance to possibly put this away with a rotational win the new.
Yeah, that's been every single P2 so far in this game. Atlanta have been the team early on into that hard point, but finally they're able to get a chunk of time off of it. Still a 20-point difference, a fight for the spawn. Simp finds a freebie onto Nero, but they know that the pressure gonna be over towards it. Now you put yourself in a 4v2. We just gotta trade out. We know that they're spawning front.
Celestial top, Geo down low. Wow, the damage is so good. Geo win that. Celium's the last one remaining now up top in Minnesota. Call it a 2v4. They essentially break that one down low, one up high, and a chance then to reclaim the lead.
And this is where Minnesota had to show improvements on their setup. This is where they tend to struggle. Easily broken into, and Atlanta FaZe are picking them apart one by one. Already 2 dead. Narrow's getting spotted at least at 3. Make it all 4. Spawns are out. Atlanta can still win.
It's gonna have to be Paul around the back and then Geo from the side door. 240 to 217. Here comes the pinch attempt. Geo finds his first. Sip tried to confirm the trade, does, but cannot contest the hard point. Minnesota likely to extend this to another hill, but Sip's gonna try to hit some of the finesse time. That will limit Minnesota on their approach down. Abizi gets a read over through the spiral stairs, and maybe a chance for the last 8 seconds to come through here with Celium lurking in a corner.
Oh, but Celium's not gonna find that kill. Now it's Abe's turn. He's also gonna fall. Drazah finds a double. Still even in the numbers of the trade, but here comes Simp, the MVP of last season. Can he make a play? Still in the hill. Need 5 seconds, and they might have done it.
Sure may have. Now it's got to be through the side door. Geo stunned up. He has to touch. The contest is in. Cell, he's able to find the kill, and no one else can touch for Minnesota. Whoa, Celium once again. It was a staple of the Atlanta hard points in the first weeks of the qualifiers. He came up big when he needed to most, and boy did he ever once again there. Not just to go completely amiss over the top of P3, but down low at the very end, finding 2 last eliminations for Atlanta to secure the 250.
Yeah, fantastic plays from Atlanta FaZe from start to finish of that game, Alan. We knew that going into that, it was going to be a battle of the rotations, but I wasn't expecting Atlanta to basically win every single one. We're talking about early in towards the P4s, early in towards the P2s, flipping the spawns at the right time for the P3s. And even though Minnesota were able to keep themselves into the game, it was hero plays coming in from Estriel, dropping down bottom and getting a 3-piece. Narrow had his moment. Same thing could be said for Paul X. It's just when you're not rotating early, when you're playing a team that's very difficult to try to break on in, because Atlanta have showed improvements on their setups, they were just thinking a step ahead of you. A very close game again for Minnesota Røkkr, but unfortunately they fall short. Now they have to rely on a search and destroy, which is not going to be easy because we saw the improvements out of Atlanta's game yesterday.
Yeah, really a big point. It's just, again, when you look down the scoreboard here, though, to kind of recap onto this opening hard point, we were kind of talking a little bit before, getting on the air here, that this Minnesota team, when they suffer in the openings of these series, it's largely due to the fact that they're just getting flat out outslayed. And some of that, I think, comes to the byproduct of they're trying to be mixy. They're trying to, get a player around the back completely unknown to what the setup may be for Atlanta, which, like you called appropriately, they were winning a lot of the rotations. They were at these hills first. I think especially P2, P4. I think every single one, Atlanta was there first. It's just, you kind of heard it in the listening to FaZe. They were just not able to keep track of where Røkkr players were. A couple of members slipping through. You're reacting almost in real time instead of trying to get proactive until you get to those last 2 hard points where Abizi and Celium really do a lot of the legwork for FaZe to close up.
Yeah, it's just those slim mistakes, Alan. Like if you go back to the second half of the game around that P2 where they got all 4 kills, but no one was in a position to sit in towards top 10 or top trips window to block that back spawn. And then that completely catches you off guard. You were thinking, okay, we can get a full 60 here, trap them in towards the back, chain it to P3, and we blow this game wide open. But just those little things for Atlanta FaZe are continuously making the game mixy for them. And for Minnesota Røkkr, they're forced to play mixy, Alan, because you're not winning rotations. A lot of these gunfights are a lot more difficult for you. When you're trying to rotate in towards P3 and you're spawning over towards Grandma's, you got to get past every single window. You got to hit a long route to go through underground or try to flank sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's just so much more difficult when you're not winning rotations or putting yourself in a position to have easier gunfights due to that lack of fundamental play.
And I don't know if we'll see the Celium play here over the top at P3. He kind of just gets lost. He just sits up top, finds, I think, the trade onto Estriel, and no, we don't actually get a chance to see it in the final play, but he's up there, and it just looked like Minnesota forgot about him. And then all of a sudden, he just walks down the staircase, finds a couple, allows FaZe to break through P3, give them the numbers advantage to rotation to 4, and then, of course, at the very end, I think he finds 3 of the final 4 eliminations to get that little bit of a stretch that Atlanta needed. But it took a while. I mean, Minnesota came out cooking, kept the lead all the way until we got halfway through our second set of hills, really all the way through our second set from completion. But that little play at the end, I think, is the big game-winning moment there for Cell again.
Yeah, when you need to drop down and you need a player to get a couple kills, none better than Celium. He's been leading the KD department for like the last 4 years in the CDL. Finally starting to get back to the groove of things, and I need him to do that because on my fantasy team, he's been costing me, bro. He's been costing me. Thank you, Celium, for starting to turn up so far this week.
No way Jay's out here just rooting for fantasy points. I think
I'm getting cooked.
Are you actually? I'm 1-1. I got Allie this week on our Breaking Point Fantasy. But let's talk about the Search and Destroy. I think in particular, let's keep the focus on Minnesota right here, right now, because the results really aren't convincing on this particular map mode combination for either squad. But again, just kind of in normal Minnesota form, the results you can look at for Røkkr was a 2-6 loss in map 2 versus LAG. But then this is also the map that they were able to take versus LA Thieves 6-1. So it's just like, which Search and Destroy are we going to get from Minnesota today?
I feel like we're always going to get a consistent game out of Minnesota. It just depends on if they actually want to play in map 2, or at least turn to map 2 and make them in their mind thinking, all right, we're in map 5, guys. We got to lock in right here. Because they always tend to fall short early into these rounds, and versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, you cannot do that. It's very difficult for them to allow you to bring yourself back into the game because they like to make those mid-round adjustments. But I think if you're Minnesota Røkkr, you just got to stay true to what you are on Vault, which is great in the opening. Dual win percentage, great in your post plants, and also great in your retake situations. Teamwork needs to make the dream work here.
Yeah, both teams really very successful when it comes to the open duel percentage on this map mode combination. And this time in round 1, it will tilt in favor of Atlanta, with Simp finding the opener on De Niro, who just tried to catch timing to contest that bomb plant. Estriel, he's not going to be able to challenge from that angle. That's been held. Trying to reset, try to find a way to open things up backside P2, but look at this Atlanta post plant. They know that someone's going to try to hit the flank. There's the information, but Drazah, he's not going to be aware that there are 2 members here. Minnesota find the trades, Jay.
Oh, that's fantastic plays out of Estriel and Geo. Find both of those kills. Now you know that the Terra's going to be trapped in towards the site. You got a couple stuns, a couple nades to potentially make your push on easier. And Geo and Paul X successful on the retake. This is what they do. It's not one player trying to make a solo play. Obviously, we started off the round with Nero just jumping out towards pool. But even in the 3v4, get together, let's work together, and a successful retake comes in early in for the game for Minnesota. Fantastic plays.
I love the idea for Minnesota that Estriel playing over towards the balcony stairs, he gets seen, and you can't just take that challenge by yourself to break through that deep post plant over towards that gold building and backside P2 by the hot tub. So someone comes through and helps, and Drazah just doesn't expect it. And then I think that was Geo who came with part of that play. Then he backs up to play through the hole in the wall and just drop in to get the pinch underway. So really well done by Minnesota on the retake, as now they go to their first offense.
RC waiting out the nades, trying to not give early information what their play is going to be, but Atlanta FaZe beating the aggressors through the middle of the map. FaZe, he's either first blooded or finds the first blood, and there Geo's able to take him down for now the 3v4.
Nice little bounce pass from Drazah, though, cooking up the frag to take the trade in play. Simp quickly around the back. Oh, this timing is perfect. He's able to find Paul for free. So now it's just down to what Nero can do with Estriel inside the site. Nero tried to play a little bit deeper, back over towards the B control point. Not to be. So it's just down to Estriel. 1v3 moment. He's been tagged up from both sides. Good first, but nothing more he could do. Flat out overwhelmed as Atlanta respond with a defensive retake of their own.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, Alan, when you're the players inside the site and all your teammates fall outside towards pool, because then you start to panic a little bit. You're already in a man disadvantage. You're going to try to at least make a play there. And Nero, unfortunately, walked into the preem of Celium, who loves to play over towards that B site at those void doors for the push through. But it all starts with Simp catching that timing onto Paul. If Paul's able to finesse that a little bit longer, at least play his life a little bit longer, potentially Estriel has a different route on in. But once he falls with 25 seconds left, someone had to make a play, and Atlanta, with too many numbers, were able to pick them apart.
Bob picked up quickly. 3-man hit up towards the top side of balcony. The drop in likely to follow. When we were here last time, there was an early contest from Minnesota. It came out of Nero. This time, it's all focused for Røkkr, trying to reclaim mid-map. And they've gotten up towards the double doors. This comes down to how do they use Estriel's position at B Street to try to, again, surround this retake.
Yeah, this is going to be on Drazah and Celium. Hopefully watching each other's backs. Paul Lex is able to fly on in and catch a double. Now another situation where the SMGs that are in the site have to try to make a play. You have Simp going on the pinch. Abizi trying to watch over the site, but Abizi falls. Simp 1v4?
Yeah, maybe. It's happened before, Jay. It's just not looked like this. Not going to happen this time. And that's just a good timing. I mean, Abizi's in a good spot. I like the idea of him trying to back up and play through that B control point again, but his feet get seen. He gets taken down quickly. But that guy top left taking a sip of some, I don't know what, probably a cup of Joe or something of the nature. Paul gets 2 on that little push through backside P2 in electric fashion.
Yeah, and I don't like that round right there out of Atlanta. Like, it looks like it was 2 people just absolutely turtled in their spawn. Like, they were scared of the pressure coming in from Minnesota. And it completely catches them off guard. Team shots come in for the first kill. Team shots come in for the second kill. Again, teamwork is making the dream work for Røkkr. But if you're Atlanta FaZe, you cannot afford to turtle in your base like that. You got to be the aggressors, because remember who you are.
Yeah, it's got to be something along the lines of them just trying to counteract what Minnesota had done on their previous retake. This time, it's Minnesota not taking the jump in to pool. This time, they push into Marble, and Atlanta was not prepared for that at all. First 2 kills. Clean. Bomb going to be planted, 4v2.
Now, Simply left to try to clutch on up. Trophies are already down, so nades and stuns are not going to be impactful here. It's going to be all about the gunny. And with all the information that you currently get over towards Pro, you're probably thinking they're all in the sight.
Yeah, Sip is just going to try to drop on into this with Cell, trying to create some noise over towards Palm side. And actually looks like they want to try to play this one together. This is one of those, hope you can just slide and chow through. Semtech's out. Sip's able to find one, but the follow-up from here, they would have to line up, and that's just not going to happen. Love the idea. First 2 kills come through, get the plant. Everyone stay inside the site with the help of the trophy. No worries.
Yeah, just 4v2. You're playing your advantages. We know that. I have 4 people alive. You have 2. If we trade it out, we're definitely going to have most likely 2 people left at the end of the round. But Minnesota do not slow down with the momentum that they were able to build even after losing such an intense map, number 1. They're showing prowess so far in this S&D. They take away mid-hallway. They're setting the tone early on versus Atlanta, and Atlanta right now haven't had a read on it. On their offenses, they're turtling their base. On their defenses, they're not prepared for the aggression in front of them. So Atlanta need to switch it up quick.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it, and you've called it out now, is you can't just hold off of that P2 backside pull post plant. And this time, it's a quick, aggressive hit, trying to make its way through balcony. Nero's stun, I do believe, or Semtex may have gotten a tag. It slows the play down a touch, Paul. Not quite able to lock the shots onto a Beezy. So bomb planted, and the post plant for FaZe is way different this time.
Yeah, this is going to make it a little bit easier with all the map controls they currently have, but the timing might come into play. Drazah only able to get one of Beezy effective on the trade. Now in a 1v3 is Gio, and he gets picked off, and that's what you got to do right there if you're Atlanta. Do not allow them to dictate the game versus you. Just simply hitting that stun onto Nero on the bottom side of the catwalk stacks forces them to not be the aggressors. And then you take that map away, you get the bomb down, and you hold strong on that setup for a great post plant to secure that round.
And Drazah with an SFG, we've seen that a couple of different times from FaZe on their offense, where he wants to get a part of the play, and he almost kind of serves as the bait for a player like a Beezy. In that situation, that was exactly the case. But Drazah finding the opener, Beezy confirming his trade, leads to a 2-for-1 exchange that you'll take every day of the week and twice on Sunday. 3-2 the count, though. Minnesota still hold the edge. And Atlanta, trophy system defensively, they're going to use that as a bit of a catalyst to try to get aggressive of their own, but Nero slides out, finds one. That's okay, 3v3.
Yeah, Atlanta says, screw this. Their offensive rounds so far have been way too comfortable. Let's make it a little bit chaotic. So, trade effective on that early 3v3. The bomb is not instantly going to go down, and now you're going to sort of get a read on this. We don't feel any pressure over towards pool. Selim's going to start to back up his way, at least watch that crossover towards B. And he might get that info that Paul X is here.
It's all about the timing, and there it is. Both players will scout one another out. Estriel was trying to rotate the bomb over to B. Stun check from FaZe's defense does land, and that's enough for Minnesota to be dissuaded from playing on the B site and get right back in towards A. Bomb being planted. Defense has to rotate once again. Drazah be the first one here.
I love that rotation right there to Røkkr. Draw the attention to the opposite site, hit the vault door instantly. Now put yourself in a power position with the trophy down. Now Atlanta trying to find some success on the retake scenario. You have one player in Gio who's hitting a route, though, that might cause a problem.
Yeah, Drazah's been seen, so with that tag, Gio can actually take the long route and play a different clutch position in case it starts to go awry. Here comes the hit. Sid finds the opener. Estriel just being all slippery. Bottom side at A. Gio, last one left now. He's got to play the cross. All the shots initially aren't clean. It does force a team kill, but plenty of time for the defuse. I love the idea from Minnesota, but simply put, it's just the opener on the retake from the front for Atlanta to turn the tides that whole post plant.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to is the opener, and I feel like it was great heads-up play right there from Atlanta, because I'm pretty sure whoever was playing over towards Hedges gets that info on Gio that he was playing around that gold area. So instead of completely investing all their cookies to try to find that kill, they work their numbers advantage in towards the site. And then eventually, once they realized Gio's last player alive, he has to be in a long-distance gunfight. And he was sitting on the opposite side of Vault with that AR. So those mid-round adjustments, they come in quick for Atlanta FaZe. And now that's, what, 2 to 3 rounds in a row for them?
Yep. And I think just kind of going back to that moment, Gio had Drazah at one shot, just could not quite finish the kill. So small difference makers. leading to some major implications as Atlanta will go right back to the normal approach offensively. This is actually the same thing they ran round 1 with Cell playing over towards gold. He's in a long-range fight versus Geo, and Abizi just pops up, finds the trade. Still a 1-for-1 though, not bad, and Abizi's now stuck at the bottom side of the vault doors. He's gonna get isolated, and Estriel finds the kill, leading to a 3v2.
So now Simp's gonna try to make a play. Gonna hit the rewrap through vault door. Still 25 seconds to go. You're gonna have Drazah, at least from pumps, try to get an angle on the bomb, but Simp is gonna be on you.
Yeah, and Estriel will keep one safe, but Drazah gets the collat for a 1v3. He just has to deal with Estriel. Opening shots are decent. Drazah back to full health. Estriel pushing. How does he find that elimination? Drazah can't believe it.
Oh, nah, Alan. That can't happen. That cannot happen. We're talking about hitting him with a majority of your bullets when you're on a head glitch. He has to literally run at you and kill you. And yeah, Drazah, the same way you look is how I look. Jaw dropped on the ground. Because those are ones that you gotta win. You found the angle, take him off of the site, but then you get destroyed, brother. And everybody from Atlanta FaZe will let them know a little giggles coming out, but that's definitely one that you're gonna go back and be like, damn, that one was mine.
Yeah, I mean, all day. The fact that he gets the collat in the first place didn't even seem all that likely based on where the bomb is being defused, but what a play from Estriel. Now on 3 in a row at 8-3. Bomb carrier as well for Minnesota. And he's just gonna throw off a couple nades, make sure this A site stays clear. Sips RCXD not gonna have much of an impact on this unless he can find a way to hop it over. And well, he does. Paul will drop. Bomb's not planted yet.
Wait a minute. Oh, I thought the RC car was gonna walk in there and find a kill, but at least you're able to turn it into a 3v3. Drazah was able to take down Paul, but now that bomb is getting planted, Selim gets all the info that no one's camping over towards pool. So how quick does he decide to make this play? Because eventually Geo has to get into it.
Yeah, and that's the real timing point here is who finds each other first between those two. Meanwhile, Drazah, Simp from the front, nade helping out for Simps first, and he's going to rewrap this. They're going to find Geo. Yeah, he's going to get isolated here. There's just no way Geo gets back to this play. Surely not. Simp all over it. Tie us up at 4 apiece. Brilliant bounce back for Atlanta.
And I was ready to say, Atlanta FaZe, we're calling an RC car. We cannot afford to get blooded, but thankfully Drazah was able to catch that angle on Paul and then use all the info that Selim was able to give them. Like, guys, we can push through pool. You can show a little presence through mid-vault. Thankfully, Simp was able to find that kill and get out. But then when Selim has all that info, they also isolate the player in towards the site. Geo eventually tries to make a play, but at that point, you already lost where Simp was.
Yeah.
He was able to hit that flank to secure that round. It's got to be a lot quicker right there for Minnesota Røkkr because you found that first blood. You can't really afford to die. You got to play your 4v3 man advantage.
It's just so tough because that RC stays alive for so long. I think they're so worried about it. Stun over the top. Nero does not get affected by it. Second RC's on the floors. Atlanta try to get aggressive through this. They don't find the isolation, but they do at least take care of the RC quickly. And they've got a lot of map presence here. It just comes down to how much do they really want to utilize this thing quickly. Right on into B. Sim's going for the plant.
Oh, man. And they're actually going to get this objective down, too. But unfortunately for FaZe, he just gets too aggressive in that situation. The bomb being down at B, it's not going to be a successful, easy retake. But thankfully, you find 2 kills, 4v2.
We've seen clutches from this position before. Selling him over the top. Does he have an angle at this? I don't think he does. Nero's already hopped for it. Spam shots from Drazah. Takes down the bomb carrier. Gives Cell a chance at this. It would be a 1v3. Secondary diffusers on already, though, plus the suppressing fire for Minnesota. Finds elimination, and Røkkr will go to map 2 point.
Yeah, that's just perfect execution right there from Røkkr to realize where the pressure was coming in off the info you gained off the RC. There had to be a lot of aggressive plays coming through the middle of the map, but then with them using that RC, that allowed them to play their spawn pretty slow. So everybody was prepared for the pressure to come in towards B. Even though that bomb gets planted, already 2 players in towards R to take down a BZ, instantly find that kill onto Simp, and then Selim thought he had an angle from the top side of gold, but 1v3, everybody with an AR preem in you. Yeah, GG, Minnesota, game point.
Still feels like this is, without question, not a guarantee at any stretch of the imagination. 10-4, though, for Estriel. He's been all over the place. Simp at 10-6 on the other side. Minnesota, quick to once again play through balcony. Look at the response, though, from FaZe. First time we've seen this. They just hit through bottom vault and are surrounding in towards A. Will Minnesota get a read on this?
Nah, they're not going to have any info. No idea what the setup is looking like for Atlanta because they didn't invest any stuns or nades through the middle of the map either.
Yeah.
So now you're just thinking potentially just throw a couple shows and we can work this bomb in towards A. And Atlanta FaZe have yet to peak.
Yeah, and that needs all the information they could possibly need. Drazah trying to fight off Estriel, who still wants to take that 1v1 at half health. Nero right there for the team shots. Trophy system down late for FaZe, still holding on to this A site. No motion for Minnesota towards B. They want to try to stick for this. Estriel tagged, a BZ bulk challenge, punished for it. And now you've got a 3v2, 4v2, pardon me. And there's a full wrap from Geo. Estriel with the pistol trying to get to 13, but Nero finishes him out. And Jay, I'll let you ask your question because I think everyone's thinking the same thing. Whoa, what was that?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that play right there of a BZ. We know how stellar he is with that SMG, but you don't know how many players are going to be sitting outside of pool. You walk into 3 different preams, and they were all prepared for that slide out. And you basically give them a freebie kill and then force him to be stuck in that bomb site by himself. Yeah, I didn't get that one. I did not get that round there, but it's easier when Minnesota are finding early success for that first blood. The fact that they stalled out that round the way that they did and then used the stun, used the nade to get that info. Okay, they're playing in towards site. Let's bombard our way in. Everybody hold an angle, and we'll most likely open up with a kill. And that's exactly what they did. Every single round that Minnesota were able to walk away with, they just played to their advantages, and it worked out flawlessly. This is what makes them a stellar search and destroy team, able to tie the series up at 1.
Let's go back to that Abizi challenge. 2-9, 5 first deaths. Do you think that's a situation where you know you're down a man, you know you've got someone tagged, you know you're stuck inside of A, you feel like you kind of have to take a play, or do you feel like that was a little bit more on the frustration side for Abizi just not finding much success in this map?
Well, I understand having to try to make a play in a man in disadvantage, but like that play was not it. I'm telling you, that was not it. Like you'd rather stay inside with Simp and potentially set up a team fire on the way that they're sliding on in, because you start telling him on the backside of the vault door, still watching sort of that crossover towards B, but assisting his teammates if they did walk into A. It's just you gave yourself no chance there. You gave your teammates no chance in the 4v2, and Minnesota take advantage of it.
What a series so far. I think a lot of people would see this one on paper and say Atlanta should be cruising, but hey, this Minnesota team is gritty, man. You cannot rule them out. It just feels like one of those things that you just don't know which Minnesota team you're going to get on the day. But so far, as we head back to the desk, Røkkr have looked strong as we go to a 1-1 tie into the control.
There's a possible 15 maps available today as we have 3 matches remaining in the minor. I have a feeling this one's going all 5 after watching Minnesota in that game too.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota controlled like aggression. These guys are so good. Estriel calling game. And Alan, to answer your question, listen, Abizi blacked out at that.
You got to, right?
He blacked out. I don't know what he was doing challenge.
After your 5th first blood, sometimes you're just like, any fight, I just need a kill at this point. All right, Abizi off on a search and destroy after being the hero a day earlier. Ali, overall, how is Atlanta playing?
Atlanta's playing all right. It's just Minnesota's playing better, especially in that search and destroy. Estriel, that is the best performance we've seen from him so far, especially in a map number 2. And not only that, they capitalized on getting those first bloods, which was really important in this series because that's how Atlanta FaZe has been winning S&Ds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Arts and Crafts with Nameless. It's time to draw some conclusions, and today, Ant, I want to know, why is Minnesota so dangerous in search?
Yeah, so a lot of people see them and they just go, man, they're just so aggressive. They're just running around like it's AW because of the Omni movement. I'm telling you, it is controlled. So let's jump into the minimap and let's talk about this round from them, okay? So for Atlanta FaZe, you see on the minimap, this is like the standard push. You get some players down low bottom vault to plant that bomb, and you usually have an island player that can watch like your outer pool and pick up players coming through mid or through the mid windows, right? So let's clear this a little bit, and let's talk about what Minnesota's trying to do. So Minnesota, what they have here is like, we're gonna take space and we're gonna isolate your island, right? So you have them raised, watching like the push through here to see if anybody tries to get all the way to their base and like make a play. And this guy, he's gonna be watching B Street to make sure they're not going B. So you've cleared B, you cleared your spawn push, and these guys 5 and 7, they've shut down mid, right? So that's Paul X. They're gonna now, once they get all that information, like, hey, nobody's B Street, nobody's pushing our spawn, right? We're gonna just go straight towards the island, and we're gonna kill these guys that are trying to play here and pick up kills, because now, since we've gathered all that information, we know exactly where you're gonna be, which is down here playing on that island. So let's talk about it and let's watch it. So Paul X and Nero, they say nobody's mid, all right, nobody's B Street, all right, nobody's our spawn. Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're playing the A bomb, you're doing the default strat, and we're just gonna fly at you. And meanwhile, while we're flying to the island, we also have our teammate Estriel going around the deep spawn to make sure nobody's playing in the back base. Once once you kill both players in the island, you know you probably have them trapped on bomb, and if not, they've scattered out, and you can just simply use your numbers. Esther goes, picks off the player vault, and now we have a 3v1 in a situation. We're just going to overwhelm you. So these guys clearing information, taking space, and just figuring out exactly what you're doing in the first 10 seconds of the round.
Do you think they seem to be on the same page, exact same time they round the corner to Chow in the back? So is this a 3-2-1 Chow situation, or are you just in flow state as a squad?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. Yeah, it is a 3-2-1 Chow situation. It's like, all right, we're getting ready to go, and they've just done it so many times in practice where it's like Estriel knows, like, once I get this information is when you guys go. So those two push, and Estriel just instantly goes around the back, where players do sometimes play the depths. He would have killed one if he was there.
Røkkr, always well coached. You can clearly see the S&D work is paying dividends. They are here on a championship Sunday, and they are guaranteed top 4. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, though, from this game, too. We mentioned it, 5 first deaths for Abizi. Great call out there by Shift. That seemed to be a difference maker in Atlanta's search game from yesterday to today.
100%, because when you look at the search game from Atlanta FaZe, they're a pretty good attack team, but only because they're getting those first bloods. They're top 4 in attack, number 1 opening dual win rates on attack, but they're struggling on defense. So overall, the fact that not only Estriel showed them something that they weren't expecting today, but the fact they were able to get 8 first bloods on the side of Minnesota Røkkr severely put a stop to Atlanta FaZe's plans.
All right, Davis, I see you smiling over there. You're not used to seeing 1 on the board after the first 2 games. Will we see a game 5 still? Do you think it goes to the distance, or does Minnesota finish it in that second hard point?
Minnesota, I think it does go game 5. I think Minnesota win this control, though. They've been very good at control. I believe we're headed to vault, a map that I can't wait to just watch Nero. So observers, if you're hearing me, can we get a little bit of Nero play in our last year?
N-E-R-O. He'll be like number 7 or something. Put him on the screen the whole time.
I completely agree with you. I completely echo what Ann said. I think now at this point, because Minnesota was able to win that map number 2, we're definitely heading to a game number 5. I mean, just looking at the overlay, like the control, obviously you have to lean towards Minnesota Røkkr. They're 4-2 in control right now. They're crazy good at attack, which you don't see often in the league, and vault, obviously, the most reps.
All right, chat, I need to know. Put a 4 in the chat right now if we finish on red card. Put a 5 in the chat if we see another game 5 here at Miner number 1. It's time to find out, though, can Minnesota win their 3rd straight control? We go over to Shift and Study.
I love the point from Ali talking about Minnesota's just extraordinary efforts on offense. That's definitely been where we've seen typically the series start to turn for this Minnesota Røkkr squad. On the other side, though, Jade, there's a bit of like almost borderline confusion because this Atlanta team has not been able to find much success. I think in particular, like in the slaying department, like not doing well with average lives on offense, and they're really not doing all that well when it comes to the overall metric on defense either. So it feels like they're just not able to keep up with the opponents that they find, especially here in Vault.
Yeah, and I think that might be a first time ever, Alan, when we're talking about Atlanta FaZe struggling in slaying, because right now they're sitting at 11th overall in the league. They don't find success when you talk about the tick segments or anything like that on the attack, and that's due to the way that they played the map previously. We haven't seen them on it for a little bit, but the last time I watched it was when they lost the Falcons, and it was just nonstop. All right, we're pushing forward, no one wrapping back, no one trying to do the dirty work, and you're gonna get picked apart every single time you try to play Vault like that. Going up against a squad in Minnesota who Ali said was number 1 on their attacks. They're great in the segments, they keep up in the slang, so it's gonna be defenses versus offenses, because Atlanta, at least versus Miami, they showed improvements on their defensive end.
Which is impressive because Miami has been great at this map mode combination. So let's see, will that hold for another day here for Atlanta? Already off the rip, 3 eliminations just to the 1 for Minnesota, and now with that follow-up, Atlanta could really put the pressure on the map early. We're already just down to 60 seconds to fight.
Oh, Banero with a big opening kill onto Abizi. Now you can show a little presence over towards that pool area. Gotta work this overextension, but you also need to find a couple of kills. That's already 3 in the feed for Atlanta. Last player alive is Estriel. And he now just has to play his life, hoping that his team is gonna find a couple kills out of spawn.
Yeah, Gio's able to clear out 1, but look at the rewrap here from Atlanta around the back. Yeah, Estriel's just got nowhere to go. He's gonna have to make a decision here soon because he is being surrounded, and he will drop. So 3 in a row now for Drazah. 5-1 start for the AR. Cell, S&G in hand. A little bit of a battle with Nero, but Atlanta are cleaning the floor up. I mean, we're talking about 5 total eliminations so far for Minnesota with only 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, they're just manipulating the game the way they want to. You have Drazah who's pushed out towards gold, influencing those spawns from Minnesota over towards poolside, forcing them to overextend, and you have every single angle cut off. Even Celium with an SMG is going to be able to get it done. There you go. My fantasy team is clicking today, baby. Atlanta FaZe are running it up.
I mean, 6 total kills for Minnesota. This is more like it if you're a FaZe fan. Just, I think in particular, watching them not overtake the map. They're just holding on to key power positions. Let Minnesota run into you. Don't try to force it, and it turns into a dominant first defense.
Just way too easy right there for Atlanta, and it makes it a lot easier when your break-off is great, too. You find 3 initial kills, you're allowed to take B straight away from them completely the entire time, force their spawns over towards Waterside, and they just did not want to waste any time wrapping back to fight that player over towards gold because it's not very successful to find success over towards B. But if Atlanta FaZe can trap you like this, yeah, you're not going to have a good time. Now can they figure it out on the attack because this is where they tend to struggle.
Yeah. But that's a heck of a way to reset the momentum if you're Atlanta. Not deterred based on what we're seeing on the cams of Minnesota, still smiling, still talking it through. It's just one of those things that, again, it could sometimes be difficult to put a finger on what this Minnesota team really is doing right to find these wins. A lot of it, though, has been by ways of just outslaying their opponents on control in particular. But with a bit of a pause after the first offense essentially created nothing, now it's just down to can they put together a solid defense? And so far, the answer is yes. Sim's still on 4 and will be traded by Esriel. And as Drazah gets figured out over towards the B zone, everything resets. 26 plays 27.
What can Esriel get done? He knows that the pressure's going to already be on him. Tries to stall them with the nade. At least is able to find one. He gives the comms to seems they're slowly but surely working this overextension. You do have one player in Drazah working the double door, so if you are Minnesota Røkkr, camp your corners and try to find a couple kills because you need one set of kills to put them in that trap.
Yeah. BZ just finessing, able to hop on in, put a little bit of pressure on towards A shots with Minnesota defense, starting to make some sort of action occur here. Nero down low, little finesse, little wiggle, little wag. Eventually taken down by Sim. The first tick of progress likely to be locked off of this. Drazah will back up to make sure of it. Second now on the way with the trophy system to keep him safe. But Paul is able to find the first from this pinch, and he's able to take down a second. So Cell's now the last one left, empty from getting that second tick.
And so you just want to play your life, try to hold your mid hallway. Give some info to your team on the way when they're coming off spawn. But BZ opens up with the first. You have info already on 2 players. I don't know if you forgot about Esriel towards the point, but he didn't forget about you. He's able to make it count with a double. Drazah gets traded, and Atlanta FaZe with only 25 seconds left. Only have 1 segment. You got to move.
It's going to have to be a flood likely from the front. Simp tries to dive in, taken care of. There is no secondary challenge there, but Atlanta actually catch a couple of the Røkkr trying to push through that. Paul still holding on. He's on a double. Geo finalizes Celium, and with only 8 seconds remaining, unless Simp can do something incredible, this will likely be the end of this offensive attempt from FaZe. Trying to get the touch. Will be a chance. Simp holds it at 0.5, but no further action will occur. We'll stay through our first 2 rounds with only a single tick accrued by both of our 2 teams collectively.
Now, I guess you would take that if you are Atlanta because you were able to have that defensive shutout in round number 1, but just the way that they play their attacks is just way too fast sometimes, Alan. You cannot afford in control in general to lose 2 or 3 players at the same exact time because then it makes it very difficult for everyone coming off the respawn because as soon as you spawn up, you're going to know where that pressure is coming in depending on where you are. And at that point, if you don't check the right corner, you're just wasting a lot of time on your way on in. They did have one opportunity to stack that point and earn those seconds, but just not watching the proper angles. Nades come over the top, and then Minnesota did not give it up after that.
Yeah.
We're all tied up at 1. Atlanta back on the defense, but Minnesota, you need some segments. You're the number 1 team for a reason. Show me why.
Well, tough, difficult gunfight right there between BZ and Paul. That's the only kill, though, that FaZe were able to tally. Geo up and over, trying to track down BZ, not able to slip away with his life, so quickly, Minnesota on for their first tick of progress, or at least that's the attempt. Is there a chance for FaZe to challenge us? Do they want to? They're setting up. There's the pop of the door. Esriel finds the first, Nero a second, and now you've got a chance to stack here for more.
Just like right there in that decision for Atlanta, it looked like they wanted to influence the spawns, but then contested very late. Like you had the number situation, but instead of everyone challenging in towards the point, you take long routes and you get picked apart. Now Minnesota able to extend the game clock. 2 minutes and 10 to work with, up by 2 lives. Keeping the game mixed is exactly how Minnesota want to play this.
Nero's able to find Drazah through pool. That will now allow Røkkr to keep their focus purely on the front. Difficult gunfight for Geo that Abizi wins. That now allows Atlanta to take control of B Street and beyond that. They have got Simp deep. You got a BZ re-wrapping back over through Vault, and the only route that Minnesota have available right now is to push through Palms, which is not what you want.
Oh, and a BZ catching that double is instantly going to shut down that play. Now, if you're Simp, you can just kick your feet up over towards goal, because all you're really doing is blocking those spawns to make it easier for your team. And a BZ said, screw that search and destroy. I'm more of a respawn guy, sitting at 15-9. Right alongside Drazah, 16-9 with the AR. They are bringing it on the slaying aspect on the defensive side. You just got to continue to do so.
Although, Gio, this is a great position for him to try to hold. He is deep through our teammates trying to stretch across the street side by statue, but Gio just cannot find the real estate to stay alive. Clock will pause. Minute 16 of the clock. Wait, Paul's able to find the kill on the cell. And with that, a follow-up onto a BZ. So a chance here for Nero to hold on to the zone. Estrel trying to zone. A chance for the first take at B to get locked, and it will. Follow-up for Minnesota. Still looking decent. Estrel back and forth. Oh! Right. What set of shots those are for Estrel? Off 3. Second tick lock. 3 members on. Nades are starting to land. Contest is in, though. Oh, my goodness. Atlanta have fought back and wiped the floor. We have a 9v9.
And now you got to slow the game down if you are Atlanta, but also don't give up the map control, because already Estrel is in towards Vault. With the minute left, a lot of time to work with for Minnesota to develop on these long routes. But you want to try to stabilize over towards the street. Big kill from Celium to at least find that first. A BZ watching the pinch. He actually whips out an Amos to hold down this angle. Love the heads up play.
Still plenty of time on the clock for both teams to work with. Here comes the development of Minnesota through B Street. Cell just giving them a workout. Lots of tags are in. Now trying to move forward. You know you cannot lose track of the zone. There was not depletion of the progress. The BZ off the pitch, though, saves the day. One more to grab. It's a 1v1 with Nero. Both players sliding back and forth. Oh! Able to support at range. Now they can get on to pause the clock again, but a team nade comes through. Cell, he's been a hero in these moments before. Can he do it again? Nade is out. Contest is in. 3v3. Paul finds the opener. Simp with the response. He's able to take that into a second. A 1v1 with Nero. 30 seconds on the clock, but it's all about who wins the gunfight. And Simp cleans up the final 3.
Woo! What an ending to that round. Minnesota made them work for it. And that only happens because Atlanta FaZe started to turtle in their base a little bit. Allen, every single time you're coming off spawn, you got to check your nade. You got to check your stun because Minnesota are already in your face. But just trade after trade, nade after nade. Trophy system's not down at the right time, but the 1v1 Simp v Nero, the heroes for these teams recently. Simp with the regen. Stun is able to connect. You have the advantage and you commit on it. Able to clutch up on the round for Atlanta. That got scary.
What is it with Simp on that side of the map? The 1v4 from a couple days ago. And now that's essentially a 1v3 control clutch. And Minnesota will still hold an edge, all things told, at least based on how the ticks have been captured. But look at the breakoff for FaZe. Right over towards the B zone. It's got Minnesota in a bit of disarray. Simp trying to just continue the momentum on the zone, but Paul eventually gets the trade of Minnesota's defense. Now could set themselves up.
You already wasted 20 seconds trying this push over towards B, but at least you still keeping it up in the kill column. So going blow for blow, but Celium now still holding down this B Street while the rest of the team is applying pressure through the mid. He's finding kill after kill, but that clock continues to wind down.
It's kind of puzzling. Like, Atlanta are still trying to throw numbers in some regard at this B point. We need 4 ticks of progress, otherwise we're gonna be on the round 5 offense again. 3 in the feed for Røkkr. Abiz is the only one still alive. We still don't have a tick of progress yet, and there's not a lot of ground to work with here, J&A.
Yeah, because now they have to work out of their spawn and check every single corner because Minnesota players are already pushed up into your base. Thankfully, they're able to find that trade onto Gio. You gotta look here where the hell everybody else is. Abizi has just been playing his life the entire time, dominating over towards top cap positioning, but now this is an opportunity for Atlanta with those 3 kills to stack this point. Don't give them away back in. Stack it.
Abizi, he knows that Gio is playing somewhere on the outside. Just comes down to where has he gone off to. Second tick of progress looking like a guarantee here, but here comes Minnesota for the Røkkr attempt. It's going to be a pinch on both sides, plus the drop down from balcony at the same time. Abizi still holding, but the kills for Minnesota are too strong. The clock will continue to tick. Abizi's the only one left standing. He's got to make a play, but he's going to get caught by surprise. Minnesota, everything in front of them. FaZe trapped in their spawn. Minnesota, if they can continue to keep this play alive, are going to have the round 5 defense that's looking likely for it.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds left. Simp and Drazah do combine for 2, though, so game clock again at a pause at A. But Nera and Paul not trying to give that one up for free, but Atlanta FaZe find those kills, able to extend the game clock. Now you just need 1 segment to at least tie it up in that category, but Minnesota might not give you an opportunity.
And keep in mind how that first round went with Atlanta dominating Minnesota. If they get this final tick or this 1 tick they need at B, they would likely have the life lead on the tiebreaker scenario for who gets the round 5 defense. But that is not at all an immediate concern at the moment. 12 plays 8, 45 seconds on the clock. Atlanta do have vault control and this back palm tree. Paul's doing the work, trying to tap the toes, taking care of trophies, Cell sliding, but cannot stay alive. First tick still empty.
Basically, the last push coming in from Atlanta. You got to worry about Nero already in your base. He's able to find 1. No more respawns now for FaZe. Has to be picture perfect from this moment on. Throw your stuns, throw your nades, try to find an initial kill. The slide on the point, but Geo, Estriel, the rest of Minnesota holding their irons and are able to stabilize on the defense and guarantee now themselves defense going into round 5.
Well, to keep in mind, the start of that 4th round, Atlanta, I mean, you called it. They probably took about 1:20 just trying to play over towards B to get that first tick. It wasn't with Mitch, like, full focus. It was like a couple of players here, a couple of players there. Takes them a long time to eventually get back over to A. And the Røkkr defense, that's when they come alive over the top of the B zone. So what Atlanta has struggled on in the control often just can be categorized as offense. It's been bottom 3 essentially in the league across all categories. They have to find a way to win a round 5 offense here if they want to try to go up 2-1. Otherwise, Røkkr will be in their best series control position so far this year.
Yeah, we're going to need more teamwork out of Atlanta FaZe. None of this solo pushing up the B street, solo cap in, you getting picked off, losing full map control like that. Let's stack together in towards these points and trade out these gunfights effectively. And already into this round, they find 3 dead. So the first segment should be guaranteed as well as the second.
Geo just making sure no one pushes through that mid double doors position. And now gets up towards the top side of the balcony. Taken out immediately by Simp and a team nade. Keeps Atlanta largely away from stacking the BZ. Oh! The front door, huge double. And that will likely keep Røkkr from putting a challenge together, though Estriel still tries it. He finds 1. Hold on a second. They could still possibly contest, but a BZ on 4 in a row will get the extra 60. He's already over towards the B zone. Good tempo here from Atlanta.
Yeah, I love the transition. Everybody showing presence over towards B street. Somebody throw a trophy to try to keep a BZ alive, but we're trying to take away Art. Simp, unfortunately, only able to find 1 there, but a BZ still finessing. Still showing a little bit of presence though over towards B Street, even with Minnesota stabilizing, but at least you do have a nice little lead in the kill column if you FaZe.
Cell was in trouble, stays alive for a little while longer. Simp trying to hit a pincher on the backside through statue, not going to work out. On the zone is a BZ, down to 6 points of health. He gets taken out quickly. Estriel holding on to the vault door. That's good for a double, and then Cell, Simp, all drop. Here come Minnesota pushing back forward.
That's where Atlanta FaZe, again, another situation where it's cool for everybody to be watching the cut of one player to just pause the game clock. But if we have multiple players on it, we force Minnesota Røkkr to play a lot quicker on that retake. They are taking their time, realizing how slow it's going up. Somebody throw a stun, somebody throw a nade. Eventually, we're going to get that guy off. And you get everybody else that's watching the cut, and it's just easy for Minnesota off the retake scenario. Now you already have players like Nero pushed up towards water, forcing Atlanta FaZe to consistently sprint forward.
Yeah, but Nero is way out of this play, though, so the players from Minnesota from the front need to try to get some sort of a lock-in. Trades are out. Atlanta, they're going to get a little bit of a wrap here. Hold on a second. Nero's got to be a part of this play immediately. Finds the first. Long-range shots towards Simp are also good. Still, though, Atlanta trying to stay alive from the front, but unable to get much ground to work with. And that will be a moment of reset as Nero just tries to scramble and stay alive in the Atlanta spawn.
Oh, and he just continues to be a nuisance, Allen. He's moving from pool over towards gold, back over to pool, and now he finds himself on 5 in a row. Atlanta only have 8 lives remaining. 2 more good pushes at this, and you still have to locate where Nero is. Thankfully, BZ takes care of him. But with only 45 seconds left, we have to try to develop this push. You have players going on the overextension. This might be it.
And I love this from Røkkr. As soon as Nero drops Estriel, he puts himself into a sneaky spot, and it's just no possible way that FaZe can get set up or structured. Now you're down to your last couple of lives. Estriel a bit greedy, punished, but still, you know where the hit is occurring, and now Nero's back around the flank once again. Paul through the van windows has got a look at a couple of FaZe members, and he's dealing with it nicely. Minnesota continue to be solid in the map. Threes take the edge in the series after one of the craziest rounds of control we've seen in the third.
They're just too icy, Alan. I'm telling you, they're just way too icy. And Atlanta FaZe are gifting them it right on the silver platter. Like the fact that we found the initial 2 kills. We got one person still on the point. I understand we have everybody with an AR, probably Simp roaming around that middle map watching that cut, but if we stack these points a little bit better with the kills that we're getting, we're forcing the opposing team to play a lot quicker and not have to just slow down the decision making. Okay, it's going slow. I'll throw 1 stun, 1 nade. If that guy dies, we're good. Like Atlanta FaZe need to be more productive as a team on the attacking side, because it seems like once they give up the map control, it's like 1 or 2 players trying to fight for it back. Like they allow that other side of the map to completely not go into their favor or not even use it, and it keeps back to biting them. You got to start working as a team, or at least setting up plays as a unit to set up these pitches, because when you're consistently sprinting forward, you're getting trapped every time.
And legitimately, this is I think what you can look at to really kind of use a visual reinforcement to what you're saying, Jay. Look at the non-traded kill percentage for Minnesota. 20s across the board. And you got to keep in mind, because the first round was such a wash, that there really weren't any opportunities for non-traded kills to come through for Minnesota. So call it what it is. A lot of those numbers come in the back 4 rounds. And that is a crazy reference point when you talk about players that are 26, 27, 28 kills total, and 22, 23 of them are non-traded. It just goes to show that Minnesota continue to find this finesse game that Atlanta cannot keep up with, especially on the control.
They're just making the game so much easier for them, Alan. We're talking about, you said it initially, like Nero eventually has to get into the play. He knew what he was doing. He was blocking back pool, so no one could work that overextension. So his ARs who were sitting in the top part around that front side of the van, they can be cool in it. They don't got to worry about their pitches. And then eventually he flanks it. He pushes out towards goal, catches that 2-piece. Then eventually sets up Atlanta FaZe and now spawn over towards pool. So they're in hell every single time they're coming off the result, because it's like, you know someone is in your base. You just cannot locate him. And then when you allow these SMGs to get lost, when you also even allow the ARs to get pushed into your base and get lost, it's just not going to be easy. And going forward, every single control that you play, Atlanta FaZe needs to get better in that aspect of just realizing, okay, we need to stop. We cannot continue to go forward. We got to take care of this guy out of our spawn and then work in sync to get out of it. So eventually we have team pushes going forward.
And it's just one of those things that, again, just based on how this map started in round 1, it looked like Atlanta had that pretty much locked in tap. I mean, everything was perfect. They weren't over-challenging. They were putting them in a bit of a spawn trap situation. You're forcing choke points. The offensive side never really kind of came to life, though, for Atlanta, and a lot of that, I think, was just really kind of showcased off of that round 4, where it's just time and time again, spawn after spawn, we're just trying to kind of create something at B. We're down 4 ticks. Let's just, you know, let's do the more normal thing, play over the top of A. But we have to transition. We could talk about that all day long. We need to start discussing how Røkkr about to play, though, here, Jay, because for both of these 2 squads, it hasn't really been a great map for either of them. It's usually been picked against them. They've, of course, allowed it to be in the pool, but the results have not been good for either team. What are you looking at here in terms of what this map 4 is going to provide?
Minnesota had some close games on Røkkr. They lost a 250 to 240 versus LAT, where Envoy was able to be blessed with one of those stage spawns, and they were able to close it out at that hill when they thought they had him trapped in towards the back. And then their other loss was versus Boston, who I think is one of the best Røkkr teams overall. Doesn't matter what map and mode it is, they're going to be one of the best teams at that map. So they have played them tight. But I think based off what we saw in map number 1 and what Atlanta FaZe are good at, even though they really didn't show it versus Miami, is those rotations. They suck so far at their setups. They're easily getting broken. But if you're Minnesota Røkkr, you need to be the team to initiate those fundamentals. You need to be the team early on those proper setups so you can soak up this time, because Atlanta FaZe, they basically got a 100-point club last time they spawned in here.
Well, let's take a look here once more time here, just talking more about this Atlanta FaZe roster, because it does feel like this team has kind of turned a new leaf when it comes to how things have gone prior to the minor tournament versus what we're seeing so far throughout the day and really the weekend, I guess is a better way to put it. And in particular, a lot of that has come through in their hard points. Yeah, there was the embarrassing loss that they had faced against Carolina, but everything since then has been very, very comfortable, maybe with the only exception being when they played here against the Miami Heretics a couple of days ago. So what has been learned? How do we kind of get this Atlanta FaZe team ready to go? Because I'm glad that you brought up for Minnesota, yeah, they're 0-2, but that series they played versus Thieves on this map was one of the more dramatic comeback efforts that we have had to this point in the season. So you know for a fact that this Minnesota team, if they just don't start down 0 to 60, they could very easily dominate this map as well.
Yeah, right now they're definitely not going to start down because that's 2 back-to-back grueler maps that they were able to build the momentum off of going into this red card hardpoint. So Minnesota Røkkr trying to move on to the final here at the Minor Chip Sunday. First one ever. They're going to not start off on at least the preferred side for this people because it's all about this head control.
Atlanta will own that for now. Estriel, tough battle over the top with Simp, which he loses. Pinstripe goes the kill. Feed final word, though, owned by Celium, and that will allow Atlanta to get right back into position, and more so. That's not even just in position. They're starting to get aggressive on this with opening time going their way.
Yeah, you want to try to flip on out. You want to force Minnesota to spawn behind of that new hard point. It's going to be popping over towards soccer. That's why you see it, BZ. Everybody basically running an AR initially to start this game because you need this hedge control. And so far, they're finding all the kills to dominate this side of the map, but they still have not yet been able to secure the spawn. They got 30 seconds off a P1. You'll take that.
Yeah, 100% you will. And we still got a couple of players stringing together eliminations. This feels like your normal Minnesota start. A little bit slow, a little bit rocky. Nice little bounce back here, though, cleaning up the old time and having a chance with Paul spawning relatively close to put some contest in early. Drazah already in trouble. Here comes the push shot. Wow, what a gunfight win from Drazah, plus the read on the backside, but the pinch is in. Abizi dropping from the top ropes. He's able to turn that into a double, and it's a 2v4 with Celium getting involved for Atlanta to secure their break.
Yeah, and this is picture perfect because now you have Minnesota trapped into the backside of this hard point. This is not the ideal situation you want to be in, but they somehow, some way are able to find 3 kills. Now with BZ, he was thinking I should be able to get a couple freebies, not really soak the hell time, but now you got to do both. Find a couple kills and try to work your way into the objective. Not able to take down Nara, but at least keep Minnesota off of that time for a little bit.
It kind of feels like 6 of 1, half a dozen for that overall hard point. Like Atlanta, they get that nice little surround. You have Abizi jumping on it. They get the clean kills, but really, they don't get a ton of time off of that. So, yeah, Minnesota are still sitting on just 16 points, but that could have been a lot worse as both teams will now fight for rotation. Atlanta, the first one in the hill, but Minnesota working on some spawn control, and they're finding the timings to open up some of the space to rescue.
And trying to show presence over towards the staircase side. Geo effective on the chain. Geo effective on 3 in a row. Now the back spawn secured for Minnesota Røkkr, and if you're Atlanta FaZe, you will take that because you bombard your way on in, use your stun grenades, and find a couple kills to open up this play. That's going to make it a lot easier to trap them in towards the back for the rotation to nil.
Yeah, the SFGs for Minnesota just not able to stay alive in these tight corners, just trying to play this contact through staircase, not working out all that well. 10 and 3 from Abizi. He is flying and frying right now. Until that moment. Trade is out. Cell's able to find 3 off the regen. He's looking for more. Not going to be allowed to get it as Drazah will finish off Paul X, and this will be a 70-point game early for Atlanta, rotating over to New.
And now this game can start to get out of hand a little bit because P4 on this map for some reason tends to be a money hill. Especially when you got Minnesota trapped in toward the backside of Eskies. This is not fun that they're currently having. Now Atlanta FaZe again win another rotation over towards New. Celium is going to be the farthest player pushed up and fall. So Minnesota just need to find another couple of kills to even cross over towards the stage.
Yeah, really good moment there from Cell, not only because he finds a lot of kills, but he actually spawns right back up into place. But Minnesota, even with that in mind, they don't drop a single member on their break. I mean, Atlanta was in a perfect spot. Cell spawned up, looked like he was able to watch across, but Minnesota barely even got shot back against, and now all of a sudden they've got a critical break early in this hard point.
And that's been a struggle. At least the one time we watched Atlanta FaZe play on this map is their setups easily broken into. Minnesota showed why right there. As this was supposed to be an 100-point difference, now it's only going to be a 50-point difference. As Minnesota walk away with that final 30, you force Atlanta FaZe early off the rotation. Estriel on 4 in a row. Just trying to keep themselves into this game, but P5 tends to be super scrappy. You need 2 wave of kills before you can even hop in the objective.
And Geo got to read that there was still a play over towards Eski's side. Estriel at ticket. Nice shots onto Drazah through the wall. Knowing that this is Cell last alive. Good prediction from Estriel. Shots are out. Nero there for the help. And the break already in once again. Nero on 6, overwhelmed as Atlanta will just charge up the escalators and now try to make their play over towards Geo, who's doing a nice job. Again, just holding on to this ticket position. It's keeping Atlanta back pretty decently, and the follow-up is absolutely perfect for Røkkr. Still 30 seconds to fight.
And they have all their bases covered, and they have aggressive angles at that, so Atlanta FaZe are just not having a good time. Estriel now on 7 in a row. Feel like all of Minnesota just flipped the switch. So now they have got themselves right back into this game. Should only be about a 10 to 15 second difference if they suck with this final remaining time, but Atlanta FaZe, when I thought that they were going to start pulling away, just simply getting outclassed by the setups of Røkkr.
I mean, it's another one of those rotations that you can just throw the spark note on it. Atlanta won every single rotation. Yeah. But Minnesota continues to find these miracle breaks. That's how it feels. 1v1 goes your direction, all of a sudden everyone floods, you find every single kill, and you only have a 20-30 point game-ish. Atlanta, though, back over the top of P1. Just like we started, back and forth. Kills for either direction. This time, though, Nero off the regen. Trying to follow up, but Celium, a little bit of timing off the pitch, turns the tides, and Atlanta will clean things up with a chance to still fight over the top of P1.
They're still trying to fight for these spawns. They want to maintain this backside. It's currently in favor of Atlanta right now, but you see the route being developed out of Estriel. He's going to allow his teammate NGO to spawn over towards Hedges, but Simp is able to pick on up. It's looking like Atlanta have everything figured out. They understood the situation, at least the 3 dead, them soaking up all this P1 time again. This is their money hill, and it tends to not be like that on a map like Røkkr.
No, for real, that's so true. So again, Atlanta continues to find ways to build up this lead. Nero playing through street side. A Beezy tough battle with Paul. Takes the win, and now Beezy off the region has Nero in his sights. Not enough ammunition to finish the kill, but Nero's got nowhere to go. And with that, Atlanta will swarm. Split spawn situation here, though, for Minnesota. Do they find a way to try to set this up as a panic? It does not look to be so. Drazah's already ready for this Minnesota back spawn.
And this is where I expect it to be a lot cleaner of a setup here for Atlanta FaZe. You have every player accounted for. You had them in the trap. And the entire kill feed is lighting up red. It's all of Minnesota Røkkr. They do not want to waste time just pushing you head on, headstrong towards this hard point. You want to try to work your way on out, so they're just allowing Atlanta FaZe to soak up all this hill time.
Minnesota need a money hill badly. You can't just let this last 20 go, though. That's the problem. The timing of this is not going to feel great for Røkkr, because Atlanta, with this steep lead, 100 points, can just play from the advantage. They can just give this up, play slow, long routes, and get paid for it. That's exactly what's occurring. Simp, top hedges, knows he's got Estriel somewhere in the vicinity, finds him, and it's 3 straight kills for FaZe. Moving over towards the parking lot, they will get over 200 points here.
And they already got to read that there's definitely going to be a split spawn here, because we still have players like Drazah pushed out towards old hardpoint. Trying to get a couple freebies through the front end, but Atlanta's still up by 100. They can play it any way that they want to. Already 4 dead in the feed. You have Drazah blocking the spawns, and again, Minnesota Røkkr trapped him towards the back.
Yeah, this is just a blender right now for Røkkr. Simp's got Nero, weak, easy follow-up to turn. Oh, maybe would have had the burn, but ran out of ammunition. It's enough damage, though, for Cell to get to work. And the lead stays at about 100 points. Minnesota finding some favor on the hill itself, though. Problem is, Drazah's over the top. Follow-up from Simp feels likely. And it will be. So again, it's just extra seconds here and there for Atlanta. The new hardpoint spawning to their backs, and they could try to put the game away here.
Yeah, this was the hardpoint, though, that Minnesota found that early break to keep themselves into the game last go around. So can they do it again? They just need a couple kills to go their way, and the entire kill feed is the opposite color than they were looking for. So now Atlanta FaZe fully set up here to try to close out the game.
Best that we've seen Atlanta, I think, this on the weekend in terms of how their hardpoint has been. Again, just not losing rotations. A couple of weird moments here and there, but for the most part, this has been as convincing as we've seen. Paul down low with a pistol. That will work. Easy just trying to get to work on the wall banks. Minnesota will confirm the break from the front, so this hardpoint continues to be a bit of an issue for FaZe, but still, the gap is over 90 points, and it just feels unlikely that Minnesota pulled this all the way back.
Yeah, nice, because they have to play for the hill time and find the kills. Atlanta can just slow the game down and isolate all these players. That turns to 3 dead. Last player is going to be Paul Lex. He's still managing to stay alive, but the wall bank's good enough. Well, at least take him out the time for now. Still, Minnesota trying to keep themselves into the game. Still a 70-point difference. They do find a couple kills off the rotation, and we saw last go around, Atlanta FaZe were easily broken into this P5 as well.
Problem is, you've got a couple of FaZe members that are just kind of playing on these islands that are going to be difficult to convincingly win out if you're Minnesota. So far, so good on the hill itself, though. But now Drazah, off this off angle, gets involved, helps out Simp for his double. Minnesota fighting back, though. Hold the numbers advantage over the top of the hill. Stays open for the time being. Drazah traded. Long-range shots for Simp are good as the ARs are fully out for Atlanta, and now they've got numbers start making the play for the hill.
And so many kills need to happen for someone to even think about that objective. It's been non-stop white time for about 30 seconds so far here at P5. You will absolutely take that if you are Atlanta.
Yep.
After Minnesota with that double, you need to work your way in. AR shooting left and right. Here comes the pinch from Sid. Almost plays with his food, but is able to find the kill. But Minnesota, again, keeping it scrappy.
Yep.
Only going to be down 50.
That's a nice wipe on the scrap time as well. So now you can take all of your focus over towards new, which they are finding the eliminations that they need. Hold on a second. We've seen heroics from Røkkr on this map before. Can they do it again? They're going to lose the hedges, but they're finding the kills at a prime time to see how Røkkr are coming and see if they can pull this back.
Top three last kid. He didn't tell you. You might get him a globe. You have globe. I'm gonna globe. I'm trying to get it. I'm watching our
the globe.
I'll get time. I got one. Our globe, please. Our globe.
I need a door. I'm laying down door.
One shot globe. Okay, I'm playing him. I'm playing him. Globe. They're double. They're double. They're double. Last guy. Or no, you can't draw their globe. They're deep double. Draw the outside ticket. I'm gonna die. Outside ticket. Draw.
Nice.
Mid door. Right now to be the end. There's that time. Mid door. Barely. Mid door. Nice. Mid door. And then they're double. They're double.
I don't see him, bro. You might have pushed that ticket.
I'm trying to get time. Outside ticket. I got
Ticket.
one shot left. One shot ticket. Top three mid double.
One shot eight.
Alright,
we're good.
One with their head.
I'll try to fidget.
Come right ahead. Middle cell. One shot. Outside the ticket. One middle.
I don't see that time.
There go.
I got a lower and on you. And one mid door weak.
One close me. Top.
Drazah time. Win flag. I paid in flag, bro. I'm trying to
He's
fit
weak. He jumped out of time. He's buying hot dog.
BZ 1. Both on me.
BZ 1. He was buying hot dog. That's your shit.
I'm trying to
They're
go
front. Hey, close down here.
Running out of time, Jay, but they're making a hell of an effort at it. Minnesota's going to stabilize here. Nero up top tries to clear out the front. 242, 208. Atlanta trying to break on through, and it's Drazah for 3. That will likely do it. One more effort around the back. The finesse is decent, but regardless of the status on this hill, Atlanta is spawning close to the next, so Minnesota need to wipe the floor. They need to do so right now.
Yeah, they need to go quick because, like you said, Atlanta fans are going to have the spawns over towards next. They are finding kills off the rotation. They only need 3 seconds. It's going to be on Nero, and he falls, and that is going to be another game 5. And Atlanta FaZe are able to push it. And I expect it to end no other than this way, Alan. We're going to a game 5 every time. Minnesota Røkkr in the series, game 5.
Guarantee. Send it. Wow. The comeback effort, though, again, that feels very similar to how they played Thieves from back before the holiday break, where it's just like nothing is going right. You're losing every single rotation, but you're finding these cheeky breaks. It turns into one like 40-second hill for you. Gives you some extra lease on life, but the problem was, and you're going to see it, you could build a Walmart between a lot of this game flow chart that we're likely going to see early, because Atlanta FaZe were up 100+ points for the majority of that game.
And it tends to be like that when you talk about Minnesota Røkkr and their hardpoint game. They go by 100, they have an insane comeback to give it a grueler ending to that game, but it's just you can't have starts like that, Alan. Again, another hardpoint where they're just simply getting outclassed in the rotation aspect. We put ourselves in a power position in some of these situations. We're probably going to stand a better chance, especially when you got towards the end right there. You're finding kills around that middle map. You want to dominate over towards head, but then you allow Atlanta FaZe with the lead that they had to just play for those kills. That's why you take a look at the game flow, and it just started getting out of hand. Even when you thought Minnesota would get back into the game, because P5 for some reason was a money hill for them, which just tends to be very, very scrappy. But everything else, Atlanta FaZe just dominated, man. Just holding down the power position, a lot easier of those gunfights, and now they're able to force the game 5.
Jay, you can see it right here on Atlanta's side of the chart. From 105 to 110 the first time we were at P5, and then no points at all the second time that we were there. So Minnesota doing a nice job in terms of the efficiency metrics, but only on that hill. That's the only bit of a downside there. The only other side, and you already kind of hit on this, you want to talk about efficiency metrics. Perfect has been the name of the game so far for Minnesota in game 5. They have not dropped one yet. A couple of them have been in reverse sweep fashion. We'll see what they can provide for us on a very difficult map for them. Protocol Search, the map number 5 here in our first upper bracket semis in our minor 1 tournament. Atlanta FaZe trying to get to the grand finals. Minnesota trying to surprise the world to do the same. We'll find out who punches their ticket after we come back after the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
They're playing record. They are both water. One shot. There's two water. They went red. They went red, Clay. Did they? Yeah, they went red. Both red. Both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch his
water. I had your word. Back door.
They
didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
To make the play. It's been all about him all tournament long. It can come down to a 1v1. Oh, he's not. They're going to pounce out 0-4. Great damage in. It's going to be all on 0-4. They drop him. Lucky with both. Fickle is roaring and Heretics win. And he lets the crowd know. Silence. Big map 5s that Miami have gotten over Seattle Surge.
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subminers slid on through.
There's two. Give me this one. Dead. Nice. Last one there, son. I'll block. Oh my god.
Map 5 affair for our first semifinals in Minor 1, Atlanta FaZe, Minnesota Røkkr. And you say the words Minnesota Røkkr, and I think now we can just subtitle it Map 5. It just feels like we're always gonna get there. So far, Jay, it has been flawless for them though. 6 total series played. All 4 of their wins have happened in Map 5s. Talk to me.
These guys are icy, man. It's as simple as that. The fact that they tend to usually spawning into a series down 0-2, and then they got to try to complete a reverse sweep or at least go all the way to the distance. These guys are unbelievable when they get here. You can see it 4-0 on your screen. Ranks number 1, 1.15 team KD with 51% open and dual win percentage. I think that's the biggest focus of the stats that I'm going to be looking at, because in map number 2, out of the 10 rounds that we played, Minnesota found 8 of those first bloods. If you allow that to happen with the way that they play after they find that kill, which is non-stop teamwork, you're simply not going to play to your advantages every single time if you're Atlanta. So you cannot allow that category to get away from you, especially on a map like Protocol, where we know these gunfights can go down in the first 5-10 seconds.
And look, it's not just the fact that Minnesota had 8 of the first bloods. 5 of them were tallied against the BZ, who only had 2 eliminations in the 10 rounds that we played the first time through. But that feels like an eternity ago, especially considering how BZ's really turned up. He had a great map 3, obviously solid there in the map 4 as well. So just comes down to shaking that off and doing what we know he does best in this protocol search, because like you mentioned, we're expecting a lot of drop downs through elevator, a lot of battles early and often in towards this bottom bomb site. Just comes down to who wins out in those opening trades, as we'll see Atlanta on the opening offense.
Well, the initial play call to just take away bottom comms from
that works.
top B2 play. And Beezy just slides on in. He's able to catch a double. Already off to a better start in this map than he did in the map number 2. But in the 3v2, Atlanta have the numbers. Bomb goes down. Hold your setup.
Yeah. Really good execution and just good game plan decisioning right there from Atlanta. As soon as you get the contact, you get a Beezy on the pinch. Nearly goes for the ace. He actually does hit a shot midair versus Geo there, but instead, a chance for Geo to 1v3. He sees the shoulder of Celium. Does he catch him on the jump up top PCs? Unsure on where Simp is positioned, but you can definitely feel he's leaning over towards the elevator, and he almost gets the slide timing on it. Not to happen. The 3 kills for Beezy, too strong to the opener.
Yeah, and a great initial play call right there from Atlanta FaZe to realize, okay, there's no presence over towards P2 side. I'm going to drop down that big door. We should have a couple freebies if they try to be the aggressive in towards A, but Minnesota Røkkr, you cannot afford those kind of rounds because I think when we watched them yesterday versus Ultra, they were just playing to counter Ultra. You cannot do that versus a team like Atlanta FaZe because they will do the same thing to you on the opposing end. And they showed it early into there, just using their information, dropping into the sites, playing their numbers, take round 1.
Yeah, nice little cheeky again, contact play. Wait for the players at elevator to get the info, then a Beezy pops. What does Minnesota have in store for us for their first offense? 3-player drop down for FaZe in towards A, and it's Drazah up top by himself on the windows to take first blood. Bomb is still in hand for Estriel, but Minnesota have no map control now.
No, they have no map control. Now what you're sort of banking on if you are Minnesota is if Atlanta FaZe start to back up a little bit and play their numbers advantage and hopefully give up that A site. So that might be your only opportunity to clutch up on this round. You do have Geo who gains info onto Drazah, but throwing shoulders, Drazah's just going to play his life.
Yeah, that's kind of inconsequential, I think, for FaZe. Stuns, nades being cooked. This would need to land. Cell stuck in the corner, but the nade doesn't quite get through the doorway. Neither does that one. Wow, this FaZe defense was vulnerable here, but it doesn't make a difference. The shots are out, the nades don't land, and Paul's now by himself for 1v3.
Now Paul 1v3, bomb down in towards the site. Gonna work his way through barrels. Doesn't really have a lot of time to work with, and he's gonna get taken down by Drazah. That round starts with Drazah finding that first blood. It ends with Drazah finding that final kill, and that's exactly how you need to play it if you are Atlanta. Just back up, play your numbers, find that early first blood, play to your advantages, and then when Minnesota thought that they had an opportunity, when Atlanta started to back up off of their setup at that A site, I think it might have really came down to that frag. Like, if that frag is able to connect onto Celium, they'll both be one shot. You can't fully commit on the gunfight if you're Simp. And potentially an opportunity there for Røkkr, but doesn't connect, and Atlanta take the round.
Yeah, I don't even think it's just one nade. I think there's 2 frags that bounce off the wall. Don't quite get all the way to that position that Simp and Cell were at. So FaZe will be up 2-0. Different look here. Opening nade lands onto Simp, the bomb carrier. Cell will counteract with the opening first blood for Atlanta. So we get an early 3v3, but the bomb down, Atlanta are going to have to take a moment to just recollect themselves.
Yeah, it was both teams right there realizing, okay, someone's got a first blood on that end. Okay, you got a first blood on our top windows. We got to back up and play safe at B, or we can now, if you're Atlanta FaZe, start to rotate your way back onto the spawn.
Whoa.
And that's exactly what happens. Now in a 2v1. Narrow force to clutch on up. Don't put it past him, though, Alan.
Yeah, and this is a good read from Nero. Knowing that Atlanta has Drazah playing deep towards the backside of tower, he knows he can get behind this FaZe setup. The timing, though, is not great. Yeah, I mean, he would have maybe had an angle at Cell, but Drazah was tracking behind him, and Drazah will find 3. I love the idea from Minnesota there to try to double push out. It just comes down to the simple fact that Drazah's holding a heady on that same angle.
Yeah, and that's just a good read out of Atlanta. They realize, okay, we're going to be aggressive over towards gun, try to allow us to work over towards that B site. No presence over towards tower. Most likely somebody from Minnesota Røkkr is going to try to take that away from us and work a deep pinch, but they time it perfectly. The double stack, the teamwork on display. And Drazah having a takeover so far in this map number 5. Is now Atlanta sitting on 3 in a row. Drazah on 5 in a row. Here comes the RC to slow this game down even more.
I was just about to say the RCV earned this early. Gives some major advantages to FaZe, but Minnesota going to go with tempo instead. Nade stuns, block off Spiral. They're going to get the early plant. So it's going to have to be retake here from FaZe. And you got to keep in mind that Simp is not a part of this at the moment. So you got to try to find some sort of an opener here for FaZe.
Yeah, retakes for FaZe last time they played versus Carolina. Didn't really work out at all. Have they fixed their setups? And it's looking like they're just waiting for front side pressure before Drazah decides to make a play here. He's hoping he can at least pull the players from Minnesota Røkkr on the opposite side.
Yep. Yeah, Drazah can't be the first one to act, and he will not be. Paul still holding the angle, finds the kill. Simp, though, gets activated. He's off 2 in a row. Off the regen as well. Nearly chances at more, but Paul holds the position through the elevator shaft. And that'll be enough for Minnesota on their post plant to hold strong, dropping 2 in the process.
And that's why it tends to bother me a little bit when people start to play around RC cars for some of these rounds, because we realize we're playing protocol. We realize the RC car is not really going to be impactful in towards bottom comms. And when you use it to clear out over towards B side to make sure the aggression was going to be there, you give up all that site control. BZ's forced to back on down, and then the 4v4 recap in towards that kind of site is very difficult to do regardless of who you are. So Minnesota Røkkr able to put 1 on the board. Back to the defensive side they go, and then right now FaZe are just throwing a bunch of different looks at them. Now they're going all down towards B. I mean, A.
Yeah, with the trophy system, and they're going to try to just run right through Spiral here. Whoa, and Nero, he does catch one before dropping. Let's say, hello, good read, and whoa, nice shots from aBeZy. Bomb planted simultaneously, 2v3.
Another difficult retake now for Røkkr. Again, left on the AR players playing over towards Big Door. Paul Lex potentially might have found the timing as he's already in towards the building.
Yeah.
He's finessing.
Yeah, he's found the first. The shots to Drazah were decent, but could not quite finish. Gio stays sneaky, finds aBeZy. Now on to Drazah for the 1v2. Time running out, has to make a play. Sees Drazah on the cross. Still holding him with the shoulder. Drazah knows he's got the benefit of the clock, though, and this is going to run out on Gio. Yeah, not quite able to force the gunfight. Does find the kill, but it comes too late to allow for a defuse. Atlanta will get their 4th.
And that's Drazah again, another 1v1 moment. I would have liked to see if Gio would have went to the bomb site to force Drazah to overextend out of that zip, but every time he was throwing his shoulder, just gaining that info, time was getting away from you. And he's able to clutch up another round. Atlanta FaZe again, complete blind counter. We're talking about round number 1 on attacks. We attack through plat to get into the comp. Round number 2, we're going right through top mid. Round number 3, everybody through bottom zip. And Minnesota are looking like we sent everybody towards Big Door to try to contest it, but just were not prepared for the aggression coming in from FaZe.
Yep. And from aBeZy in particular. Another 2 from him in the round. He has turned it around since map number 2. Quick action here from Røkkr. Opening shots, though, go the way of Cell. You have to slide through for FaZe. Actually gets them onto the bomb site, and Cell's not done. He gets a second. Estral completely crossed up as aBeZy goes from left to right. Nero, he's stuck. He will get 1 and get away with the zip. No one's going to chase him, but the job's pretty much done, you would feel like, for FaZe. 3v1. Just do not get rid of this bomb that you have in your sight.
Oh, if they lose this, they need to disband this roster. Because it'll be an impossible task to try to lose this kind of round. Bomb down in towards A. You already gained info on where Nero was. You're gonna have to work in to kill all 3 of you. Yeah, this stands no chance, Alan. 5-1.
Slide out decent, but yeah, there's no way, no how. And that, just simply put, is a 4v4 bottom side at A. It's Cell getting 2 as both the SMGs slide past him. It's clean shots.
And Minnesota right there, they were thinking, Alan, that Atlanta FaZe are probably going to go with that slow approach again. You find yourself up 4-1, you can tend to slow down the pacing of the game a little bit because you don't want to try to make any mistakes. But they said, screw that. We're going to take that bomb site away from you because that's been the only round you've been able to find success in. So instantly shut it down. Another first blood on the back of Atlanta FaZe now puts them at game point.
It's been clean. It's been polished. This looks like the same thing Atlanta did in their first round. But aBeZy's got an AR this time. Nade stuns right into the face of Drazah in front of aBeZy, but all 4 members will stay alive. Bomb carrier of Simp playing down low has also been naded, so he has to hold for a moment, and this is a chance for Røkkr to get this defense moving.
Another different look from Atlanta FaZe on this attack. They're preparing for the aggression coming in out of Røkkr, but that stun and that nade should be able to connect onto Estral. They already have bottom comms control, so it's only a matter of time before Simp thinks about this plan.
Shots from the mid of Spiral, though. Paul's able to find aBeZy. Simp's tagged again. He can't go for the plan. And Minnesota have not taken more than they could shoot. Wait a second, that is not a great timing on the challenge. Nero off the pinch from Door at least saves it, kind of. And oh, there we go, finally. Gets the second, but initially that slide out from Estral was just a little bit too long. You thought maybe Atlanta was going to benefit from it, but Minnesota Good timing on the pitch from behind, suffocate the Atlanta offense and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, even with Sim finding that double, I still respect the timing on the chow out of Minnesota. They wanted to play to their advantages. They knew that they were already showing presence towards sides, so they said, screw it. We have 4, you have 3. Let's chow, let's chow, let's chow. And thankfully, it was able to work out with Nero catching that double, do double doors. Now they're able to stay alive into the search and destroy. But on the attacks is where they have tended to struggle a little bit. They've only found success with the aggression in towards A, but the Minnesota Røkkr, the adjustments need to come in quick.
Hero tagged up heavily. Yeah, that's where you're worried about. Actually, it's just wall bangs through the gun. Drazah confirms first blood. Follow-up from Simp around the back. Try to put this round out of reach. Not quite able to confirm the kill. Hold on a second. Ashriel is around the back, and what a win versus Celium. I was about to say, I don't think Cell saw him initially. So now we got a 2v2. aBeZy re-wrapping back in towards A. Drazah nearby. And aBeZy may know that Ashriel's on the corner. There's the stun out. The follow-up is perfect. It's just down to Paul. 1v2 situation. And he's stuck in a corner with an AR. First shots are good. Looks for the second, but cannot keep himself alive. Atlanta dominate map number 5 and punch a ticket to our first minor grand finals.
Just a mid-round adjustment, Alan. Way too strong on the side of Atlanta. Minnesota were not prepared for it. Multiple different looks on their attacking side, multiple different looks on the defensive side. They just were not prepared for all of Atlanta to take away top mid away from them. You were trying to be the aggressor on that side because you realized they just shut you down working your way in towards A. So let's try something different, but Atlanta were perfectly there to counter it. We're talking about that first map where Minnesota were able to find 8 out of 10 rounds first bloods. This time Atlanta FaZe turned it completely around. They walk away with 5, and Drazah was the early guy for Atlanta FaZe who was really setting the tone with multiple kills, closing out moments, and Atlanta FaZe, they close out the series in 5.
What a series it was, though. Hell of an effort for Minnesota throughout it. I think in particular, you look at the 2 hard points and you say both of them were winnable. It just came down to the simple fact that Protocol, they were not rotating as well as FaZe were. FaZe were able to adapt, get a couple of key holds by the end, Celium in particular, kind of the hero there between P3 and P4. And then the red card, it was a 100-point game 2 separate times in favor of FaZe. So it's just the clock runs out and the comeback effort for Minnesota. So can't quite keep the magic alive, Jay, but that's a hell of a first opener minor, especially for this Minnesota Røkkr team that I still feel like is hard to put a finger on. Where do they really fall in terms of like a power ranking?
Yeah, because right now it's pretty simple. Like their hardpoint game, they just need to think about those fundamentals. In Search and Destroy, they just need to stop getting countered because right there, that's 2 times now. We watched them on Protocol. Toronto did it yesterday. Today, Atlanta FaZe did it. They just were prepared for everything that there was going to be thrown at them, and they countered it perfectly every time.
Well, it was a tight one from pretty much start to finish all the way through as we head back to the desk to recap and set us up for our second semifinal.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And Nameless, I'm sorry, but Minnesota's run had to come to an end. We were clinching for a little bit there as it goes all the way to a game 5. But this time around, Atlanta FaZe, they get it done in just 8 rounds.
Yeah, and we get to that game 5, and, you know, we were talking about how good Minnesota's been in those game 5s, making adjustments. It's a bang-out, down-low computer sometimes. It just is what it is. And, you know, in this map, Atlanta FaZe, they just were better. I mean, they're finding the trades. We kick things off with a big aBeZy double. A couple rounds later, he gets another double. They just had no answer for it. And in all the clutches, you know, where it's 2v2s, 2v1s, like, they're just losing them down there. Just positioning, getting out-positioned, outgunned by computers.
Ali, you saw that 5-1 start from Drazah. He goes on to lead the lobby in damage for game 5. But who do you think deserves the MVP honor for the entirety of this series?
Ooh, the entirety of this series is a tough one. I want to lean towards giving it to aBeZy, but I really do want to tip what Drazah has done as well, because the ARs are the biggest focus for Atlanta FaZe right now. They have been the biggest struggle, but I think Abe in the past 2 days has just been unreal. I have to give it to him.
Seemed that the slaying was pretty even, Nameless, but Atlanta FaZe a slight advantage, and they definitely showed that throughout the hard points. 250 to 227, 250 to 214. How many teams will compete at this level with Atlanta FaZe when it comes to that game mode?
I mean, I think right now there's a lot of parity. I can think of like 5 off the top of my head. I mean, we obviously got 2 coming up that are definitely there that can beat Atlanta FaZe, and I think LA Thieves will get their heads on straight here soon as well. But I mean, even when I look at those hard points, like Minnesota just getting out-rotated, the fundamentals just weren't there, and they're still keeping it very close. I'm going to give a shout-out to Ashriel today. He played incredibly well. A lot of moments. The control was awesome between him and Nero. But yeah, I mean, I think that they lost the pick and bans in this one, Chris. The protocols. FaZe are the best protocol team in the game right now. You got to get rid of it against them.
Who is Estriel? Go back and watch Game 2 from this best of 5 and his performance in their first matchup. For now, though, we have to celebrate in Atlanta with Mr. Celium. He earns your Scuf play of the game. And honestly, I just asked for a montage. I was like, Celium is frying once again. The beam is back. Ali, he took care of business in the Hardpoints game 1 and 4.
He did take care of business in the games 1 and 4. And the thing is how important this map 1 really was, because there was an opportunity here for Minnesota to finally win a map 1 and go up early in the series. You think they take that, only a 20-point difference, and they take that map number 3. This series would have gone much different. Shout out to Celium, a big turnaround from him as well. I'm hoping to see him top the KD leaderboards again soon.
That is Celium from Atlanta. Flip FaZe with your Scuf play of the game. But joining us live from FaZe is Drazah. Drazah, welcome to the winner's circle. How we feeling? This has been a nice 3-match run so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling good. Obviously, a close game like that, or a close series like that, winning that was super nice. And they were 4-0 in Game 5s, and we just showed up and played better.
Drazah, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your opponents in this series. Where do you think Minnesota Røkkr kind of sit in the league? And on the flip side, where do you think you guys sit right now?
I think we're the best team in the game right now, to be honest. And I also think Minnesota is probably the 5th, maybe 4th, depending on how their S&D is. I feel like their S&D is what's keeping them in the series. And they're actually not bad at control either. So I feel like they've actually been showing up a lot.
I wanted to cut you off 7 times there. Sorry, Drazah. Who do they bump out of the top 5 or top 4? Who do you have right there in your list?
Honestly, I don't even know. I just think they're around.
I tried to put them on.
I think they can kind of beat anyone.
All right.
Yeah.
Drazah, I want to ask you guys, you know, at the end of last year, something clicked and you guys were able to take the EWC trophy. What needs to click for you guys to take Major 1? Because when I look at the league and look at all these teams, it looks like everybody's so close, the top 4 teams. So how do you get above and beyond all of them?
I think just keep grinding like we are. I feel like we had a bad start, obviously, and we kept grinding. I feel like people who got wins got complacent already, and just keep grinding, keep having fun, and just believe in ourselves. I feel like the confidence we're playing at, even when we played this series not as well, we're still fully confident to win it, and that's what we did.
Nice.
Do you have any thoughts on Skyline for Spencer?
Nope.
All right, good answers across the board. That is my man Drazah. You will see him a little bit later in our first minor final.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. All right, so we didn't see a whole lot of Skyline yet today. We might see it in this next matchup. Optic is going to be playing Carolina. We've had a great weekend so far, and it continues in just a few moments. Nameless, what's the story of the week for you, though?
I think Minnesota is still the story of the week. I mean, a couple huge upsets. I mean, look at their series. Game 5, Game 5, Game 5. It's an absolute beastly team.
Alley Cat, we got another Game 5 coming?
Ooh, we better. It's going to be a semifinal heading into the final. We have to have another.
We already had 1. Let's just do 2, 3. 3 today? Let's do 3. We'll be back with that second one after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ghosty doing his best to do it. Here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person. It's Drazah that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crypt do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second minute progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Oh, and Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crypt. Of course it's Crypt. Time and time again, he wins his one-on-one.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like let's.
Oh, we got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you. Sporting a 5-0 record, Carolina Royal Ravens are officially the #1 seed. They had the best map count coming into the tournament, and after their Game 5 victory over New York, they seem pretty confident as they match up against Optic Texas. Why do you like this team?
Their teamwork is just impeccable, and it's the fact that what should have been just an S&D team is doing extremely, extremely well in Respawn. They have the game figured out before everybody else.
Manwis, I want to ask you a little bit about Vivid. I say everyone else's name. I don't say Vivid's name enough. What does he do in game? Because I always see him finishing maybe a 1.1, a 1.02, or barely negative. He seems to always go even.
Yeah, gap filler, willing to do what it takes for the team, and he's completely bought into the system. I think he's one of the most underrated players in the history of Call of Duty. Always dropped for some reason when his teams underperform, and then he gets picked up by some like-minded individuals, and he finds success. You can think all the way back to the last Treyarch title in Cold War, where he got picked up by Empire, and they got a little bit better. So Vivid's just a guy you can plug and play in any team, and he will thrive. So I've been loving this roster so far, and like Ali said, like a team you thought would be really good at Search and Destroy, they've delivered there, but the respawns have been fundamentally sound, and it's led to so much success.
Carolina are technically the favorites in this one, but if you ask the fans, they're cheering for green today. Shotzzy is in the hunt for 100 match wins. He sits at 98. Optic trying to get him the opportunity with a best-of-5 here. Kenny, Dashy, Hook, and Shotzzy make up Optic Texas. Squad that's had their ups and downs. So far, they've been flying high.
And what's so interesting is I think this is going to be their biggest challenge yet. No other team mirrors them as well as Carolina Royal Ravens does right now. They're strong in all game modes. They don't really have anywhere they're falling short. The issue is right now, it's just that it feels like the teamwork isn't quite there just yet. They're not all on the same page, and as well as a couple of players needing to step up, but we saw that yesterday. So I'm hoping for a Game 5 series. This should be a 50-50 battle.
Did you see the Sunday Whites are out?
Yeah, they're vibing.
Yo, it is a vibe over at the Optic camp. All right, let's take a look at our maps and modes. Royal Ravens are devastating across the board. No matter where you want to match up against them, they have found success. Who has the edge, though, in this best-of-5? We will see a skyline, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these teams, like, they've had even split on the skyline. The vault control is a square up, and then when we get down to that Game 5 is where Optic is very comfortable on the protocol S&D. The red card, we have not seen Carolina play that yet in Game 4, so uncharted territory. Where we have seen Optic play it, they have lost. So interesting tail end of the series in Games 4 and 5.
Final question for you guys before we get to the pick'ems. Who had the harder road in the previous round? Was it Texas playing Boston or Carolina playing Cloud9 New York?
I'll let Allie pick this.
I think I'm going to go with Carolina. I think Cloud9
I
New
agree.
York is a pretty top team, and they had to play them not once, but twice.
I actually 100% agree with that. And the hard points were down to the wire. Think about it, like it was 10 points, 15 points, like it was a square up, and then the search and destroy as well. Had to bring out all the stops, so they're feeling good.
Carolina, they've been tested once. They will be tested again. It's time to find out where Allie will pick, because I will choose the opposite.
I've been going back and forth about this. The way these teams match up statistically is so close. But I think because of the map set, I have to lean Carolina Royal Ravens. I think they did a great job.
I will go Optic. Nameless, where are we going?
Yeah, I'm going Optic as well. I think Optic get this one done. I think they get it done in 5.
Do you regret your pick? Do you want
Nope,
to switch?
not at all. This is going to be my redemption. This is going to be my upset.
This is our second minor semi-final. Who will move on to the minor final? We send it over to Shift and Study to find out.
I think just based off this map series layout, it really could be a series that you could flip a coin for. Carolina, I still feel like are being slept on in a certain regard. They're flawless still to this point. Yeah, a couple of moments here and there where they look vulnerable, but they've provided answers when they need to the most. I think especially we saw that yesterday, Jay.
Oh, yeah, especially out of TJ. Like, you saw what he was doing. He was taking over map after map after map until we got into the game 5, and then Gwen was like, don't worry, I'll help you a little bit out, Tease. They just have, like, a great fundamental way to play Call of Duty, and the way they play Hardpoints is great. They don't really have to get the most kills. They're doing the dirty work, and it makes their game look easy. But Search and Destroy with leaders like Slasher, you expect them to be well polished in that mode. But I think the true surprise for me is how well they are at control. Now, I know the Deaths touched on it. When we get to that Vault control, that is truly going to be a matchup where either squad can take it because they're both phenomenal at that map and mode.
Well, Carolina got it done in the 2-3-5 yesterday. Nameless pointed to it. It was like a total of like 20 points between both the two hard points, though. That was played on Hacienda, but also played here on Skyline. On the other side for Optic, though, outside of the formidability that they showed throughout the qualifiers, save just the map 5 loss to Boston, how about Røkkr? He played lights out yesterday in combination with Dashy, and I know that the Green Wall will be thrilled to see that happen once again, pending, of course, that it does. But we jump out into Skyline. TJ already making a play up top. Nice little fly through of it, but Texas will get on for a little bit early time before Carolina eventually countered.
And Vivid found the double. That's the guy that I'm pretty sure Puckett says he's saying everybody's name but Vivid. This is one of those series where Vivid needs to show that he has that skill to compete with the best. Because sometimes you can have the best team, or you can have it all, but you need some raw talent when you're going up against this kind of team in Optic, Texas. And so far off to a great start. 3 kills in favor of Carolina. Spawns already flipped. They are in the heavy driver's seat, and Optic, Texas need a break here.
Well, Dashy will get 2. Vivid next one. See, wow, Dashy hasn't missed a bullet yet, and then from the top rope, trying to finish off all 4 shots. He will follow. Røkkr has flipped the spawns back, and after a really dicey moment midway through that first hard point, it will be Optic to stabilize, getting ready for P2.
Yep, and you still have Dashy being the human turret. Sorry, Octane, but this guy's not missing bullets. Already to an 8-3 start. All of Carolina spawning all the way across the map, and now Kenny is going to be in a perfect angle to at least get a couple of these players or have them weak. Trades are effective. Vivid finding a double. Now he just want to be a nuisance towards the back to potentially flip them out.
Oh, TJ, goodness, he has been all over the map, and he will find a double. That will open things up as Slasher will come up from behind Røkkr, find the kill, and turn that into a little bit of time here for Carolina. It's Congo line, though, over from the right side of the map to the left. Every kill a massive one here in front of P2. Gwen's able to get 1. Røkkr, Kenny, keep things contested as Slasher will jump the rope and get into the hard point for a little while longer before eventually he will be bested by Kenny and the rest of the Optic Texas Green Wall.
Just got to be so annoying right there if you're a Slasher to play in toward the hard point, because you're thinking, okay, you got a 2-piece. You're still spawning all the way across the map. They're still going to be in the back spawn ready to contest it. And that allows Optic Texas to keep that P2 a little bit mixy. Growing themselves a nice little 10-point lead, and now off the rotation. It is going to be Carolina in there early. But Optic Texas have positionings right now where they can set up this pinch. Big kill comes in out of TJ, but it does not matter. Optic push their way to the front, execute the break.
Yeah, I love that. It's just a little moment where you've got an SMG and an AR playing on one side and the others playing on the opposite. And Texas will use that as a chance to feel out where exactly Carolina responding and what their setup looked like, and they flawlessly break it early on to this kitchen hill. Still holding on to the back. Every elimination going the way of Optic. as Carolina will have to try to play this through piano side. Not what you want. Shotzzy trying to hold the door on that play, as Kenny will be the next one in line on 5 in a row, making 6 as TJ took a secondary challenge and gets shut down, but Carolina still have a chance to neutralize.
Yeah, that's a big double there from Slasher, because you heard Ali say it. These guys are basically mirror when you look at the stats on both of these squads and how they like to play. But right now, Slasher not off to a hot start, and you already see what Dashy was doing. Still only a 20-point difference. Do not have the spawns if you are Carolina. You are trying to break on in. But Optic, they are just way too spread. Hook is able to catch a double. Still not going to slow down. Give me all 3. Is he going to try to go for the 4th? Yes, he does. But Slasher, he should get traded, and Optic right back in the hardpoint.
The SMGs are just taking over the tempo right now for Optic. 11 and 5 for Hook. Shotzzy all over the map at 11 and 10 as the AR is just following up and finding the easy kills on these setups. Slasher trying to play off the back door. Top bedroom position good for 1. Dashy backside tub. Finds the opener. Kenny's got him covered pretty darn well, but Carolina will still flip the spawns and get into the hard point. Considering how much they've been outslayed, the fact that this is underneath a 30-point game is going to feel like a miracle here for the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, they just need this time now. The slaying guns can get a little bit more hot as you go deeper into this game number 1, but just keeping it scrappy until that moment happens is exactly what you're looking for, because they're going to walk away with that final 15. Only going to be a 5-point difference. And now you're just going to have Slasher playing slow on this end because he wants to try to get a couple kills here to flip them out.
Unreal that this is the scoreline we're dealing with. If you were just to look at the KDs across both sides, you would think this was a 100-point game. But we only sit at about 15 points. Optic on hot tub for now. Gwyn 4 in a row. Really starting to catch a little bit of heat here as he will get up towards the top side of piano, but Hook will beat him. So Optic will hold on to the left side of the map, but Carolina doing the work inside the hill.
Yeah, and with Gwyn getting that 1 kill onto Kenny, that allows Carolina to bombard their way through the front end. Soak up this P 1 time. Trades are going down around the map. Gwyn finds a double. You know, it's only a matter of time before Gwyn starts to turn up and respawn again, sitting at 17 and 14. Vivid on the hard point. Great team shots, not able to lead to the kill, but Carolina are going to be able to take the lead or at least tie the game up. But Optic, with all the kills in the feed, maintain the spawns, and they should be set up for the next hill.
Yeah, the ARs for Carolina are just getting cooked right now. Combined 17 and 34. Not good news. Vivid,
only down 10
found a bit of a route here through catwalk side. He just needs to find an opener. The rest of Carolina is here, but it is still, again, another 3 for 1. Slasher traded a full wipe. Optic holding strong.
And this is where Optic can start to pull away with the game, because now they're fully set up for P2. You have kitchen control. You know where the pressure is going to come on in, and Hook is just winning gunfight after gunfight. 21 and 8. Give me 22. Man, this guy's unbelievable.
TJ's giving him a lifeline, but it feels like, again, it's just another one of those moments where Optic are doing all of the right things. If that continues to be the case, this game could get out of hand quickly. Shotzzy now called upon, able to take down 2 as the mantle from TJ gets shut down. The 3rd player, and Gwyn, was also found around the back, and then Slasher trying to set something up is also absolutely obliterated. It is all Optic as we rotate over to 3 and head into an Optic Texas. Listen in.
You dead. Alright, P1, now we. I don't see. Only new dead. Nice. You know what pipe? Find you guys. I spawned it. I'm looking at it. I've outer, Brandon. One guy's. I've your outer. Oh, you. One guy's fireplace. Watch out. One shot. He's on top. He's not. Slasher was really deep side. Slasher was really deep side. Oh, here. Last two. I'm waiting for you. Good play. Last it. Last guy, tell me. They spawn out, they flip, or piano. Yo, flip behind you. They're bottom bed. They're bottom bed. One more long. Shit. Last guy, couches. The rest are gonna flip though. Couches? I'm playing for the rest. He's long. I can help. I have middle. You're good. I'm pretty sure they're taking routes though. Yeah. Could be feeling me. Slasher. Hold that in on you fireplace. You on you. Nice. Behind us, I think. I got time. Pretty sure you took a route. I got it. Play Watch out, you. I have right cross. Stop guy around, hit me. Somebody else. We got those, TJ. Last two. 2 on those. Outer slash. Gotta get that guy. Last guy in. Last guy in.
I mean, you can only use one word right now, Jay. Slammed.
Yeah.
Are you joking? 28 and 12. Hook is getting it done all over the map. It doesn't matter who's in front of him. He wants it.
Yeah, it does not matter who's challenging on the side of Optic Texas. They are winning those gunfights. Carolina are not having a good time. The ARs not winning any gunfights, but They're looking for just a little bit of momentum. That P2 to P3 trade, now we're up by 100 all of a sudden if you're Optic. And the hefty driver's seat. And Carolina need to start stringing a couple kills together. There goes a clean 4 dead, a potential 25 gonna go in favor of them, but we need to keep up in the slaying department.
Big time. Gwyn, long range shots, those were good. Oh, my. Jumped on by Shotzzy, did not expect that. And all of a sudden, Vivid's kind of left by himself inside the hill. Gwyn's just trying to do what he can from the front side of bedroom. Good damage onto a follow-up, but Vivid's the one who really has to step up here. And he will at least be able to confirm the scrap time. 70-point game, though, and again, it's just Optic from 2 to 3. Just blew this game wide open.
Now, if you are Carolina, you just need to make sure that you're the team with the P2 side. Like, going into this, at the end of this P1, we're going to try to keep them off of it, but also don't allow them to soak up any of this hill time. And with Optic finding 3, they're right back into the game. Like, they're right back into this game where they can close it out here at P1. You have all of Carolina try to attack, but when they're coming off the respawn, they're already in your face with the pacing that Optic Texas is setting. Yeah. They're playing flawless right now on Skyline.
This is just an absolute lineup. Dashy, if we had an accuracy stat, it would be like 90+%. He's not missing bullets, man. Snapping left, right, up, down, inside, out. Doesn't make a difference. Optic putting this game well out of reach, as they will be able to kind of play from the leader's advantage here. A couple of follow-up eliminations are here, and they can just win the game on hot tub. I mean, Carolina has to win the war on every front, and it's not happening at all. Optic, a statement. Map number 1, 250 to 137. Mercy.
Yeah, we don't even gotta talk about no breakdown, anything like that, Alan. It's just simply they were gunning the hell out of Carolina. You can even tell when we were in the listening, they started to giggle a little bit because Dashy was going for ego child after ego child, but Optic Texas, they came out ready to rock. They came out ready to shoot the damn gun, and they made Carolina pay for it. That's gonna be a tough pill to swallow because I don't think Carolina has ever been done like that in Hardpoint. But Optic Texas could do no wrong in map number 1.
Who could do no wrong? Legitimately. I mean, wow. The tempo is just fast and furious from the get-go. ARs for Carolina just could never get into position. I mean, it felt like every time we saw Slasher and Vivid getting gunned, they were usually on sprint, just trying to get to a setup. But the tempo for Optic, just too much to handle. 35 and 16, 26 of those non-traded, a minute in the hard point. Give Hook the COD equivalent of the hat trick there in map number 1. Dashy still takes top prize, though, for overall damage at nearly 3,800. Holy cow.
That's what the game looks like, though, Alan, when you're able to do what they did. That P2 to the P3 chain was phenomenal. We're getting a flawless 60 hold on one of the more difficult hills where we saw, at least on the first go-around, it was chaotic on both sides. But once Optic Texas were able to find all 4 kills and realize, okay, they're spawning across the map. We got this covered, we got this covered. It's going to make us a lot easier when we're setting up those crossfires as well to find that second wave of kills. And then Carolina was just getting picked apart. Like the Slasher and Vivid combination of the ARs just did not have a good time. So, gotta completely shake this one off. I know I heard Slasher yesterday on the flank said he can't wait for this matchup because he wants to see how he stacks up versus this kind of roster. But if he's gonna bring it like that, you're not gonna have a good time.
Well, yeah, that's true. Nothing but facts were stated there. Wow. Absolute montage highlight reel here for Optic Texas from start to finish. This moment from Hook, I mean, mercy. Holy cow. And that's just what it felt like time and time after we saw this kind of rotation to rotation, and it did. It felt like a miracle after the first set of hills that Carolina were only down 30 points. Some good collective moments, I think, over the top of the first P4, but that was about it. I mean, they maybe found 40 of their seconds on that hill in particular, so Optic, just too many advantages, too many wins, too much moments of just being outslayed. And Shotzzy just kind of doing the dirty work as Carolina stunned here off the opener. So need a bounce back, need to just kind of mentally reset if you're looking at this from Carolina's perspective.
Yeah, it started yesterday. They got it done to the 2-3-5, and it's going to have to be like that again today because the way that Optic at least showed the way that they were going to play Hardpoint, it's just absolute textbook. Shots are on point. Even when they're flipping the spawns, they're still picking it up. They are micromanaging the game so well, and you can see it on the game flow. Once we got to that second half, it was just a pull away. Like, that's basically 2 hills where combined, they've gotten 4 points between P2 and P3. You're not going to win like that. Simply not going to win.
And I think on top of that, you want to say the other side of the perspective, you get essentially 100 points if you're Optic in 100 total 20 seconds worth of opportunity between those 2 hills. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, so let's kind of reset the conversation, because now we get over to the Search and Destroy Hacienda. Obviously, it's been played a couple of times here and there. I think the biggest thing about this map, though, as you know, we talked about this a lot on Challengers this week, is that it does feel very dramatically different from when it was last in the game, because Black Ops 4 is 5v5. There are more opportunities, more routes for SMGs to take that just cannot be covered, which is, I think, one of the reasons why we still have that open window over the top of the B site. It just comes down to, do you find the timings and those moments to kind of slip out and try to make a mess of the defensive setup, I think, in particular, if you're an offensive SMG.
And I feel like teams, at least from what I've been watching when they play Hacienda Search and Destroy, they're not really worried about the times, because they're just full-on bombarding their way through top hallway to get over towards that B site. They are taking the map away. And we know for a team like Optic, where they have players like Dashy, who's a 1.5 in Search and Destroy, he has his moments where he just makes rounds out of absolutely nothing. 4v2, 2v2, because Dashy pops a 2-piece. That's the kind of player that he is. He's always been a phenomenal Search and Destroy. But with them only having one rep underneath their belt, thankfully it was all the way to around 11, because that's a lot of odds that you can go back and watch. Obviously, you have players who played Black Ops 4 back in the day when Hacienda was originally in the game, so they're going to understand what they need to do. Now it's just all about implementing, like you said, that secret hallway for the complete opposite side, because you see teams either play it slow towards plat and completely get it taken over, or they be aggressive through top mid hall when it's all about those early engagements and they completely shut down that site. So with Optic Texas, with the way that they play map number 1, you best believe they're probably going to be the aggressors. But on the opposite side for Carolina, TJ ain't no slouch. TJ's going to bring in his Search and Destroy, and he's got to have a moment here.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say, again, we saw this yesterday, the Hacienda Search from them, a 6-2 affair. This is the stats from yesterday between Gwyn and TJ. I mean, really, everyone looked good on the map, but TJ in particular goes 9-3. And then on, I think, the other side, I think the most impressive thing about this for Gwyn was the first blood tally, right? The opening duel win percentage really strong for him, as he was able to tally a handful throughout all of the Search and Destroys, but in particular, also finding success in the Hacienda beatdown that they were able to give to Cloud9. I think really kind of, again, helps you, if you're a Carolina fan, to rationalize a world where you can still bounce back after a beatdown map number 1 and try to get this thing back to a 1-1 count before we look at the vault.
Now, you're going to feel super confident going into Hacienda. Obviously, both teams sitting at 1-0. Only had one repetition on it. But the way that Carolina have been playing Search and Destroy recently has been outstanding. But the same thing could be said for Optic. 7-win streak, 3rd overall on their attacking side, 1st overall on the defense. And if they can stick strong to that 1st overall, where they can shut down that bomb plant at that A site, oh, this should be an easy map for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Both teams enjoying a 1-0 map count on this map mode combination since its introduction after the holiday break. But it'll be Carolina to approach the offense first. Slasher and TJ waiting to see if there's going to be any defensive nades toss. Gwyn right on over towards the fire hall. Good for the first. Hook Dashy shutting it down, and they will win the trades here for Optic.
And I love that play call right there from Optic Texas. Completely disregard top plat. We take this mid hallway. We stand a good chance of shutting down all of your A push. So they put themselves early into the man advantage, but TJ pushes on through, is able to take down Dashy. 2v2. Both squads on the complete opposite sides of your mini-map.
Yep. It still does feel, though, like Carolina is the one that is in the trickier of the two positions, and they're looking to see if they can catch Optic on some sort of a re-wrap back to A. See TJ's position bottom side over through bar, this office staircase, and he may have given this up at the exact wrong moment. Slasher also missing the timing. Optic will see it, but Hook takes a couple of shots, and now Carolina are alerted that they're being hunted.
Yeah, but they're not going to think about that objective. They're trying to send it for these kills, and that's the perfect game plan. TJ and Slasher combined for that kill onto Kenny. Now it's Hook left in a 1v2. Rotation going over towards B, and Hook, you better get a move on it, because it's more difficult to retake this when that bomb gets planted.
Well, he is chasing shadows right now. Slasher holding an off angle on this close corner. Hook, opening shots are good. Runs out of ammunition, but resets. Uh-oh, the problem is the water. Slasher, can you get the kill? Sometimes that water feels like it's made out of Kevlar, but Slasher's able to connect and tally the kill before the clock expires on the play.
Oh, I thought Slasher wasn't going to send it, but I gotta know, the world champion, he's not going to give that one up for free. He said, I had you absolutely one shot. You can't really get out of dodge. And closes it out with the Strider to secure round number 1, but just comes back to that trigger discipline out of Hook. If Hook is not able to put down a shot, he was able to at least spot one player working over towards plat. That could have easily went in favor of Optic Texas, but just a heads-up play call once they gain that info on the side of Carolina to not commit on that bomb plant, to isolate onto Kenny, and then slash on a one-on-one.
Carolina get the opener. Offense now for Optic. Wow, this is aggressive for both sides. All of it over towards the open hallway, and that is a blender for Optic. 3 kills, Kenny only able to find 1. Hook may be able to secure 1 here for free, pending the timing. He'll see 1 on the stretch back, but of course the curiosity question is this the entire team for Carolina? And Hook is going to actually read this correctly. The problem is he still have to go up to the 1v3.
Yeah, he's taking the super long route. Potentially, if he cuts that short, he could catch at least 1 player, but with 45 seconds, at least he does have the bomb in hand. Just does not check his corner, and Carolina 2 rounds in a row. Back off the first blood, and that was all out aggression. Like, you're not planting that bomb at B.
Yeah.
Like, it's as simple as that. You're not going to work this play over towards B. We watched you guys play it yesterday. You love to be aggressive through top hallway, and they were instantly there to contest it.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, you know, without trophies being there, the defense able to just toss nades over the top of rock. It allows you to sprint through that open hallway. AR's watching from window to window, get you the information of how many players are trying to challenge from the offense. And yeah, Carolina just a little bit of a gamble stack there. Bit of a blind counter, if you will, to get that 3-for-1 opener. 2-0 up early. Gwyn on 3 in a row. Looking for an early RCXD. The playthrough bottom's secret. Often the case for these SMGs. Just trying to see if they can catch a challenge through Fire Hall, but no one's home this time. Carolina are just going to hold this and see if they can catch Optic getting aggressive, which they may on the Shotzzy, but he will catch out Vivid for first blood.
It's beautiful plays right there from Optic Texas to set up Shotzzy in that positioning. Leads for that first blood, but now you give up all of open hall control. TJ's able to find 1. Shotzzy effective on the trade. So in the man advantage is Optic Texas, but Gwyn's sort of getting the read that someone has to be close.
Yeah, it's just, again, the timing of this. Shotzzy's now out of here. I mean, he's not, but in Gwyn's mind, he could be anywhere. So this just comes down to hoping you've got good COD timing. This is difficult for Carolina. Slasher just trying to get something to work with over through top fire. Not going to work. And now it's just down to Gwyn for what will feel like a pretty impossible 1v3.
Yeah, not going to be able to at least find 1 kill on the round. And that all starts with Optic Texas just taking the map away. They realized early on, we gained the info. There's no stuns, no nades, no presence through top mid hallway. So they just allowed Shotzzy to do Shotzzy things. Get lost behind enemy lines. He pushes right up through bottom mid for that first blood. And effective on a trade and then continuously being a nuisance. Like Gwyn was trying to locate, where did he go? So Shotzzy's not going to give you anything to play with.
Yep. Okay. Convincing round there for Optic. A lot of it, again, just by that forward pressure that you're already kind of mounting to, which is something that definitely can be a problem spot for a lot of teams. If those subs can get deep on you quick, it really plays with your mind. Trophy system down. Nade from the defense, not going to land. Slasher by himself here. Shotzzy at mid connector. Shotzzy for 2, plus a little extra after that. And now he's just left with the pistol. A little greedy on it, but regardless, the kills come through. And Shotzzy is letting them know.
Oh, man. Shotzzy's been letting them know for quite some time now. He's been chirping a little bit on the timeline, but why not when you're one of the best players, if not the best SMG in the game? As he continues to make plays like that happen. That would have been hilarious, though, Alan, if it came back to bite him. Like, you waste both of your ammos on both of your SMGs. You got a pistol left, and guy comes in and kill you because you want to play with your food. Huh. Thankfully, the movement's too strong, and Shotzzy was able to get out with his life and opt to take the round.
Clean stuff. Slasher isolated. There's no way the defense could respond. So we go to a quick 2-2. Shotzzy on 4, Hook on 3. And here we go. We bash to the doors once again over towards fire. Shotzzy holding in a corner here. Gwyn, often the player who tries to play through this top open hall. And Shotzzy is just waiting to see if he can catch a shadow or any information. And there's the shoulder. Just comes down to when does he want to try to chow this? The answer is now.
That's discipline at its finest right there, the Shotzzy. For that first blood. Now can he finesse a little bit longer? No, he is going to get traded instantly by Vivid. That's a lot of information gained. If you are Optic Texas across the map, though, the island player with the bomb in hand, TJ gets the better of Kenny.
Yeah, that's a weird moment right there, because I think Shotzzy thought Hook was watching his cross over towards the actual fireplace itself. Wasn't really the case. Now all of a sudden Carolina have the advantage. Dashy last one left, found over towards fences. Yeah, that felt like a weird moment because Shotzzy gets the freebie and then pushes forward, I think thinking that Hook is watching over his hallway, but that really wasn't the case there. So a small bit of miscommunication leads to Carolina bouncing back after the first blood goes against them.
It's just a lot of angles that Hook would have to watch to try to keep Shotzzy alive and towards top secret hallway. You got to look deep. You got to look at the staircase. You also got to watch your left side because no one was showing presence over towards open. So he just decided to play it over towards Plat. And unfortunately could not catch the time to keep his teammate alive. But that round simply comes down to TJ winning that one-on-one. Like if TJ doesn't win that one-on-one, bomb down, everybody else from Optic Texas just back on up and disengage and play the numbers advantage. But him clutching up in that gunfight allows him to take that one away.
Slasher playing a bit more aggressively down towards bottom bricks. Gwyn once again getting to work top fireplace. He's got help here. That's from Vivid, who does tally the kill onto Dashy. So the first 2 kills, good for Carolina. The adaptations have been solid, and with these opening first bloods going their way, Shotzzy getting around the back will have to force something, and now he finds himself in what would technically be a 1v3, 2 more to grab.
Bomb is going to be down though towards our defenses. If you are TJ and Gwyn, just run around and play a trade together. It seems that TJ's already gained the info. Shotzzy with the movement. Trying to keep them at bay, but eventually a play has to come in.
Yeah. Bomb will be collected. Gwyn missing the timing as Shotzzy is able to find this through fences and get a plant. This gives him a chance here. Gwyn and TJ are clearing top office. They think he's rewrapped to B. So now Shotzzy has the benefit of playing this post plant in whichever way he chooses. The problem is he hasn't seen Carolina in a while, so they could be coming from anywhere as well. And the play is going to be from the open side of this secret window. Shotzzy first contact. Good. Finding Gwyn. Slips away. TJ not able to get the trade. Shotzi's out. He's going to get the regen. And if he tries to re-pull this through connector, he may find timing onto TJ here. Here's the check. Shotzzy! Shots were decent, but TJ just a bit quicker to snap on. Finds the kill, and with that, the defuse as well.
TJ's just way too icy, man. No sweat off the brow. Gwyn, you want to turn it into a 1v1? This is what I do. He understand who he was playing against. That's why you saw it initially when they were running around top plat, clearing out all these spaces because they're going up against Shotzzy. He's not just going to stand on still. He's going to be maneuvering around the map, trying to finesse it. But TJ does not blink. He knows they always come back, and he's able to clutch up in the one-on-one to take that round and not allow Optic as a 2v4 clutch.
Yep. 4-2 the count now. Carolina growing a little bit of separation in our first look over towards B. It's a passive one, just trying to stay alive through checkers, counting pixels through this little peek as TJ. I believe he saw both players. It just comes down to, will they realize that Shotzzy and Hook are going to just play this from top spiral, because it's a lot of pressure here on the Slasher, who's very isolated.
Yeah, they took that map away from Carolina, but that's totally fine because now you already have this bomb site, but TJ is going to plant it in a position to where Hook is able to get the better of him. Shotzzy works the deep clinch, is able to take down Slasher. Now in a 2v4, Gwyn trying to make a play happen. He gets cut down. Vivid now left. He gets taken down and would look to be a complete blind counter when TJ gets the info on both of those players going to mid. I guess he just waits too long because you allowed Optic Texas to get that info, retreat their way back on back, and catch the timing to eliminate that bomb carrier.
It almost felt like a moment of like split decision, you know, knowing that Slasher was going to be at an island and was under threat. There was like a moment where it looked like Carolina may have considered backing up to see if they could just hold on to their double stairs. Or do we allow Slasher just to play his life and finesse through well and allow the plant to go down? And in that moment of indecision, Hook finds a peek through the open hall into the bomb carrier, and that changes everything. So now down to 1. Shotzzy, stun top window, is going to run through bottom bar here, and this is what he's been doing really round after round from the offensive side. Just comes down to what support does he have, as there has been no gunfire anywhere on the map yet.
No info either gain on the side of Optic Texas on what the setup is looking like for Carolina. So it's just going to play this one slow on both ends. Vivid is going to gain that info that someone's going to be approaching towards top mid bar, but here comes the double challenge.
Oh, he gets the first. That's okay. Office, though, now owned by Optic. Slasher's in trouble. Tries to back up towards his spawn and flowers. The rest of the Carolina defense playing a bit, I would say, just kind of individual. What corners can you hold? Can you catch timing? That's the idea at the moment. Shotzi's seen. You have to isolate here. Problem is, it's Shotzzy, and he could be gone in the blink of an eye, especially with the bomb is now planted. Gwyn through. Rock timing here was decent, but he can't lock down the shots. Hook wins his one. Shotzzy gets the follow-up, just down to TJ, who's caught topside. Art and Optic wiggle another one away.
And that's such bad timing right there out of Gwyn, because it looked like he was going to edge up to check that site. But once he was able to spot Shotzzy in towards top bar, I don't want to get shot at my back. So the bomb goes down for free, and then Hook loves those gunfights. He loves those gunfights when he gets caught off guard and he has to snap to win it. And with that one-on-one versus Gwyn, puts it into a 2v2, and then at the same time, Shotzzy in the one-on-one, he was able to secure his gunfight. And Optic, Texas now, relying on a little bit of individual skill to bail him out these rounds, but they tied up at 4.
Mad dash here, right down through Fountain. Gwyn watching from the secret hall. Hook trying to stun himself, keep him alive. Dashy with the first blood, but it's countered. Shotzzy trying to find the trade. Back through bottom spiral, and he's going to catch Gwyn. But the problem is, bomb is now down. Slasher holding on to well. This is not an easy gunfight for anyone. And Shotzzy will use both of his nades, and he respects that, yeah, that's not a gunfight, I win.
Yeah, no, and this is a perfect play call. If you decide to give up Slasher, but you're still trying to commit on that, we could have potentially isolate onto TJ, because you gained info onto one guy, but now it's all of a sudden a 1v2. Dashy has that clutch gene, and he's able to find the first 15 seconds.
He's broken the timing well, and he's hopped. Slasher's rerouted.
Gotta go.
Slasher may not get here in time. Dashy's hopped it. Slasher's trying to check. Does he get it in time? It does. Just barely. Slasher finds the kill by the look of it. I mean, that was as close as it gets, though. Dashy trying to hop for the 1v2, but Slasher with the pistol out gets here just in the nick of time.
I think that was literally half of a second there.
At that, yeah.
We got to take a look at that again, man, because that was so close. It's basically done. It was basically done. Let's see it from Dashy perspective. You're just right there. I don't know how he doesn't get it. But the headshot's good enough right there from Slasher to clutch up in the round. Now game point for Ravens.
Oh my goodness. And here we go again. Shotzzy down low. This time the Slasher up top. He's able to track down both of them. Slasher follow. Oh! Could he get the full ace? They know Kenny's playing outside, but Vivid takes away the angle. Slasher saves the round previously and then lights it up early in a 5-second round as Carolina tie up the series.
Slasher said, I'm sick and tired of playing this damn map. Let me just take it into my own hands. I cannot stand another round where Shotzzy's gonna push through our bottom line. So he said, I'm gonna contest from top closed window. And he's able to find 3 in that final round. A clutch comes in from the Liddy Goat. A 3-piece in that final round from the Liddy Goat. Carolina able to tie the game up at 1. But that was such a mixy search and destroy, man. I think I want to take it back to that previous 3v2 before it even turned into a 1-on-1. Because if you're Shotzzy there, like, we back up to our teammates. We already gained info on 1. We can isolate onto TJ and potentially put us in a 2v1 working that defuse. But committing too hard in that gunfight, Slasher made him pay for it. And Carolina tied the series up at 1.
Wow. Much to the chagrin of Optic fans, you see that bar of progress. It's like that round of control that, like, you get the pause at 0.00 seconds. It kind of feels like that. Slasher able to convert on a clutch round 9 moment, and then the opener in round 10 puts it just barely out of reach. So after a blowout of map number 1, Carolina bounced back nicely, and we've got the most rehearsed control coming up next for both of these two teams as we head back to the desk and give us their thoughts.
What a series already. We're knotted up 1 apiece, and game 1, let's start there. First half, very close. Second half, blowout. Optic takes over. Let's talk about the game 2, though. You have Slasher going back and forth, and then he just says, game over. How do you see these moments unfolding, Nameless? How did we get to a point where an individual can have such an impact?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a really good search and destroy. I mean, in the beginning, you saw, like, Carolina, they were taking space. They were playing very aggressive. Oh, I think my mic's on. Let me get that one.
Yeah, we're going to put your mic on here in a second.
I'll wait for you to click
Allie, what did you see in this?
Figure it out.
Oh, you're good?
Are we back? Okay. So map number 2 for me just was the TJ show, to be honest. Optic Texas was doing great with these opening duels, but it was just a lot of bang outs, and it came down to these really tiny decision-making moments. If you go all the way back to round 1, it's a great example where they are not in a favorable position on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. TJ makes a heads-up play. He flanks through the pack with bomb, finds a kill, and then they're able to make the wrap and make the play. Later on, he does the same thing. He's taking the bomb top hallways and literally getting behind Optic Texas. There's a few rounds it didn't work, but the times that it did is what kept them in the game. And then, of course, Slasher calling game in round 4 with the 1v1 versus Dashy with a millisecond to work with, as well as the opening 3 next round.
Yeah, I think it was a great search and destroy. I mean, in the beginning, you saw Carolina kind of playing aggressive and taking space, and then they realized, like, hey, let's just play a little bit slower and just kill Shotzzy and we'll win the round.
Right.
Yeah.
And we saw that the last couple of rounds. Like, you see Shotzzy just running through bottom mid, Slasher's able to kill him. The round that Jay mentioned I thought was huge, probably the swing round for them, where it's like Shotzi's in a position where he can just back up and he pushes to their spiral stairs and ends up getting picked in the clutch round. So yeah, Carolina just adapting really well, something we've talked about in their series so far, and once again, winning a search and destroy.
And it was really important for Slasher to kind of get his bounce back at map number 2, because say what you want, that Skyline map number 1 was literally just from 2 mistakes from Carolina Royal Ravens. 1, they allowed them to have a full 60 hold in that second set in P2, and 2, Slasher and Vivid just couldn't keep up with slaying. They had a really slow map 1, and on a map like Skyline that plays like Bokeh, you need to have the slaying.
2 small mistakes.
Yeah, they got
17 and 31, Allie. That's a huge mistake that happens over and over again. No, I got you, though. And game 3 is loading up here. Do you favor Carolina or do you favor Optic going into control?
Carolina, 100%. If they're all keeping up with the slaying from Optic Texas, they are an unreal control team on Vault.
What are they playing for? Well, if you win this best of 5, you move into our minor final to play against FaZe. $20,000 awaits the winner of this tournament, and of course, you will be earning points towards COD champs already. 10 secured. Will you get 20 with a win here?
Yeah, I mean, FaZe really needed this right after their start.
Yeah.
And then you talk about this, like, everybody wants to see the Classico matchup, and Carolina is trying to take that from them and get this W. And they definitely could do it. You talk about the control, both 4-1 on this vault coming up.
Yeah.
Could be the map that
You nervous about your Optic pick?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Should
After
be a
seeing
little
that.
bit.
If we go to game 5, yeah.
We going to a game 5 study?
I think so. Like, with the way that it happens, it's got to be. Like, we haven't even seen Carolina or Røkkr yet. They might be unbelievable at that map when we get there, because we're guaranteed going into a map number 4. But this vault control, at least when we looked at the map set beforehand, Alan, we said that this was going to be the deciding factor, because they're both sitting at 4-1, both phenomenal at the map. And whoever's going to take this one, in our opinion, should walk away with the series.
I think the thing that's really kind of compelling about this map in particular is we've seen highlight reel moments off of Shotzzy just getting lost, going rogue, taking over the map. But we have a new TJ this weekend, it feels like. And he's been doing just as much work as anyone else when it comes to playing that slaying SMG. So will we get that same TJ that we had kind of from yesterday, for instance, where he could do the exact same thing that a Røkkr or Shotzzy could do? It feels like you need it, especially if the ARs are not going to be able to hold a candle to what we're seeing, I think in particular out of Dashy on the other side, because that opening Skyline was less than pretty from Vivid and Slasher.
Yeah, on a map like Vault too, like if your ARs are not going to find success, you need someone to do it. And the way that TJ has been playing so far throughout Minor 1, in control with only 1 match underneath his belt, 1.3, 1.4, you will absolutely take that. You need to continue that here, because we saw it in the opening respawn. Your team was struggling when you talk about those slaying kills. So on a map like Vault, where you can easily put into a trap, you have to be able to execute with those ARs. So Slasher and Vivid need to have a step back here, because the way that Dashy is shooting, and also the way that Kenny was shooting in that map number 1, those guys were uncontested.
Yep, it's a fair point. But there's the overall control record so far. Again, a lot of the work has been done across this map on Vault. In particular for Carolina, it's only been this map. Optic has only seen Protocol once, and it didn't go very well for them yesterday, so they're back to more comfortable grounds where they also have been very successful, only dropping a single round 5 versus LAG. It will be Carolina on the opening offense, though. And initially, it's all focused towards A, as it often is, and success to stop the clock early with Slasher taking away space. Little crossfire setup with Gwyn, trying to force the final shots towards Dashy, but he gets away, and Carolina will have to just resort to playing for the zone.
And I love how Vivid, right off the respawn, he said, wait, where did I spawn? Over towards pool, someone's flanking. He knew it had to be Shotzzy, so he sets up for that first kill, and that should allow his teammates now to walk away with at least 2 segments here at A. So now they're working their way back into the point. Hoop finds that double, though. He's going to give an extra lifeline to Optic Texas to try to contest this.
Oh, lineup moment for Slasher. Playing his life nicely. Careful, it's a teammate. Third tick of progress being worked on. You've got Hoop down low. Zone will be captured before Hoop makes his play. He finds TJ for free, but Gwyn will chase him down, find the trade. 4 life advantage, 2 minutes on the clock for Carolina.
Carolina around like the middle of the pack. We talked about their attacking success. They usually stand strong on their defense, but they're giving Optic Texas, who are really good at the defensive side currently, a run for their money. 1:45 to work with. Slasher's still sitting on 3. Is trying to maintain this mid-map control, but now that Optic Texas are already worked out, Slasher's got a rat pack.
Yeah, you just cannot allow Dashy to be back here for free. There's the door pop. Gwyn, lots of damage taken. And they'll allow Dashy to stay here a little while longer. Good read, though. Dashy finished. And Gwyn, whoa, okay. We saw the shooting bodies thing worked out for Shotzzy last map. Gwyn says, I'll just return those to sender, as we still have 1:18 of the clock and an even tally in terms of the lives.
The good thing is Optic Texas, even off the respawn, are finding the kills to work their way out of their base. It's now 3 dead. Still yet to account for where Gwyn was, but Shotzzy does not care about that situation. I'm just trying to make the game easier for my teammates. I know where the pressure is. Freebie number 1. One more right above you. I don't know if he's going to get the indication, but the beat down good enough and the shots from Vivid to take care of him.
And careful here. Slasher's going to get an angle all the way around the back through P4. Carolina just need to hold on to their spawn, which they do. Where exactly does Kenny spawn up? Should be right below this play from Slasher, but no one's turning for this. Slasher has the ability of opening up the B zone by himself, but it's just taking too long. In the meantime, Shotzi's gonna find 2, so Optic's defense will still have some position to work with, although Slasher is in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, even though Slasher found himself in a position with Kenny spawning the way that he did, he said, oh, definitely someone's in our art, just push forward. Thankfully, Shotzi was able to catch a double in that process. Now they're trying to disregard Slasher, but Slasher is now making an impactful play. He's only able to take down 1. Dashy there for the trade. First segment comes in. Optic, you gotta go.
Yeah, Kenny on the backside is just trying to play this crossfire setup deep towards gold. Second tick of progress being worked on. 21 seconds on the clock, and Carolina have found the kills that they need to stay on the zone for a small time. Kenny backing up to the point, though. Will keep the defense alive. Second tick not depleted yet. 3 lives, though, remaining for Carolina, and they're going to run out of time and lives for the rest of this attack. Not a bad effort, but it just felt like, again, the smallest of time. Slasher just could not quite get into a spot to help out the Carolina offense on the zone.
It's just because when Slasher got into that position, there was nobody peeking him or anything like that because of how Optic Texas decided to play it. Completely disregard him due to the info that Kenny was able to get off the respawn and then leading the shots, he catching that double in towards Fall. Basically said GG onto the round. So Optic Texas secure the first defense, give up 4 segments. But now this is where Optic Texas can start to show who they truly are, because you have SMGs who tend to get lost. They are the #1 attacking team that we currently have. Besides Minnesota, they're basically tied there, but the reason why they're so successful at it is because what the SMGs are able to get done. If they can get lost, Carolina's not going to have fun.
See if they can follow up on that. All things told, a very successful offense for Carolina. You get a quick capture at A, you get 1 tick over towards B. It's definitely setting the bar at a pretty reasonable level as Shotzzy will dive right through Vault. This looks like Optic wanted to try to go to B early. Shotzzy will jump on the zone. Slasher Vivid there to keep the defense in play, and that will be some opening defensive focus now for Carolina. Kenny, who had a great first round, tried to get things going here in round 2, but the trades are even as we approach the 60-second mark.
Shotzzy again bails him out with a double. Already puts the game clock at a pause. So they're working up the progression towards A. You had Kenny watching the pinch, or at least count for the 3rd, and now Dashy in a position to play a couple spawners. That's already another 3 dead. Yeah. You do have the one player who did play his life, get a kill, but TJ's effectively traded, and this is what I'm talking about. The SMG's getting lost. You're going to have a lot of time that they're wasting just looking where Shotzzy is.
Yep, and that's all just because Dashy gets that crossfire set up. Allows Shotzzy just to dive forward. Gwyn up top. Shotzzy aware of that. On 4 in a row, off the regen, and wow, what a read. Gwyn just bouncing off the balcony as the second tick of progress is about to come through at A. Big win from TJ. He actually hops on to deplete some of this progress, and the clock will continue to tick with 45 on it.
Shotzzy's still alive. Like, look, right now, Carolina, they are split on their push. They cannot fully send it to try to shut down this A pressure because they have to take care of Shotzzy. Finally, they do that, and that leads to 3 dead. With 35 seconds still to go, Optic forced to hit the reset button. This is where you can't give this one up if you're Carolina. But everybody drops at the wrong time. Time should be able to get extended.
Yeah, you just got to chalk this and rotate over for this B setup, you would think. They've been trying to step up over towards U-Haul as the extra 60 seconds will be completed with the stack. Shotzzy seen up top at Art. Gwyn throwing some shots. TJ to finish. 18 plays 12, though, with plenty of time on the clock for Optic to try to approach this like a TDM, and they're winning out over towards B as well. This is where things get really dangerous for Carolina.
Yeah, the AR's lined up long distance. We're able to find a double, make it triple. So now Optic Texas have an avenue of attack right through the front side. As that first segment already comes in, you have a Pench trying to be developed out of Gwyn, but he's getting isolated. Kenny already gets behind enemy lines, and he's gonna fly out and get 3 of his own. Quavo Ken on 6 in a row. This is looking like an Optic Texas round.
Yeah, takeover map here for Kenny. You saw the final play from the first round. He was snapping. A moment of that happening live once again. 14 plays 6. Second tick will be locked in as Hoop will jump back on the zone and really put the pressure on Carolina. Nades do land to keep the defense relatively stable. Kenny's going to be chased down and finished off, but it's 11v5 and there's still tons of time on the clock.
Yeah, cannot afford to play trades in this scenario. Your setup has to be perfect if you are the Ravens. Now no more respawns. Shotzzy just gonna hop onto the point. Put shots into every SMG player on the side of Carolina, but 10v2, make it 9v2, make it 8v2. It's all up to the ARs now for Carolina to clutch on up.
Yeah, and Hoop's gonna catch Slasher here. Yeah, there's the wall bank win. Likely to get the confirm. Oh, never mind. I say help was on the way. Hook was in trouble over towards Lion, but the shots will land, and Optic will go up quickly 2-0, and Kenny is putting on a masterclass this map. A lot of it has gone just kind of in these kind of middle moments, but here, this completely changes the tide of this entire Carolina defense.
Yeah, and it all starts with Shotzzy first getting lost into your spawn, because now you're down by 6 or 7 lives with almost 2 minutes to try to defend over towards B. But then when Kenny is spawning over towards gold, just gunning your ARs out of power head glitches, you're going to have a lot better of a time to try to close out that objective point. And that eventually allows Optic Texas to now be feeling very comfortable, up 2-0 on the map, currently leading by 2 segments. Actually, I don't even think they complete that final segment, so they're up by 1.
I don't know if they, yeah, I don't think they did either.
But they're just doing whatever they want, Alan.
Yeah, it may not matter, Jay. It's been pretty much an all-AR affair here for Optic, but Shotzzy and Hook kick things off with some fireworks in round number 3. Carolina sent back to spawn, and that's being watched now by Kenny, who just knows he just needs to play his life. Gwyn will chase him down, find the kill, and there's a chance here for Carolina to work on a spawn.
Yeah, they have the numbers. They're going to bombard their way through the front door, but here comes a Shotzzy. At least only able to take down 1. Gives Carolina another opportunity to work their way on in. Now it's Hoop turn to be a Røkkr, and he's able to catch a double. And now all you have to do is continuously finesse, or at least force the players to back up from that setup, because now your teammates have an opportunity to work their way back on in.
Yeah, Carolina's still hanging. All 4 members off spawn, straight over towards A. Shotzzy down low in the vault, able to find the opener. TJ taking care of Hook, allows Carolina to keep the clock paused at 47 seconds. Just 1 member on, though, and Gwyn's still worried about the flank, as rightfully he should be. Shotzzy's gone missing again. Timing here is everything. Difficult gunfight with Shotzzy wins, and a follow-up from Dashy. He was the only defender at the top of the A zone. He works too, and that's going to be enough now to once again push Carolina back into their spawn.
That's due to the fact that Carolina did not have any cap presence, because Gwyn was playing super slow off the spawn, knowing that Shotzzy was behind enemy lines. And now with only 30 seconds left, all of Optic puts up into your base. Hook is at least able to find 1 before getting taken down. But you have to try to complete this A capture and extend this time.
Yeah, and the problem is, again, you've got both ARs just absolutely overwhelming the outsides of A and the central parts of the map. And so Carolina have to be resorted to trying to play off of B. A weird moment there. Hoop looks like he's been killing in 2 bullets a lot of the time here this game. That time looked like a guaranteed on the TJ not to happen. And hold on a second. Carolina's cooking on both zones at the same time. This is how you make a comeback happen. They're going to get the extra 60 on A. Slasher's still watching the cross here at B with a life lead, and Slasher's not missing. Eventually traded. TJ trying to get the trade onto Dashy. Difficult shots, but it converts, and that's a tick of progress at B.
And now it's 7v10. First segment already comes in. Here comes Vivid on the pinch for the freebie onto Hook. You're spawning them all the way on the opposite side of your mini-map, and this is where the SMGs can start to roam. No more respawns in favor of Optic Texas. Carolina seeming to extend this map a little bit longer.
Yeah, I just felt like that kind of came out of nowhere for Carolina. You look up and there's 2 members, 1 on either zone. The A zone gets captured. Optic, after what looked to be just an overwhelming dominance through the A zone, kind of lose track of B. They get caught tracking back, Jay, and then Carolina just rip them apart.
Yeah, it just starts with that first kill that TJ was able to get laying down at Voltor. The fact that Shotzzy knew that Slasher was playing over towards Palm, he jumps out, catches the timing to turn into a one-on-one gunfight. But then when he loses that fight, you're forcing now your second SMG player in Hoop to jump out and try to take care of him. Then that sets up Slasher for the trade, and then you're dominating over towards B Street. Just clutch kill after clutch kill in those moments for Carolina to keep this game going on. Is now they find themselves up by 3 segments. On the defensive side, they need a shutout.
Yeah. Well, let's see, because again, the ARs have just been dominating for Optic. Offense, eyes towards A. A lot of it from the balcony side. Vivid off 4 in a row. A little bit of help. Team shots coming through. Allows this zone to still stay defended. TJ, Kenny, kind of meeting each other at mid-map. It's Vivid who finds the final shots, though. And Dashy just trying to play a little bit of oversight will actually kind of help Optic get off spawn and get back in and try to threaten the zone. But Slasher, a little peek and a dive. That will work out to keep the clock ticking.
Yeah, Dashy's been uncontested over towards Top Cat so far since the beginning of this round. Gave his team a lifeline to work their way back on in, but Vivid is stripping that away from them. Slides right on in with that SMG. He's able to catch a double. Knows that Shotzzy is still close. Not able to find that kill, but he's weak. Instantly going to fly in for the trade and consistently do that if you are Ravens. Trying to at least force us round 5.
Yeah, a couple of trades here and there, but Carolina still keep coming on top of how the slaying department has moved. Kenny tagged up, thought about it, backs over towards Marble. Carolina, though, in the middle of the map. Keep the clock ticking. Gwyn shuts down Kenny from getting back into the fight. 25 seconds on the clock here. And keep an eye on the top middle of the scoreboard. The tick progression, even though the first 2 rounds felt so dominant for Optic, may have them spawning on offense if this gets to around 5.
15 seconds. We gotta try to make the play happen. Shotzzy and Dashy make it. Hook joins in on the party. That's all 4 dead. This is what Shotzi's gonna try to be the aggressor. Push up into R, but the timing not good enough for at least the first kill. And this is where you're sort of giving Carolina opportunity to shut down both of these points. I know you got a lot of segments to make up for it, but yeah, let's hop off B after we get that segment done. Guarantee A and extend the game clock.
The first tick does get locked on the B zone as well. So a minute 12 on the clock. Live still favoring Optic in the process of this defense really coming to life for Carolina. Hook gets some freedom to move on in towards Art. Timing here against TJ, not ideal. And as Dashy drops, the defense have reduced the life gap just to 2. Kenny has to play kind of the hunter here as Slasher's trying to stay alive top. Golden, will big gunfight win there for Carolina.
Yeah, Slasher's the safety net. He's hoping that his teammates find a little bit of success on the opposing end, but every kill that he finds is making it more difficult for Optic Texas to work out of their base, because him simply being on this side is forcing them to spawn over towards pool and work that overextension. Now with 40 seconds left, you're trying to line up the stun, you're trying to line up the nade, because we need this kill on Slasher.
And he's just waiting for someone to challenge with the knife, but no! Dashy beats him with the pistol. Under 30 seconds to fight. 50-50 battle as Optic make their approach over towards B. Good team shots from Kenny and Hook. Second tick being worked on. Shotzzy off the pinch. This is how it happens. 10th tick looking likely. Shotzzy by himself, just doing what he does best. Shutdown is in, but the extra tick gets counted. 8 plays 5. Third tick on the way. Vivid clears off 1. Dasher here to join. The contest, though, is alive, and Carolina will clear the zone.
But I'm pretty sure with Optic Texas securing that 5th segment, it's going to come down to the slaying. And if I'm doing my numbers correctly, Optic will put themselves in a position to get that defense, but screw the defense in round number 5. We can still win it here.
Still could win it here. Shotzzy caught. Gwyn staying alive. Last 2 members for Carolina. Team shots are out, but Optic will stay alive on the zone, find the final kill needed, and put the control away without the cinema of a 5th round needed. What a battle, though, in those last 2 rounds, this vault control.
Back and forth, where you thought Optic didn't have an opportunity. They found all the kills at the correct time. We're able to extend the game clock, but I just think right there, Carolina were just turtling way too hard, Alan. We're coming to off spawn. We know that they're going to be applying pressure to the front as soon as they get that kill onto Slasher. But then everyone's just posted up, waiting for the aggressor to come in, and that leaves that opening lane for Shotzzy to set up that pinch, to catch that double, and then spawn them all the way in the opposing side of your mini-map. Optic Texas, even when you think They're on the brink of not having an opportunity. They somehow, some way, miraculously put it together. And we're able to close out the control. 3-1, 2 attacking rounds at that. And now they take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, big time. I mean, everything was starting to look like Carolina was going to get the advantage, make this a round 5 affair. But now we're in back-to-back maps where we're going to do the easy analysis, Jay. You don't shoot bodies before the map's over.
Man.
It bit Optic in the butt, it bit one in the butt here for Carolina. So let's just keep the guns doing what we normally do. I guess we missed that one in real time, but Shotzi sent that one back to sender as well. We got some drama between these two squads.
Hey, man, Shotzi's just letting the community know. You guys all suck. It's as simple as that. You guys want to start playing for the win, you got to do what I'm doing. And unfortunately, no one can mimic his kind of gameplay. Because he's just an absolute playmaker. Every single time he spawns on in. Because now you're feeling good if you are Optic Texas, because this is one of the powerhouses that we had on Vault, but you're not no slouch either. You are the powerhouse now on Vault Control. And it's just because of what they do on the map, Alan. Like, the SMGs continuously get lost. The fact that Dashy's uncontested over towards Catwalk off these breakoffs as well is a problem for Carolina. But Optic Texas just showing that raw gunny as Dashy puts up another 30 bomb and another respawn. Now they're going into a red card where they have an opportunity to finally put a W on the board to close out the series.
I really want to take another moment, though, and really highlight what you had said about Dashy and his individual ability to stay alive, like top balcony there. I mean, multiple multi-kills from that position. When he's just not getting traded, it allows the subs to come off spawn and just hit whatever routes they want to. Again, it's real tough, I think, to see that from Carolina's perspective, as now we go to a red card hardpoint. Not a map that either team has really gotten a lot of rehearsal reps on. In particular, Carolina, we have yet to see them on the map, but obviously they're feeling decent about their opportunity to come here and get this into the mix after the holiday break, because their veto was Hacienda here. They didn't want to see that one in the pool, so we're going to get a fresh look at this Royal Ravens team on this map for red card if they want to send this to 5.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to play a team like Optic Texas on a map like Hacienda, where Dashy used to love it 6 years ago. Shotzi just gets lost on the map, and that map can be definitely a lot more punishing than the rest. But on a map like Red Card, where, like you said, Carolina have yet to play it, this is where it truly scares me, because we saw it in map number 1, the slaying wasn't really there. Red Card, it can tend to be a really big map on your mini map, but the engagements go down every second. So you're going to see probably ARs going for 35, 40 plus kills. But if Carolina are not able to keep up with that pace, the fact that Optic Texas have a couple reps on it, they lost one to Boston, who I think is one of the best red card teams in the game, regardless of the mode, and they lost a really close one to Vancouver, which probably catches me off guard a little bit. But Optic Texas, with the way that they're shooting right now, and with the reps they already have, they're going to understand what they need to do better going forward. Carolina just got to show that in practice, this map has actually been treating them well.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is I do put a lot of inherent focus to Slasher and Vivid. Not only because the map 1 was, obviously a bit of a blowout, but in particular, it just Slasher and Vivid could not get into position. They just kept getting caught in weird spots, not necessarily off sprint all the time, but in spots where you just don't have those power positions. There's no excuses here. It's a large map. You have to be able to know when the timing is available to hit long routes, get yourself set up, win out a setup or a hard point set of spawns, and turn that into time. We'll see if they can do that. Because at the moment, it does feel like Dashy and Kenny are just shooting as straight as ever, and that's not something that you want to see if you're a Carolina fan on a map that's wide open like this one is.
Yeah, and it's not just them, too. Like, the SMGs are getting their kills as well. Like, Hook started off the first map 20-8. So if he's going to do that with the ARs not missing bullets, you're going to have to figure out how to try to slow them down. Now into the map 4 we go, on towards red card. Optic not spawning on the preferred side, but 3 players attacking over towards hedges, because this is the side they want.
But Slasher on the long angle, trying to fight this off. Nice snap over to Hoop. Vivid may have given him a bit of a calm from top windows, but Slasher now has to try to find some safety over towards the stage. Shotzi's on the hunt. Slasher shuts it down. Optic in the hard point for now, but numbers good for Carolina, and they will have a chance to contest with Slasher still being a pest down here over towards cars.
That's all Slasher has to do. Just keep drawing the attention for the rest of Optic Texas on this side of the map, but once he falls, you're finding a couple kills around that middle map area at Ticket. And this is when Optic Texas can work their way in toward this objective, but they're more focused on trying to flip these spawns. They want to be on the team that spawns over towards stage instead on the backside of New.
Better start here from the ARs, in particular from Slasher, 4-1. Dashy clears off the scrap time, and now Optic get the motion towards the P2 move. Slasher holding forward. Vivid, nice response over towards the back, keeps the spawn safe. He's had a nice little moment there. Double to keep things going for Carolina, and TJ reads Kenny up top. So opening 20 seconds, good for Carolina.
And this is perfect so far, even without having the preferred side.
Spawn.
Setting up the crossfires and everything, but here come the pinch spawns from Optic Texas. They're finding all the kills in the feed. Gwyn stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, just die already. That's all 4 dead. And now Optic Texas in the driver's seat because they have the spawns for new, and they're soaking up this hill time.
Yeah, that's a bit of a miss there from Carolina. Did not expect Optic to be spawning as close as they did behind them. Leads to a very free break. Now Carolina trying to do almost the exact same thing as you already mentioned, getting a bit trapped here. Backside of the P2 spawns. Vivid working on rotation as the last 10 seconds of scrap time will largely be taken by Optic. Some of it goes to the game clock, but Carolina have the numbers on rotation. Just comes down to can they find Dashy, and he's already found a clean first and a chance to finesse a little while longer.
Yeah, he found 2 more. He's already on 3, make it 4 in a row. The sole player off the rotation, trying to hold down the spawns for his team. Just gets bombarded by too many players on the side of Carolina. So Carolina gonna be forced spawning towards the backside. You have Optic trying to apply the pressure through the front, but they're not finding any kills. Carolina are holding.
Shotzzy does sneak out from the staircase, looking for his 3rd in a row. Gwyn tagged down heavy enough for Dashy to find a follow-up. And that will be now a lead for Optic. Spawn still over towards backside parking here for Carolina. Nades and stuns trying to hold them back as the hit from the 3rd floor is on the way. Good opener from TJ. Trophy system keeping Optic safe for now, but it's not enough to hold off all 4 members for Carolina. They secure a break.
And they flip the spawns. So now Optic Texas have a tall hill to climb to try to work their way on out. Someone has to try to hit a route, and it's none other than Shotzzy taking the super long pitch through the soccer stadium. While the rest of his teammates still applying pressure over towards Dashy again, miraculously whipping out kills left and right as he finds the 2 there, but the rotation win is going to go in favor of the Ravens, and they're finding all the kills.
Yeah, huge. TJ coming off spawn, knowing that Shotzzy somewhere around the backside, gets perfect timing on it. From the front, though, Texas deal with most of this setup from Carolina. Nice stun over the top. Allows Kenny to get at least 1 onto TJ. The follow-up from Optic from the front is good. They're even going to move the spawns around, and they're going to know this, too. I mean, you've already got Hook in a great spot to watch the mid-staircase. Good awareness here from Optic as they once again have this back-and-forth tug-of-war in the lead for now as Carolina start to break from the front again.
Dashy does die in the hill. He is getting a wall banged by Slasher, so give an opportunity for Carolina to still contest this, not give up all these times. Shotzzy only at 27 HP. Everyone trying to take care of him, but somehow, some way, he is still alive. Is able to take down 1 before getting traded, and if you are devastated about that one, if you're Carolina, because there was 1 guy left for that final 15, and it still goes out.
Oh, shots over the middle of the map, not going to go the way of Dashy. Slasher still winning a couple of key 1v1s to allow Carolina to jump back in after losing on the scrap time. Shotzzy working on Ticket. Dashy from the backside over towards cameras. Not able to find where Carolina are around the hard point. But the follow-up from Texas allows a moment of contest. 1v1 here between TJ and Shotzzy. Kenny involved, and that's enough to once again just keep this back and forth. Optic currently with the numbers, though, and now it's just down to finding the last shots needed onto Vivid, who does well to stay alive, but Optic will get in for some time.
Yeah, Optic are in a good position now to soak up a lot of this time because Carolina have yet to find a kill. Finally, Slasher gets 1, but that's already 4 dead in the feed. Kenny continuing that hot streak with this AR on another 5 spree. And he's soaking up this hill time. Literally Mr. Do-It-All here, Alec.
Yeah, for real. AR's really keeping Optic, not just in the game, but keeping him in the driver's seat, because Hook is only at 5 and 12. There's not really finding timings on these routes. He's trying to pull the Shotzzy. Kenny from the staircase, just holding onto the heady. Scrap time good for Carolina. The wins also important here for the Royal Ravens. Hold on a second. If they can get this pick on the Hook, this would be massive towards their ability to lock down early time at P1, but Hook able to find the win versus Slasher. Optic trying to make a move over towards this hedge position, and they will win that outright, except for Vivid, who is able to get a kill and turn that into some hill time.
And now Slasher's opportunity to hold down this positioning, unfortunately, does not spot Dashy there. So if you are Optic, you have every angle to take him off for the hard point. That's exactly what they do, because here comes a pinch from Gwyn. At least take him off of P1 for now, but it's all about this hedge control, and Optic is showing a lot more presence on that side.
Yeah. It's all the outdoors going the way of Optic. 20 seconds to fight for. Optic needing not just the time, but also wanting to move over towards this backside stage position. Vivid inside a Ticket. Whoa, nice double from him. Maybe has another opportunity onto Shotzzy. But no, that's just going to be a moment of consideration as Optic will win the rotation over towards New. Spawns will open as soon as the hardpoint does, though, and that's the problem. Shotzzy spawns in Narnia. Hardpoint not open yet, and Carolina are aware of this. If they can find these kills quickly, they could flood. Vivid around the back. Big 1v1 versus Kenny, and now it should be enough time just to help isolate, get players on the pitch, deal with Dashy inside of the goal, and that's enough for Carolina to get some control around the hill.
Oh, and Vivid is on 5 in a row. He's filling the gunny now. So now you have an opportunity to trap Optic Texas towards that backside. You just cannot allow anyone to slip on by, and that's going to fall into the hands of TJ. He's able to find one hook effective on the trade, so Optic potentially trying to set up a pinch here, but Carolina's still soaking up the time.
Crossfire set up here for Carolina. Kenny trying to break it apart. Shotzzy now finds a chance to get on in. Carolina trying to deal with it, and they will. So now 20 seconds to fight for Carolina. Maybe a chance to get back into control, but they will be wiped as we jump on over to Royal Ravens. Listen in.
I'm gonna take it. Yo, one deep.
There's sodas.
I got one go photo. One is still each one dead. Nice.
I'm trying to block the front here.
Yeah, I'm not really blocking. I'm just fighting.
I'm blocking the front, I think.
One time,
one
shot in the net. I get new time.
He's on me, close to steps.
There's gonna be missing one. Yeah, we're missing Ken.
Battle dead.
Maybe spawn out. Ken goes. I did my front push.
I'm blocking outer. I'm blocking front.
It's
shot. He's got turned on.
Outer Ken.
Outer on me.
He's on bus right now. Yo, H1 on you.
Close bus on me.
H1 and bus. And one. Only S2 probably. S2.
H1 and S2.
Yeah, play S2 fight.
S2
got me, Carla. Bus Dashy done. S2 Carla. On the stairs. On the stairs, Carla. I'm just running the hill. Go S2. He named me. S2. Name me front. Yeah. Front S2.
S2 Kyler weak.
Oh, that's good.
I'm gonna call the elevator.
I'm not right. He's gonna play me though.
I'm trying to work up time with you. Okay, we can flip him.
Going to the right. No, already camera. Tom Ken weak. Got Hitty weak.
Bad.
Nice.
Top mid on me. You want somewhere?
Down uphill.
He's still H1, Shotzzy, weak. H1 going top red, 100%.
Yeah,
should go deep.
Chop me old, Dashy, chop me old.
Shotzzy's gonna be top.
Dashy's laying on old. One old on A surge, okay?
He's gonna be top on us.
Yeah. Alright, work him.
One's front old.
That might be him, I know.
No, Kyler. Shotzi's still top window somewhere.
Top front old. Archer's dead. Nice on the front. Good drop. S1 last guy.
I'm gonna try to cross here.
They can spawn mid on us. Below me somewhere. Good try pinching. They're spawning mid somewhere. I'll make sure out. H1 hook. Pitching Kenny. Watch out, pitcher out the windows. I'm ready. There's two on DP. He went short. There's no one. There's two P2.
Short, P2
I know it's two.
Crossing, watch out.
P2 one shot. And P2 right now. Going A bomb. Yeah, you're cross now. He's in net. Cross. It could be mid. Do net area. Make him H2. In net, Kenny. Kenny does that. H1. H1 already. Cross P2. H1 and P2. H1 one shot, bro. H1 didn't cross our one. We have our side.
Alright, got him.
This guy's gonna be dead. That's even my name.
Like, take it.
Yeah, Chatty's playing spawn kills, bro.
Is he on?
I'm going to take it with you guys. He won't get it. New dead. We got it. I'm hitting you dead.
Nice, 2-2, one's old.
Plan's so old. Can we take it?
Are you gonna be
hold dead. No.
Lamar, Dashy, one shot. Lamar, Dashy, really weak.
Do you have my mid or no? Yeah, I'm mid. Top window, Ken. Dead. Let me know if you need help mid. I'm looking at
Lamar, really weak.
Take it. Nice. Well, I have all mid. Yeah, lane up, yes, you dead. I have all mid.
Nice.
They can go lane to Lamar. You go Lamar, I think Kenny. One's going BSD right now.
One shot.
Great little back and forth here, Jay. What's your takeaway kind of off the listen in as we look at an even game?
The fact that Carolina was able to soak up as much time as they did at P4 was insane to me, because I thought Optic Texas, they were finding the kills. They were keeping it scrappy, but every single time, either it was Slasher who's peeking off the hill to find a kill and continuously soaking the time, or his teammates coming off the respawn keeping them alive, have now put them right back into this game. They win the rotation over towards P5 to tie the game up and do not allow Optic Texas a single second here.
Yeah.
So now it's all about this third half of the game. Who's going to dominate heads control more?
Quinn's going to get here first. He's going to be uncontested, at least for now. Trying to feel things out. Shotzzy nearby, but he'll jump into the hill as Optic are actually cleaning things up. Backside bleachers. Quinn now seen. Help from Dashy clears him off, and that's now good early time here for Optic. First 15 seconds, all theirs.
Uncontested so far, and they were able to flip the spawns as well. So Optic Texas potentially grow themselves a little bit of a lead. It's just all about maintaining this side of the minimap. And Shotzzy's gonna try to set up a pinch there. Vivid does find one onto Dashy. Here comes Shotzzy on the pinch. Here comes Shotzzy and Kenny to find two. And then even though Optic Texas aren't soaking up a lot of this hill time, they want the side of the map that they want.
Yeah, the only thing about that is Shotzzy, good moment individually, but it doesn't really change how the pattern of this hill has gone to this point, at least not the status of the spawns at least. Gwyn Slasher in and around the hard point, getting some time here for Carolina, keeping this within 20 points. New hard point, right side of the map. Optic trying to flood from stage side, and that means hedge control is going to look really clean for Carolina, but Kenny rips Vivid off. Maybe a chance here for Optic to get a setup and just flood from the front.
They have to, because now they have no option. You do have one player setting up a pinch in Hoop. Can he find a little bit of success? He at least finds the first, finds the second, and this is where Optic are going to decide to pounce. Gonna have TJ trying to flip his teammates on out, but the break comes in for Optic Texas. Lead change again.
TJ able to take down Dashy over towards stage side. Shots towards man. TJ right back into the hill. Keep an eye. I was about to say the game clock is tremendously low. We're only down to 29 seconds of game time in a tie game. This may be decided by the clock itself. TJ in the hill. Small lead for Carolina. Gwyn trying to follow up, but Optic get the break, and we're right back to essentially a level game with Vivid trying to work for the scrap time.
And Carolina need to get out of this setup. They need to get out of these back spawns guaranteed here at P2, because Optic Texas are going to have that rotation over towards New. They're just going to decide to fight on through. No one hitting a deep round to think about that next hard point. And it's still only a 10-point difference with 20 seconds on the game clock.
Yep, Shotzzy, big moment here at mid-stairs, finds the first, slips away from Gwyn. Kenny's gonna spawn behind the new hill. He can get here to assist, but the clock is the issue. 12 seconds. Oh! Shotzzy wins another 1v1. Down to the final 8 seconds. Shotzi's taken out. Carolina, are they gonna risk this by not playing inside the hill and get this to the game clock? TJ gets 2. Last 3 seconds. Hook has to go massive. Shut down by Vivid, and the game clock will send us to 5. Carolina almost looked down and out before we got to the bleachers hill, but in a certain regard, nearly get bailed out by the game clock there, as we only had about a 5-point game.
And Carolina, they were playing phenomenal. When you talk about how scrappy they kept this game from start to finish, it was great. It all started with that second rotation P4, when there was 2 people dropping all around, the other 2 players coming up the respawn, need to clutch them on kills. They were able to walk away with 40 seconds there. Then they win the rotation over towards P5, dominate to tie the game up. They keep P1 white. That's when you're thinking, okay, Optic, they're doing a great job. They're maintaining over towards hedge, but it's just they couldn't really find their footing in toward that hard point with the routes that Carolina were able to hit and the timings that they were getting these kills to keep them off of that hard point. And then when you get over towards the P2, I think it was on TJ, man. The fact that TJ, after his teammates all go 4 dead, he was the only player to hit a route, to push to the middle of the map, to flank hedges. He was able to find 3 that allows his team to grow the lead that they did, to keep it scrappy, and then push their way through the front side of that new hard point, trapped Optic towards the back, and have that game plan in the back of my mind. All we have to do is keep them off. They have to sprint up a staircase to actually get onto this hard point, and the game plan worked out to perfection. Carolina, we knew it, Alan. We knew it. We was guaranteed going to a game 5, but this time they get it done in dramatic fashion to get us there.
Unreal scenes. It's that one moment, I think, in the halfway point of our second rotation, when it's 119 to 152. Looks like Optic are about to just put this one a little bit out of reach, but the chip back between the 4th and especially the 5th hard point for Carolina. Talking about keeping not just time contested, but more so ripping apart time from Optic in moments that didn't even look like they even had the numbers to stay on the hill. So drama in the 4th map, 206-197, gets us all the way to 5 again. This has been a weekend full of map 5s. Very appropriate that these semifinals will also see the extension of these series. With the protocol search, Jay, give me your quick thoughts before we head to break.
It's going to be a banger. Both teams undefeated. Both teams, at least one team will walk away with a loss here, but it's playmakers on both ends. If Slasher and the boys can slow down the game from what Shotzzy and Hook are going to be able to do, it's going to be a really mixy game 5.
It's going to be a fun one. Protocol map 5s for both of our semis. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we'll find out who will play FaZe in our first minor grand final. Don't go anywhere. Optic and Carolina continue next.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
S&D will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v down doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
You're playing my
that's friendly fire to the DJ, guys.
There should never be a moment where we're uncomfortable. I'm not sure what to do, okay? Yeah. I don't want us to ever get quiet, ever.
It's in our trucks, our back trucks. He's laying down where he just killed me. Guys in laundry also.
Back right. On me. I'll take the S-keys right there. Close that friend. Let's go in! Our pitch right. Which are you? Nice. 4. I'm scared. They gotta go in. That's how we back in! Let's go! I got a full streak P2. Did what I did? Yeah. I just kept playing caution the whole round, the whole map. I didn't even go front. You know why? Because I just keep going mid. I'm running into mannequin. I'm mannequin. I'm back ass. I'm front laundry. Back ass. Get on this shit!
Well, you know what the defending champs are going to want. A chance at getting a first quote-unquote championship here, if you want to call it that, in minor number 1, but facing a very tough Carolina team. The game clock decides map number 4, so we head to Protocol Search and Destroy. Shift and Study with you. Jay, talk to me about these map 5s, because let's be honest, we've seen Optic on this map quite a bit, but Search and Destroy has been really solid for Carolina so far through this year.
Yeah, Carolina are icy and S&D so far. Map 5, they're sitting at 2-0 with both wins coming over Cloud9. But the team KD sitting at a 1.22. Overall opening duel win percentage at 55%. That's the biggest category, again, that I'm going to be looking at in this map number 5 for both of these teams, man. Because right now, it's 44% chance that Carolina find first blood. But when they find it, at least the one time that they played it, 100% conversion rate. On the opposite side for Optic, 52% chance at first blood, and when they find it, 80% conversion rate. So we know how fast these SSGs can play in towards the bottom side of that bomb site. But what we saw based on our last series, Alan, the team that's completely out-countering the other team with how they're going to work their way in towards that site tends to walk away victorious.
That's a fair point. But it just feels like, based on what we've gotten this weekend, that you can almost not even consider some of the stats, because the drama that we've had in these map 5s has been exquisite.
Yeah.
It'll be Optic on the opening offense first, though. CDL skins and all. As it looks like there may be some extra discussion, a little bit of an opening pause. So we'll talk a little bit more about both these two squads here, Jay. I think the thing is, like, it feels like one of those games that, you know, the opener obviously dominated by Optic, but a wake-up call for Carolina. They bounce back. They look really solid on the Hacienda. I think more importantly is that they were able to adapt and adjust to what Optic Texas were trying to do to be sneaky, to try to get around the back. They were not allowing Optic to find as much success early in the first 30 seconds of that map.
Yeah, once Slasher started to get a read on it, okay, Shotzi has hit us bottom mid in towards our wine 3 rounds in a row. I'm just not going to allow him to do that again. Once they realize what Optic are trying to throw at them, that's when you start developing those counters. But then you also got to remember in that map number 2, there was a lot of one-on-one gunfights that were able to make those plays happen for Carolina. Just remember with TJ starting on that flank on the opposing end, he was able to win that one-on-one with the bomb. So you got to have that confidence if you're Carolina. Here goes the game 5.
Right on into the mix. Shotzi already not just in towards the A site, he's through it and on Spiral. Kenny will drop for first blood. That's actually now allowing Gwen a chance to kind of play from the backside at field. But Shotzi in this position, if he gets a read from Dashy, he may be able to just pop out and blow this play up before it even occurs. But Dashy will fall. Nades are out. Hook able to turn that into a second. And it's on to Shotzi. The timing of this 1v2 is everything. Has the bomb plant to play off of. And now the move. Nade gets bounced over. No, not quite able to finish the shots though on Gwen, and oh, here we go again. More bodies shit between both these two teams.
And Carolina with the heads up play of how they wanted to come out. They gave up that A site for free, and they find that first blood. That was the biggest kill of the round, in my opinion. The fact that Vivid was able to open up that big door opportunity for his teammates to all drop there after finding that first kill. But then I thought of Shotzi, when he put himself in that position towards Spiral, like, the comms ain't coming in. Like, we're not hearing the stuns and nades. Everything come through the big door. He could potentially set up a pinch there. But decided to stay alive in towards Spiral. And unfortunately, Gwyn was ready for that positioning and was able to secure that gunfight for Ravens to take the first.
Yeah. Heavy nade stack for Carolina. Head over towards that window zip line. Vivid just making sure nobody pushes through field. DJ delayed nade over towards the windows. Nothing landing here, though, as Carolina not opting to play through elevator at the moment. It's just trying to feel things out. Shotzzy may have just been seen by Vivid, or maybe not. Vivid's actually going to step up into P2 here, and they're going to be on just the opposite sides of the wall from each other.
Yeah, Vivid's trying to play a timing. Slasher going to be here to try to assist him. So Vivid can start to peek his way over through big door, but this play is all going to rely on Shotzzy. He's going to have the first fight, and he finds that first blood on Disaster. Instant trade, though, 3v3.
Yeah, and the problem here for Carolina is that they also lose TJ in the same breath, and Gwyn's been seen. Yeah, Hook's just going to follow up on that. No worries whatsoever. So Shotzzy gets forward, forces the hand of Carolina. Him getting one is fine. The rest of Optic following up on the bottom side of the A site, no worries.
Yeah, they were thinking right there for Carolina, okay, we killed Shotzzy. It turns into a 3v3. But then when you drop down in towards Spiral, that's where Hook was just waiting for you to drop down, and he was able to find a double. Shuts down that round right there for Carolina. Optic's able to tie the game up at 1, but you can already see how Carolina are playing this S&D completely different than what they did in map number 2. They are slowing down the game, not trying to allow Shotzzy and Hoop to get going with that movement or getting out of dodge early into these rounds.
You know, just don't roll the dice on these 4v4 battles at A is what it feels like right now for Carolina. Hook, AR in hand, trying to watch the long angle. Stun, read by Shotzzy, follows up with an easy first blood into TJ. There is no one else here from Carolina. This should lead to a very free play.
And this time they give up that big door control. They decide to just play their numbers in towards the Cypher. Slasher is able to find one. Shotzzy still only at 3 HP. That stun is going to connect, so the full gen is going to come in. But this time Shotzzy a little bit more active on the flank. Let's Shasha know, yeah, that's my gunfight.
Round's not over yet, though. 2v3, Gwyn up top. Waiting to play this one with Vivid. Kenny watching the cross. Tags are out. The nade pushes him off. And now the crossfire setup. Kenny will drop. Time to become an issue here, though, for Carolina. Shotzzy rejoins the party. Shadow seen, but Shotzzy still wins the gunfight, leaving Vivid by himself. And he's too low to hold a candle. As we're starting to get some narratives here. Both these two teams not holding back from shooting each other after they're already dead.
Yeah, and Shotzi's letting him know you guys are all great players. This is exactly what he just said in that playergram, quote for quote. But that's just a simple adjustment right there from Optic. This time they say, no, Dashy, you don't got to go over towards tower side. You can just work inside the site with us. We're going to push it out. And that's exactly what Shotzi was able to do after finding that first blood. You have the numbers in towards site, and you play the trades out. So now Optic up 2-1, 2 rounds in a row. They've shown a lot of presence early on to try to contest that A site. Do Carolina to call the audible and go B.
Different route here from Shotzzy, making the play over through the middle of the map through gun. And he's going to follow up right behind Slasher. No problems there. Not going to bother trying to look for more. He's already done enough, as he's going to even just burst the doors and really forces Carolina offense to hit the brakes.
Yeah, because you know definitely someone's going to be playing in towards Grandma's, or at least around that area watching that zip pinch. So you can continuously be a nuisance. That's exactly what it's going to do. But another 4v3, man advantage in favor of Optic on this retake.
What's happened to that trophy system? Gwyn just placed a trophy and just instantly deleted?
Might have been Optics.
I don't know. I could have sworn Gwyn just put one down. Weird interaction regardless. They don't have the trophy here to keep them safe. Vivid, nice opener onto Kenny. No follow-up immediately from Dashy. Stun will come through. Follow gunfight, not going to be there for Vivid. So now it's just down to what does the timing look like on this pinch? Shotzzy on 6 in a row. Wins the first. Gwyn trying to get proactive. Takes the win versus Hook, and then he has a chance at Shotzzy, but can't quite lock down the shots. And Optic will take the 3rd round.
And it's just on Shotzzy finding that gunfight, man. The fact that he's able to slide down zip, you know there's only one angle that he can come from. He's just able to slide on in, win that gunfight, stall enough time for him to get a little bit of his health back, and at the same time, Hoop puts down shots into Gwyn to have him weaker for this final engagement. But it's again Shotzzy making plays. Alan, it's as simple as that. The fact that nobody's watching over the map, Optic said screw contesting in towards the bottom side of that bomb site. As we take a look at the replay again, gets the better of Gwyn, but Shotzzy just taking advantage. I'm telling you, he said you guys are all great players. It's exactly what he said there, Alan, but Optic Texas 3 rounds in a row.
Yep, very polite. Thing about it is it's not just 3 rounds in a row, it's also 7 kills in a row for Shotzzy. I think he's 1 off from having a Hellstar, maybe a little bit more than that. Oh, TJ dead to rights. And now the stun follow-up. Oh, Vivid's in trouble. Shotzzy, pistol out, 9 HP. It's Dashy to finalize the kill. But Shotzzy will still find a way to have the last word as the bomb's going to get planted 2v2.
Going up against Slasher and Gwyn. Shotzzy is going to be one off that Hellstorm, so a nade through the top side of gun, not going to be able to connect onto anyone. The RC strictly for the information is going to get blown up. Now, how do Carolina decide to work their way on in? It might be on Gwyn to start it off.
Well, Shotzzy down to essentially a bullet worth of health. The stun will keep him at 6 HP. Gwyn following, but Shotzzy still wins the gunfight. Oh my goodness. Still will be taken down. Carolina will get the round, but it doesn't come before Shotzzy gets the elimination, and with that, the Hellstorm.
Yeah, Hellstorm is now guaranteed, so that should be opening for Optic Texas on their next attack to work their way over towards B, because you're not going to be able to sit over towards Heli. You're not going to be able to camp in the back of your spawn. So they can use that to potentially guarantee themselves an attacking round, but just great plays out of Carolina in the 2v2. The fact that they still had a lot of stuns and nades to retake that site, because it was not going to be possible if Gwyn just slides on in to double chow either Shotzzy or Hook. But the fact that he has a stunner nade to have both those players weak, they couldn't fully commit to watching that angle. And with him just getting one, sets up Slasher for that final kill. So Carolina able to stop the bleeding, but Slasher also finds 3.
Big round here. Carolina, knowing the Hellstorm's likely in play, will just drop down the elevator with the trophy system to have some support. But look at the position that Shotzzy's found himself in. He's playing frontside PCs, and no one for Carolina is going to know about this. The play over towards Spiral, though, may have opened the door for the Ravens on the post plant. But Shotzzy up close and personal. Oh, I was going to say maybe a chance to line him up, but instead it's going to get the double, leaving Dashy to the 1v3. Slasher sees him over the top. Little whack-a-mole situation as they keep popping heads. And there's just no way you would think that Dashy pulls this one off. It would be a miracle as Gwyn will fully push it out in Carolina. Quick tempo, get us tied at 3.
And that's an ace right there out of Gwyn, man. Right now it's a Shotzzy versus Gwyn show. They're both shooting each other's bodies, and they both want this game 5 so bad. But it's been blow for blow. That time it's Gwyn who's able to drop down low, flies on in. Great team shots for the first. We know that Shotzzy has to be close, but then the snap onto Kenny. Good enough from our reigning Rookie of the Year to tie the game up at 3.
Now 10-4 for Gwyn. Just a battle of giants here between Shotzzy and Gwyn. Defense for Carolina, setting up a trophy system towards field side, and will contest A from the big door. RCXD pushing in towards elevator as TJ will get first blood. That's bombed down, and that's known now for Carolina. Do we get a yo-yo situation here? Can anyone hit the zip, pull the bomb, and get out of there?
Yeah, we need to have the master escape plan here, and unfortunately, Shotzzy, the stun is not good enough to get it done. Now you instantly put yourself in a 4v2. We know that they're all camping that bomb down situation, so Kenny and Dashy need to try to isolate some of these kills.
Yeah, Dashy, he knows that he may get a chance to 1v1 Vivid here. Has to have it, but at the same moment, Kenny will drop, leaving Dashy for the 1v4. No bomb, 38 seconds. And Carolina, after the hot start from Shotzzy and a lot of body shots on both sides, are 1 kill away from going up 4-3 here.
25 seconds still to work with. Dashy knows that every single one of these gunfights are going to come in on this bottom side of A site. Gonna go for the child onto the first, but the flank is there, and Carolina, 4 rounds in a row, have been able to take the lead. But if you're Hook in that situation as the bomb carrier, Allen, once he falls, that whole round is over. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, you're supposed to be the guy throwing the shoulders, trying to get the info of how many players are down there, probably eating a stun or a nade, and instantly hitting the zip back up. But one too many shoulders leads to him falling first, and then Shotzzy trying to do the yo-yo play to grab the bomb, but unfortunately, it was not good enough.
It's a couple of ledges grabbed there, unfortunately. Carolina now 4-3 up. Gwyn on 5, Slasher on 4. RCXD still at the ready here for Gwyn after Slasher, I think, has used his last round. TJ, quick route through sidewalk. Wait a second. He is all the way around the backside of this play. Has Vivid been able to keep Kenny interested? Sure feels that way, but Shotzzy finds first blood, forcing TJ to get activated. It's only going to be a 3v3.
Oh, you were hoping right there for your tease that Vivid does not fall. You still don't take care of the most important player in Shotzzy because he's the one with that Hellstorm in the back pocket. But bomb goes down at B. Slasher in an island row, and he's going to invest that Hellstorm now. He's going to get the info. I don't know if he's going to lead to a kill.
Slasher able to find Hook. We go 2v2. Less than 30 on the clock. Shotzzy has to move quickly. Slasher watching the cross through mid. Dashy sees it. Timing through the door is awkward! And Dashy, as he finds the elimination onto Gwyn, Shotzi's waiting in a really good place of timing to catch Slasher on the exit, and we're gonna get tied up at 4 now. Hellstorm, though, does get expended.
Yeah, does not execute a kill there, but he gives all the info of what the setup is looking like on the post plan. And that allows that Dashy to take 2 one-on-one gunfights, find both, and then Sachi is in the right place at the right time versus Slasher. Able to shut down all those players on the opposite side on streaks. Stabilize the game now at 4-4. But this is Slasher just running right by Shotzzy.
While he's in the Hellstorm.
Yeah, does not know that. And then Shotzzy knew where you were, buddy. He knew that you were playing in towards top grandmas because Dashy gave him that comm, but able to take the round as Optic.
Back to level playing field here. Maybe an RC still available for Carolina, but yeah, it's out right now. Oh, Gwyn nearly finds the timing to just boop it into the elevator. Doesn't quite land. TJ, good awareness. Finds Shotzzy for first blood. Can he slip away, though? You've got Optic members up top. Kenny in particular. He's been seen shoulder out, Semtex to respond, and Kenny has to back off.
And that play is only possible because that RC gets invested. You're forcing Optic Texas to wait for that to come on in. And TJ takes the map away for the first blood. Now the bomb going down at B, though. Vivid is going to be in a position to potentially contest. He's also holding his spawn, so no one's going to push on through. With 4v3 and another retake for Carolina.
This is all about what Kenny can find here. Your Dash is just going to throw shoulders and try to get some information to Kenny, who's watching the crossback for the defense in their spawn. Here's the timing. Slasher, pistol out, taken care of. And now all of a sudden, Carolina on this retake has to deal with Kenny quickly. But wait a second, TJ, timing here. That's going to work out. They get the isolation that they need. 17 seconds on the clock. Dashy trying to hold inside the helicopter. Sees Vivid on the cross. Gwyn trying to hold. Shots are out. Time becoming an issue. Dashy, does he have the ability to stay alive for long enough? I believe it's hopped at just the nick of time. It'd be close, but Gwyn should have it. I think he got out like 7.6 or so, and yeah, he does.
Carolina take their time on that retake, man. They were able to find a trade onto Kenny. Gwyn at the same time turns it into a 2v1. But then everybody's eating shots. It's as simple as that. Vivid was slide, slippery slide, trying to wait for his teammate to get into the play. But when 10 seconds left, someone eventually has to stick that defuse. Thankfully, Vivid did not put down a lot of shots, so he had all that ammo still left in the clip. And is able to find that kill onto Dashy. Now puts them at game point.
Oh my goodness. Carolina on the offense. Win another show-stopping map, 12-5. Full flood right on in. Pook, stun will land. He was just looking for the information. Look at Shotzzy. He's already playing around the backside of this play. Trophy system down for Carolina, but what does Shotzzy want to do with the timing here?
Yeah, he's not going to flank Zip. You know that angle is definitely being watched. You just want to make sure that we're giving the information that everyone's in towards the site, but Slasher finds the first blood.
Trophy system should be in place here to keep this Carolina post plant safe. Here comes the flood from the front door, though. Gwyn tag. Slasher finds the opener, traded away. Kenny, Shotzzy, finding the kills. It's just down to Kenny, and boy, would this be a time for him to come alive. 1v2 situation. Vivid playing the jump up, just looking for the info. TJ on the cross. There's the info gathered. Stun avoided. TJ shots, gets Kenny down to half HP. 13 seconds, you gotta make a move. Vivid still seen in the back. It's just down to the pistol. Shot's not gonna land. Carolina, whoa. With 2 birds from Gwyn. Send Optic away in top 4 position for Minor 1, and they punch a ticket to the finals against the Atlanta FaZe.
And Carolina just do what they need to do in that final round. They know that if we get this bomb down at A, uncontested in a 4v4, every single angle will be watched. All we have to do is trade it out. They turn it into a 2v1. Kenny was throwing shoulder after shoulder, but Carolina did not make it any easier for him. They found another first blood in that final round. They realized where the pressure was coming in all through Big Door. They traded out effectively because they had the numbers in that situation. And even if Carolina yesterday got it done in a 2-3-5, how about a 2-4-5? to move on to the finals versus Atlanta in our first minor.
Wow. I mean, again, and outside of map number 1, this was as tight as it really gets. I mean, yeah, the 3-1 vault control moments away from getting that to around 5, but 2 different 6-4s in the search and destroy has Carolina still flawless. I don't think anyone would have saw that coming at the beginning of the year, but they find a way to get to the grand finals in the minor. Jay, give me your final thoughts here.
Hey, man, that chemistry, whatever they have done over there in the Carolina camp, shout out Brian Sace for making them early cookies, because these guys are firing on all cylinders. They are so in sync. Regardless if you think someone's making an individual play, it's for a bigger picture. And if they continue to play like that, without question, they're one of our top teams.
Statement made. Back to the desk, though, as we start to get things ready for our first minor grand final.
The team with the best intro is apparently the best team in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Carolina Royal Ravens and Alley Cat are on top of the world. How you feeling, Al?
I'm feeling great. The numbers pulled through for me.
Yes, finally. And let's talk a little bit about why you went with Optic in this one. Why did you think that they were going to be able to cause Carolina trouble?
Well, I mean, I think we saw it. We go all the way to that game 5, and honestly, Shotzi and Dashy have just both been unreal in every single game mode, and particularly the search and destroys. I thought that they fared pretty well against Carolina there. I was wrong. Obviously, it comes down to the wire in a lot of the rounds, but Carolina just making the adaptions at the end of these games to really close it out, and it was particularly their offense. We'll talk about it in a bit, but Carolina just looks so good.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights, and during the early rounds, can we also just call out what happened in that game 4? Big brain play to get off the point. Let time run out. You don't have to get to 250, but break it down for me. What do you see after a little bit of body shooting from Gwyn? It looked like Shotzi was pissed off early in this game.
Yeah, so in the beginning, like, it was a lot of banging out bottom computers on this, which you'll see a lot. And then, like, Shotzi just took over, man. You saw him getting hyped. I think it really did tick him off when Gwyn shot his body, and they were just rolling them. And then towards the end of this in their offensive rounds, you saw like the push over towards B from Carolina, just sort of trying to keep Optic honest. They got the streak out of Shotzi earlier than Optic probably would have liked. And in the last round, just keeping them honest, knowing that Optic has to sort of play B, they just hit down low, all of them together, and Optic's not ready for that push, and Gwyn is able to just light them up. So Gwyn, man, he had to respond, and he did. Like, you gotta win once you shoot a guy's body.
I don't know if it was smart, though. He pulled a vehicle. He threw up double birds after beating Optic Texas. You know the fans don't forget moments like this. So Gwyn now on their poop list. But how does he play with so much confidence? This is just his second year.
I don't know. He played with a lot of confidence last year as well. I think that might just be a personality trait that Gwyn has, because this has been something he has always had. It's not something he had to build up once he joined the league. And no better time to show it than in that game number 5. The search and destroys obviously were the most important game mode in this series. And the reason why that protocol fell so far into Carolina's way is not only because Gwyn was starting to match Shotzi and the pressure of slaying he was putting on the maps, but also just because they're the best attack team in search and destroy right now in the game. They're also the best retake team, so both of those things combined makes them incredibly good at protocol search and destroy.
After beating Vegas and Boston, Optic Texas is taken down by the Royal Ravens, which means we will have Carolina versus Atlanta, an East Coast battle for our minor. Final $20,000 on the line. Before we get to that match, though, we got to revisit the Scuf play of the game from this series. It's got to be game 4, the decision making.
I mean, listen, this red card was absolutely insane. It comes down to time, and honestly, Optic were in a lot of big positions where they had control of hedges and a lot of these hills, like the stage hill, but it was big two pieces, whether it was from Vivid, whether it was from Gwyn, TJ, or Slasher. Every single time they needed a huge kill, they got it to contest the time, and you saw here at the very end, like, Optic just desperate to get in there and stop that clock, and Carolina, they just put a box around the hill, find every kill that they need, and they end up getting the dub. So the communication has to be absolutely on point in those moments, so nobody makes a mistake, and they have it.
A lot of questions about how is this tournament going to play out? Would it be exciting? It has lived up to the hype. So many game 5s. You just got another 10-round S&D in a game 5. Will we see another one? I have a feeling we will. Let's take a look at what's in store for us in the future, because there's just one match to go. Royal Ravens, Atlanta FaZe already secured 20 points. Now they're playing for 10 more and 20 grand to go with it. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
They watched us play Search like that? Oh my god, they're shit.
I got it so bad.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
I can't do anything. These two hills right here, these two hills,
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's one hallway, one hallway.
No way, this guy.
Damn.
Tap out.
No, down.
En izquierda, tío.
Me dieron en izquierda, no ahora, están por medio.
FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast? Tough one.
You heard some words, Scrap and Drazah now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out.
Weak.
One shot low.
Røkkr was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a street, Teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till 8.
Oh, frag.
Wait, what?
All right, we got to regain. He's one off a street. Come on, Teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a street.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
Welcome home. It's the Call of Duty League, and we are down to the final battle here in our first minor of Black Ops 6. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, our experts who have been crushing the predictions. Ant is way out in front, but Alley is starting to catch up, and I have a feeling she may go with the same team in this final battle. Let's jump right into it as we take a look at our bracket. How did Atlanta FaZe get here, and why did they start with the 10 seed coming in?
They started with the 10 seed because they had a really, really slow first 2 weeks, and they didn't figure out the game. game earlier before everybody else like we're used to, and they didn't meet any expectations. But they came into this minor tournament with a fire in them. They went up against the Miami Heretics. It was a rough map number 1, but then it was a 1v4 from Simp that gives them the catalyst and the momentum that they needed to then go on a winning run.
Yeah, they look so much better in these last couple of games. Obviously, that 1v4 was a huge spark. Use that momentum to seal the deal versus the Miami Heretics, where it was really, it just looked like it was Simp carrying them, carrying the load for them. And then we get to the next series, and that's when aBeZy decides to spawn in. He says, yeah, he says, I'm going to start to take over. And this, Chris, I think was the statement game. It was like, are they a top team still? Like, do they know how to play? Well, they pummeled the LA Thieves. Like, they looked like the FaZe of old, and aBeZy was going off.
We mentioned this may be one of the most expensive roster battles when Atlanta faced off against LA Thieves. Cellium chiming in with some big plays of his own today against Minnesota Røkkr. Now, this was another series where Minnesota goes the distance, but Atlanta puts an end to their Game 5 runs.
Yeah, and it was off the back of the ARs in the series. Cellium and Drazah, I felt like played really well versus Minnesota, and that needed to happen, right? They were the only ones negative on this team, which usually we find both of them leading the kill leaderboards in the entirety of the league. So for Atlanta FaZe, it's a slow but sure climb to hitting expectations.
I know 2 weeks ago you guys told me you're a little bit worried about Cellium. Are we still worried? Is he all right now?
I mean, he's all right. They also figured it out at the end of last year, too. Like, Cellium was like, I got to play a little bit more confidence. Like, you are that guy. And it took him some time once again, but he looks good.
3-1, 3-1, and now a 3-2. Atlanta is 3 games away from taking home $20,000, but in their way is the unbeaten Carolina Royal Ravens, this team that didn't even make it to champs last year. Squad that's kind of been on the outside looking in. Now a front runner in the CDL.
Yeah, and a lot of guys that, you know, other teams and players in the league didn't want to team with, right? Saw Slasher have a huge break from the league, and now back on this roster, this team looks so good. And they played Atlanta FaZe and absolutely cooked them a couple of weeks ago, so they're looking to do it once again.
As good as TJ and Slasher have been, it's really just been the highlights for me, especially this ace. Like, TJ was not the guy I expected to be putting up these highlights.
Which is so funny because he really is an overlooked player, and now that he's back on a Treyarch title, like, he has been literally unreal, and it hasn't just been in the Search and Destroy where he's rocking like a 1.4. It's been in the Control as well. He's been able to translate that to other game modes, and that's where Carolina's going to find the most success.
Why is this kid eating so well today?
I mean, I think it's just having like-minded individuals around him. Everybody, they have a system. I talked to you about the fundamentals, like the best team in holding and hardpoint as it stands right now, and we saw some big moments throughout it, right? Like at the end, they have to hold and make sure Optic doesn't touch, and they do just that.
Yeah.
I think it's all the little things with this roster. The communication, make sure we're rotating when we need to rotate, and you also have players who know how to position themselves very well. Even if there is a superstar on the opposing end of that gunfight, they're going to be in a great position to take them down.
TJ dropping 40 kills in that Game 3 against Cloud9, but against Optic, this was probably the biggest clutch of Carolina's tournament.
And what is so unreal about this is it wasn't just the fact that it was these last couple 20 seconds on the time clock. Carolina was playing for this way earlier on in the game where there was a lot of times where they just weren't winning the trade battles, but they were keeping Optic Texas just off the hill time as much as possible, making sure that if they weren't getting points, neither was Optic Texas.
Yeah, 100%. That's how this map went the entire time. It felt like for the majority of this, in the big moments, Optic was in control, and Carolina just knew, like, just get it to this next position. When we get our opportunity, we'll run with it.
Best part of the match against Optic, though, Shotzzy and Gwyn's rivalry. We followed it from Game 1 to 5 here in a mini montage of the body shots.
But it's so crazy. It's like, you think he's looking at the kill cam knowing exactly whose body he's shooting?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, you can tell by the movement also, right? But absolutely. And right here, like, he woke up the beast in Shotzzy right there, but who gets the last laugh? It's Gwyn. Double birds.
Double birds. And now I feel like we have a bit of a villain battle at the end. You got Drazah on one side, on the other. We've got Gwyn and TJ. This is going to be a fun fight.
I would never have looked at the Carolina Royal Ravens roster, and if you had told me Gwyn was now going to be Shotzi's rival in that series, absolutely absurd, especially after the interview as well. Gwyn really took that to heart. He said, Shotzi, you think we're not trying to win? Watch this. Watch this.
It's the Call of Duty League. It's the first ever minor. And the Minor 1 final starts right now. 6-0, Carolina Royal Ravens, our #1 seed, takes on Atlanta FaZe, who has been the #1 of all of our Pro League seasons for about a decade, it feels like. All right, this time around, Atlanta comes in as the 10th seed. They play Dark Horse, but let's talk about the favorites first, because this is a team, as we mentioned, didn't make it to champs. You do have a Rookie of the Year, though, and so far, Gwyn is avoiding his sophomore slump.
Yeah.
TJ is also reaching his peak gameplay.
Yeah, they've been great. I feel like we've been talking about these guys in such a great manner because of how good they are in all 3 game modes. And, you know, just like the preparation I want to talk about as well, like showing us some really cool strats on Hacienda, one of the newest map added into the pool. And then their map pool and Hardpoint. We hadn't seen a red card from these guys all season. It gets thrown in and we're all wondering, like, will they be good at it? Well, guess what? They are. So now you got to worry about that when you go into the pick bans as well.
I'm looking through some of our previous matches, and I don't think either team have been exceptional in game #1. So let's talk about Atlanta here, because this is a squad that dropped game 1 against Miami. It took that ace from Simp for them to truly wake up. Are you worried at all that this squad will start slow against Slashers Carolina?
100%, because you're right. Neither of these teams are technically good at map #1, but when these two teams first went up against each other, map #1 was a 250-88 in Carolina Royal Ravens' favor. So of course, you think Atlanta FaZe has that at the back of their mind.
100-point club the last time you met up in Hardpoint.
It wasn't close. 250-88. I mean, and you look at that map, that's protocol. That's the map that FaZe love. They pick it in almost every series, 4-1 on it, but that one loss was to these guys.
But Nameless, that was a full year ago in 2024. It's 2025. Let's take a look at our maps and modes this time around. How far do we get? Protocol, Vault, Hacienda, Vault.
I mean, in just true Atlanta FaZe fashion, like, screw it, we'll run it back. They got 3-0'd on these exact 3 maps when they played them, and they're going right back to it. So if you're Carolina, you're just like, rinse, repeat, dude, we're warm.
You just got nervous, Allie. You changed your mind. I watched you change your mind in real time.
No, I did not. I did think, though, I was like, wow, we're really playing Protocol map 1, and I went to look at Atlanta FaZe's record on it. They're 3-1, their one loss being to Carolina Royal Ravens. So, like, I get it, but also 88-point club.
So where are you going?
Oh, I'm going Carolina Royal Ravens.
I'm going Atlanta FaZe then.
What the heck?
I got to catch up somehow. I'm down 1.
I'm going to go with FaZe. I think FaZe will win this tournament. And it'll just make sense. Just right all the wrongs. Like, you thought they were gone? Well, they're back.
Nameless has never been wrong twice on the same show. Let's find out if that record holds true as we send it over to Miles and Chance for the grand final.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. What a great day of COD. Thanks again to Shift and Start for an insane series as well. Well, Chance, I mean, look, did we think this was going to be the way it goes down according to the standings? I think it's definitely a good shout here. Ravens look good. FaZe look good. This should be a great final.
I'm very excited. I've been bouncing in my seat. The last series has me hyped. The little duel between Shotzi and Gwyn. Absolutely extravagant. And I can't believe the Carolina Royal Ravens undefeated still on the year. It's going to be so much fun to watch them again, especially for the first 3 maps, a pure run it back. Carolina played Atlanta, they beat them 3-0, and they beat them down. Obviously, though, Atlanta, they've shown they've made improvements. They took the holiday break very seriously, and overall on the Hardpoint front, you imagine maybe a ever so slight edge to Atlanta, have a few extra wins, but I think it's the 5-win streak that I'm paying the most attention to. Can that be snapped and Carolina replicate their greatness?
But we've got to beat them again on the same map. Not an easy thing to do in a tournament, but across the span of a couple of weeks, we'll see how much FaZe has improved here on Protocol. We stay on Protocol for S&D as well, but for now, the Hardpoint is going to be an absolute blast. Of course, Ravens coming into this series a little bit hot. You can never, ever count out FaZe. Here we go, map 1.
It's going to be so much fun, too. And I know this is like a mini chip, and the 20-grand prize is certainly nice for the players. The CDL point's a big bonus, but I think if Carolina wins this, you got to tip it and just say that Gwyn and TJ might be the best SMG duo in the league, but the performance is what's going to matter, and if you paid attention to Abizi, you saw him yesterday, had the hottest of hands. Gwyn is there to shut him down.
Yeah, just for a mo. Well, early time goes to FaZe. Immediate bounce back here, the parry from the Ravens as they find themselves into P1. And again, an exciting map ahead of us. Protocol is always a banger. And an absolute classic red versus blue here in the minimap and in the feed. And all blue so far for the Ravens as they managed to soak up a bit more at P1. Over towards the second hard point we go now. That's where Tej is lying in wait, in position for this one. And Sim taking her out.
Yeah, but he's getting tracked the entire way. The coverage for Carolina was perfect. TJ spots him out in the cross, and Slasher gonna be looking for him. And Simp has just gone and flanked the entire map to shoot one player in the back, and I mean, not even necessarily get preferred spawns. It is a mixy-looking mini-map. Vivid's getting the entry kill on the hill, but Simp, I mean, this dude's going on the world tour. You gotta find the impact. There it is, and Atlanta FaZe get 3 down at the same time. Well orchestrated in the end.
Yeah, but we watched Sim take a massive route and shoot Gwyn in the back twice. Over to Abizi now, the front line of the hill. He and Sim there soaking time away. Big pinch there from Tej. Sim should be brought down, but not before taking 2 with him. That's huge. To the top side of the map now, Drazah trying to provide a bit of backup there. Nate pushes him back for a second, and there's tons of time here as Tej fights 3. Slasher backs him up, and the Ravens are back in there.
Tej is looking snappy, able to get the trade out through a little shoulder to get the comm to Selim's down low, but Selim with a peach of a grenade and wins the gunfight after the fact. Selim there to shut everybody down. And Carolina, I mean, forced back to the deep right side spawn. I think Slasher might have just held his kill cam. Players actually pushed up a little too far and they left it open, but I think Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be quick on the hunt. But Slasher does make his impact. He's here to block those spawns.
He's blocking and he's staying alive as well. Here comes Abizi sending it forward, trying to catch him out, but Slasher throws a shoulder, spots him, can't get the kill. Backside now, a little bit safer there for FaZe, but the front line is the problem. TJ, he was a nuisance. Gwyn, red, dead in the middle of the map. It is all FaZe, full control for now.
Yeah, that is a fantastic handling of those spawns. A small opportunity for Carolina to make an impact, but Atlanta keeping everything controlled, and they got a 100-point club on this map. They are certainly keen for revenge. Everybody winning their gunfights for Atlanta, and the only guy that lost it, well, you at least get it traded out. This has been a effectively devastating hill for Atlanta, nearly perfect on the actual time, and now Abizi. You check the corner, you do. Ungodly read as you're working towards P4.
I wonder if anyone's going to be able to provide this intel. Vivid on the cross there. Nice shots there from Abizi. Now the second. He's got himself 5 in a row. No trophies remaining alive there, but he's going to be brought down. Raven's still on the point. Over to Simp. Catches 1. Looking for another. No. Holding on to this hard point. Drazah in there. Gwyn! What a reach, Al. That's his hard point as Cell goes up for another contest. And what a ridiculous string. What a move from Cell. The cross up. Finds himself another on the point.
And now you got explosions ringing out all over the place, sliding through nades, getting the trades. You need that last man standing situation. Everybody's one shot, but Vivid and Gwyn deliver. You have stabilized. You got 30 seconds left on the hill, and you're going to want all this time to get back in the game. Atlanta have the lead, but it's going to start to dwindle.
It's chainsaws inside the maelstrom of this hard point. This is endless action. Back and forth we keep going. Cell and Abizi. Sim finds the last. Hard point for the last 10 seconds will go to FaZe. What a first set this has been. Nice bit of separation there as Atlanta FaZe. Good rotations, massive sets of kills. And the Ravens trailing for now.
Yeah, FaZe are bringing the fire. Obviously, Carolina just played a series, so you think they'll have the hot hand, but Atlanta, whoever warmed them up, kept them nice and prepared. That is an elite first go-around and already making a better performance than the last protocol they saw against this team, and still milking the time. Power position secured. Abizi underneath the windows, and while he gets dealt with, Simp is just happy on time, collecting and winning the gunfights. Clean work out of the kid.
There was a double nade there onto Sim previously that he didn't manage to connect, so tough looks there. The Ravens just a pixel off, and that's going to be a massive soak here for Atlanta FaZe. Lovely work. Selling on a force spree as well as he roams around. Abizi at 13-9 has certainly come to play here. 2 from Slasher in the feed, softens up the defenses of FaZe here. They start to run out of the manpower as Gwyn and Vivid get theirs. Looking towards P2 now as well. As the Ravens, they'll get a little bit of scrap time here on P1. Second set so far, again, strong FaZe.
Yeah, finally, maybe a moment of life for Carolina. But once again, the underground route being taken by Atlanta. They really have enjoyed this. You want to get that top zip control, and it does not get red this time. So Drazah strikes, finishes the gunfight. His teammate over towards the lighthouse as well, trying to stay alive. So the ARs right now for Atlanta FaZe putting in some serious work. Carolina is not going to be able to get the time. They're going to have to battle through the front, and that is not the start you were looking for.
Taking the steps in a minute, and it's Sim. Hard point to his name. Ladder, easy reads. Second player can catch out as well. It's great moves out of the Phenom, a beautiful 2-piece, and he maintains control of the hard point. Selim now looking towards spawns for noon, no problem. Abizi's already there. Great work from FaZe. They've come out hot. Let's go for a listen in.
I think it's on you tower. Top tower, weak. Tower and tower reese. Middle nade, lights in tower time. Hey, listen. He's right here. Give it to him one tower. Yeah. Reese, that one watch out, Reach.
That's fine. Listen, there's spawning behind the hill.
One's already low.
Spawning behind the hill.
Behind the old hill.
I'm They spawn on you. What's He's going deep behind you.
Austin, what's going on? What's going on?
Right here. He can be deep back.
He's in deep. He's in the back. I'm blocking deep. I'm blocking deep. Austin's on the B-bomb like gun. Deep gun.
First one dead. Hey, done. Graham to the back. He's one.
They're spawning us.
Slowly, Quinn.
There's two. Austin dead. One shot solo. Nice. Mid, Reese, one shot mid. One shot.
I have time.
You won one shot, he's still there.
Good time.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I need one ready. Top rope challenge.
Fiber left.
Yeah, I'm going big door fast.
Good new. Yeah, go new.
He's too old. Hey, one's top big, above me, big door.
I
swear, look for Sparrow. I have big
pitches.
door.
Could be on mid fast. Yeah. Middle Reese. One shot dead. Middle. Grandma's rope. Yeah, he's pinching.
I have big door.
On team pinch. I spawned ammo too. One spawn grenade I think from parallel.
Big door dead. I'm one shot.
Sparrow. Left corner dead.
Nice. I spawn Grimm's ammo spawns.
Another one Sparrow on me.
Ammo spawns.
Nice.
Ammo spawns.
One more Sparrow.
Can you get it?
I need to show. Stay there with this. That's on here. I have a pinch. I'm on the pinch. I lost Sparrow. No one towers it. I don't think I'm shot. How about yeah, pinching big door. Stay alive. On the heady big door. Heady door, nice.
Sparrow. One shot, Sparrow. Left bar.
Pinching.
It's an outstanding listening from FaZe. Simp has been everything, everywhere, all at once. That man is absolutely tearing the map up right now. 25 and 19, nearly the second, but a nice late break here from the Ravens. Drazah's in there for a couple of kills, and it's an open hard point.
Yeah, and on the flip side, TJ against the Terrors, oftentimes they leave him in a body bag, and at least in this map so far, TJ just put himself in it. So struggling for the moment, looking to get the bounce back, and a long way to go for Carolina to get back into this game. They've just never really had a moment where they're in control. Maybe a few holds here and there, but struggling to cook something up, and right now they're just hunting down for some kills. But any power position you try to go to, and be getting cut down along the way. And Gwen, this is a long life just to take down Cell, but need to make that impact for P1.
At the very least, he gets it. So that's all down now for FaZe. Spawns on the right-hand side of the minimap. We'll bring it up later again, but I mean, Slasher has somehow managed to break the spawn system on these P2s. See if he can do it 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row for the Litigo. We'll see if he does it. On Teej, though. Holding these players back, holding them at bay. Massive route here taken by the FaZe boys. One dealt with. Over to Drazah now on the top side of the minimap. And what a battle this is. Cellium. It takes 2 to bring down Teej, but they've now got control of that side of the map.
There's been elite time coming out of Carolina, but Atlanta FaZe, they really slow the pace down to make sure you're getting those kills. And if Cellium wins the first gunfight like that, the second one just going to fall in his lap. And Carolina finally build themselves a little bit of momentum, but Atlanta FaZe handle it perfectly. They play so heavy for the kills, and now they're set up with a demonic setup for P2. Drazah, very comfy in the hill. He knows both on cover. Sim has it under wraps, gets both of them in Carolina. Now you're just going to have to flood into death towards this P2. Atlanta FaZe have this game.
Oh, this is their game. Top mid, completely covered. Cellium's got that done basically alone. A little bit of pressure now, some form of suppression, and a kill from Vivid allows you to get forward now towards the hard point. Can we get a kill? No, it's over to Draz. Guns are hot and at the ready, and you're holding this one down. That should be game. That is FaZe coming out hot in the finals.
Making up for their protocol loss. GG, not even close. Get the fist bumps out and enjoy the feast. TJ, unfortunate that one. Double neg against the Terrors. Abe and Simp going crazy. And there's a few moments Carolina had fighting chances. As you pointed out, Miles, there's a few different times for Slasher. Just times to get that back spawn gifted to him, but never really able to capitalize off of it. Never getting full setups down P4. And I think the one true moment, Carolina got a good chunk of time, got in control on the P1. Atlanta FaZe pump the brakes, hunting down TJ, get him out of grannies, just get those power positions back and to keep things under control. So incredibly efficient work there out of Atlanta, and it is a full team effort. Everybody getting involved, assist the whole way around. That was a phenomenal game of protocol. Atlanta FaZe have stepped up.
There you go, revenge. I wonder though with Slasher on those P2s, was it the Space Stone or the Reality Stone? I'm not sure, we'll have to ask him, but it was a very good look either way. Nice openers from both of our teams. Opening breaks were all good, but after that phase, fantastic runs, man. Sim's routes, they were long, they were arduous, but in the end, he usually got his kills, and those were big impact moments there. Teej's a little quiet there. We talked about this earlier. He and Gwyn, an absolute standout, but you are going up against two of the greatest to ever do it in the submachine gun category, and Abizi, he had himself a map.
And if I remember correctly, the first time TJ actually beat the Tiny Terrors, and he's been playing against them since, what, Black Ops 4 as a duo? First time we beat him was a few weeks ago. So it has been a sort of long-awaited battle, maybe to turn it into any degree of a rivalry, but at least map number 1, it was just like old times. But where the Hardpoint may have faltered early on, S&D certainly has been a battle. We're going back to protocol, where obviously we know Carolina gonna be bringing the heat. Saw him play on the map just a little bit earlier in Atlanta FaZe. Happy to be squaring up as well. Fun day of Call of Duty here as these two teams battling it out for 20K.
20K and 30 CDO points again. The run towards champs is starting off early here at the Minor 1 tournament, but it's all going to come to a very, very exciting conclusion at the end of the year, folks. Big game there. Tight for P2, and after that, no going back, as there was a fork in the road. You either went red or you went blue. Our red team's certainly looking strong indeed. 250, 166, the final score there for map 1. Protocol, another one in the books. We stay here, though, to play Search and Destroy chance. I mean, based on what we saw against Optic, that was a very, very exciting round 10 victory that the Ravens managed to walk away with. Are we feeling something similar? Do you think FaZe were very happy to let this one go through?
Well, I think they're absolutely happy to let it go through because of how much like VOD you're now going to have on this team. It's not just from the previous series, but Carolina, they'll spam protocol as much as they can for the respawns and S&D alike if they can get the map in. Happy for it. That being said, what we just saw in the protocol, a ton of A-side dominance coming through on the offensive and defensive end. Carolina have shown different stuff, though. They do have the strats that will go for those B hits, and I wonder how much they're going to try to keep Atlanta on their toes. See if you get mixy in these initial rounds, and obviously for the faces of the Carolina players, just get that confidence back in the S&D. You know they'll be bringing it, but Atlanta FaZe, I mean, these guys have absolutely stepped up since the first 2 weeks of the qualifiers.
Unbelievable, man. I mean, what a turnaround for the entire organization as well. On the longest winning streak the org has ever seen. We'll see if they can keep it going. Not only that, a championship here in Minor 1.
The mini chip.
It's a little chip. It's a mini chip. It's still a tasty one, though, at that. Bumps are out. Map 2 on its way. Search and Destroy. We're going to rock through this one. We're expecting a lot of love towards that A-bomb site down low. The B-bomb site, though, wide out in the open again. Watch for those heli plays. The players by the back Sam site. We've seen this a few times now. We're starting to get the feel for it. Starting to get the reps. There's a lot of dirty tricks still to be shown here on Protocol, and our players are full of them.
And I'm just excited for the round 1. I'm personally a very big fan of the round 1 B hit, just to sort of set the tone. I can't remember who it was, but we watched and I think it was Toronto, go for the B hit round 1, and then they never show it again, but you just force them to respect it, and it makes that bullying out of the A site that much easier. But we'll see what ideas get played with. It is, in fact, Carolina on offense in round 1. This doesn't look like a B hit. This is looking like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if you have too much VOD review, they know where you're going to be coming from. The nades land on Slasher's forehead. TJ gets shot in the side, and Atlanta FaZe not caught off guard in any way, shape, or form. That's why I'm a fan of the B hits round 1. Mix it up.
Yeah, B hit round 1. When you play rock, paper, scissors, you have to remind your opponent that there are other options. You must always be afraid. I must admit, I think Sim's concussion also hit a Gwyn up top, so you've got massive intel, and I do believe, yeah, every single position made aware. Vivid hope for a pick.
That's crazy.
Hope will only get you so far. Gwyn now 1v4, and FaZe, immaculate first round.
Yeah, and again, completely easy. Hey, where does Slasher play? All right, we'll just throw a nade that direction, free pick, aggression towards the middle of the map, and then they say, hey, it's a 4v2. You guys want to plant the bomb, go ahead. We're going to camp every single exit point that we have. Camp up top grannies, camp the elevator shaft, get big door, and even get spiral if we're going to need it. Clean and easy. Atlanta FaZe didn't really have to work for that one at all.
No. Well, I think they did work for it. They just made it look easy. And that's the...
They worked for it before the series. Like, that's a before the map of, like, hey, what are they going to do? How do we want to counter?
Yeah, most likely a nice double nade there to take care of Slasher. He's the island player there for the Ravens. So, you know, the rest of the boys should be a little bunched up. And it's a hot hit, and it's Gwyn who has been melted. Immediate trades. Oh, Teej finds 2. That really slows the play right down now for FaZe. Slasher gets away with his life. And now you rethink the move.
That's just unlucky for Atlanta that your round one strat is actually go towards the B site, and they had a guy top trips, bottom trips, and someone sent out towards P1. So great counter strat on the defensive end. Drazah and Sally getting the work, but you're just pinned in the deepest corner of your map.
Uh-oh.
There's a pick you're looking for. You got a 2v2. Now Carolina are going to know that the bomb is down, that the SMG players are going to be working it. And TJ's vied for position. He's got a cheeky flank potentially getting set up. Once he gets the call from Slasher, he'll make moves or a kill, falls in his lap.
Just about falls into it. Close enough though, 77 HP. The timing, the shots were there. Tej is back. Nice two-piece. Ravens find the equalizer.
Yeah, I think that's an ace as well. TJ, that is 2 aces on the weekend. So he's been putting in incredibly efficient work in search and destroy, and quite literally just the perfect position at all times. If your teammate's playing out towards P1, be there with them, bottom double doors, get there for the trades, and then outer sidewalk, just waiting for the contact. But the play came to him, and he handled it. Good round there for Carolina. And 2 defensive wins as well. See what Carolina cook up for this one. If Vivid's swinging out towards outer lighthouse, standard push, but don't get naded this time. Yeah, wait him out.
Oh, that looked like we could see the sort of the shell of the fragmentation they just hit. Just the outskirts of the nade. I do believe Slasher managed to get away with no damage this time around. So FaZe back on up. A little turtle on the inside of the Trips building. And Tej vying for information. A quick hop here might give him away to Slasher, who's down by the B-bomb side, but he's gone all the way around. He's now well out of sight of safe engagement range as Abizi finds that first blood.
And FaZe are a heads up about the TJ flank as well. Selium sitting there watching. If they didn't know before, well, they certainly do now. Shots being exchanged. Selium's going to get a pick on Slasher, so that's not even the guy that they were looking for. In a 2 versus 4 for the SMG duo. Good trigger discipline, but yeah, take the freebie. Try to get your boy to get this bomb down and see if you can handle the SMG gunfights or take a route. I love this play from Tej.
TJ's just causing nothing but chaos. He is giving away nothing and trying to take everything. Oh my word, the timing! Tej with a gunny! Oh my word, a single bullet! But now, Gwyn has a chance to cause some more problems. But Abizi, the trap was set and he was a bullet away from disaster. What a fantastic attempt, but a solid hold from FaZe.
Yeah, so close yet so far. TJ could have stolen one away, but not able to cook anything up. And yeah, Abizi also a 6-1 start. So these are the SMG players having their duel on protocol. But defenses have been very strong so far. We'll see who can break that mold, because obviously the A hits. I mean, you could be incredibly aggressive on offense and just get full site control. So you expect the offenses to start flowing sometime soon. FaZe, they want to make it happen now.
I've not seen too many bottom mid hits here. From the outside door. Uh-oh. Strange off angle and 2-piece there from Tej. Brought down. Drazah now trying to pick up the pieces, trying to salvage the play. Can he get anything out of this one? He absolutely can! The trades are done, and the Ravens come out on top. What an explosive finish.
I'd be shaking my head if I'm Gwyn too. Those are elite shots coming out of the aims. Didn't make a difference in the end, but moments like that can be scary, but overwhelming force. 3 players there lined up, and Slasher able to get on the board. Always good news for a player. Granted, super early on in the game. It's not crazy to be on a donut, but getting that first kill, always so nice to sort of get the feel going. So another bounce back round. Another shut him down on defense into the massive stack towards Big Door there to get it done. It is TJ versus the world. That's crazy.
Dude, 8-3. That's not a bug. 8-3 for realsies. Gwyn and Vivid, you know they've got it in them. Oh, Tej so close to that one. If he checks to the left corner, he's going to get himself a kill. 2 men on the outside for FaZe, 2 on the inside, as they're waiting for the bomb plant to go. I don't see trophies either, so this could be a big one. First stun doesn't connect. The next few nades might, but it's an RC car. It causes a little bit of a problem. Trade's now complete. Tej basically doing it alone on the inside now. Finds himself one. The fade away, and with another big round.
Dude, this man is unstoppable. Yo, he struggled in map number 1. That's the bounce back you're looking for. He has been dominant. In RC car, honestly, I don't like the usage a lot of the time out of pro players, but that's like the perfect spot in that moment. As long as you get out, it's fantastic. And the RC card just to shut down the big door push. TJ there, the absolute wrecking crew.
Whoa.
Everybody else on Carolina, man, they're just along for the ride.
It's a perfect place to use it. It's so close. You've barely got any time to react to it. That's such a target-rich environment for FaZe as well. You know you have to have the guns at the ready in case someone slides out on you, and instead it's the RC card. Guess wrong, die. Guess right. You've still got to deal with the players. That is a huge moment. A little bit of momentum now as TJ feeling himself. Sadly, Drazah felt his presence. Takes care of business first blood.
Yeah, it might have been a miscomm in that moment. I don't know if Vivid spotted 1 or 2 players over towards P2, but I think he was getting call out. There's a freebie. Somebody's one shot. And just a little too bloodthirsty. And now Atlanta, that's your bomb carrier. So now bomb's down on the outskirts of the map. Vivid does get traded. But the bomb not over towards B yet. There's potential for this 2v3 clutch. Gwyn gonna get caught, and that dream fades away.
It fades away very quickly. Prime position now for FaZe. Could go towards A. Slasher on the immediate back pedal towards the B site is not necessarily that helpful, but spots are easy. So he's got a little bit of intel now. FaZe will now turtle up. They're all on the inside of the site. Selling with the coverage there by elevators. There's simply no hope in hell here for Slasher unless he peels them. And I mean peel. This has got to be perfect now as all of them have lined up for the fight. And Slasher does what he can. But FaZe, opening advantage they do not give away.
Yeah, nothing cooking there. FaZe handling that situation perfectly, giving Slasher no room to work with. And I think that literally just does come down to Carolina maybe biting off just a little bit more than they could chew. TJ's had everybody's number in the S&D, so he wants to hunt those players down, but Drazah just makes the easy read. He's got Abe sort of tucked in the corner P2, watch his steps, protect your friend. And as soon as that first blood falls, well, the round gets that much easier. So an offensive round on the board. Carolina going to be looking for that response. The B site effectively left wide open, but we are squaring up down low. First blood, second blood, everything rolling through. Slayer wrote a song about this moment.
It's raining. They're on protocol. Slasher looking for a big old flank. We might check back with him later. Gwyn's coming up on the P2 position now. Big Door will be his next target as FaZe. I've got bomb down on the inside of the site, and they are sitting pretty for now.
But it's 2 and 9 combined fighting the entirety of FaZe. So they don't have 4 kills in 6 rounds. I don't think they're gonna find 4 in a single one. Slasher just looking for a little bit of fun. See if you can get a pick. Why not?
Why not? Takes
I'll
2.
give it to you.
Oh, I mean, like,
child out of Sim.
these are nice shots. 30 seconds. He's not going to be able to recover that bomb, but he's going to now go for another angle. Just quietly. Oh, not as he can. Bad news. Wow, good shots, but not enough. FaZe again take the lead now, 4-3.
Yeah, utter dominance as well down that A Street. Against Atlanta FaZe, you can't afford to give any rounds away, and I think if you have a close one that you let slip, it's just going to be punishing. And honestly, on Carolina, nobody is providing really much of anything at all outside of TJ, so they got to step up just a little bit. Honest Abe, thinking about how he wants to accrue his next first blood. Himself and Simp have been getting after it, and Abe's making the call. He's feeling the gameplay.
Classic 3-1 look there from the Ravens every time, nearly every time. You'll see that formation off the rip. Slasher and Gwyn find theirs opening. Immediate trade. Simp can't take care of Tej. Can Tej take care of another?
Oh my God.
Another ridiculous lineup and another blowout at Big Door. Wow. Same position, same POV, you name it. The Ravens, and there is a lot to be said about the way they play their trades and their chemistry in these close range moments. But failure is not an option. You cannot make a mistake at that range.
It's just so scary every time. That's Deja. It was Slasher as well. The final man. Exact same spot, exact same lineup. And I mean, I'm biting my nails, but Carolina have that one handled. And now Slasher wide-eyed trying to figure out how they want to approach this offensive round. They have gotten shut down in a bunch of different directions. They're going to spread the map, play for picks.
No. Not ideal.
Vivid found his second kill in the game.
Oh no, that's a shame. Well, it's going to rethink the plan now. FaZe, you got a massive advantage, boys. Press this one. Cell spotted out. Shoulders. Wants the player down low. He got some tags. We could hear the hit markers there. And Drazah's going to be there on top mid to help out there. So huge advantage once again for FaZe. This is going to put them on map point.
And I tell you, for the side of Vivid, I mean, look, they're winning, so you're feeling great, but his S&D has been very lackluster so far this year. So when you start losing, that is going to become a pretty sizable talking point, but maybe you try to clutch in the 2v4. Gwyn has found the route. He has made it through unchecked and unspotted. Cecilium might be prepared, but there's your opportunity. Gwyn's looking to make the play.
He was moisturized and unbothered. Oh, shots into Drazah as well. Makes it a 2v2. There we go. Abizi answers back. Gives you now Vivid an opportunity to clutch against the Terrors.
Yeah, just in the meantime, though, he was not quick enough to help his boy. They're going to let him plant the bomb, and he's got it planted for everything. So he can play the SAM site, he can play the helicopter, he can see it from both situations. And he's roaming out towards P1. So he's going to look for a pick, and then he can get the bomb checks from outer. And the Terrors have grouped up together, swinging out, clearing out their spawn, eliminating possibilities. But I love this rewrap.
Oh, wow, the rewrap. One spotted. Second man spotted. Vivid. Win the fight. Win the round. Oh, Simp gets it. And that is a sensational defuse. A brilliant clutch and a missed opportunity there from Vivid that will haunt him until at least tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tough. There's a bunch of different ways you can play that. I absolutely love and respect the trigger discipline. It's a tough conversation of who you kill first, or even when you wait to shoot the gun, because obviously Simp, well, he just has the coverage, and this is just Vivid screwing up the nade, by the way. It's not a team nade situation. He just bungled it. Had an opportunity to make up for it, but no execution. And a painful 2-9 stat line.
Map point FaZe, and they're looking to go out with an absolute bang. And a bang it is. With this time around it's Sim, and it's just endless. I couldn't tell you, mate. I don't think that's actually a car. That might be a bug. Going to be going to the referees for that one, but a light advantage right now for the Ravens. What are we watching here, boys and girls? TJ can only get the one, but it'll do. Round 11. What a map we're getting.
I mean, I guess Atlanta FaZe says anything you can do, I can do better. We'll team kill in a different way, a more impressive one.
It's not a car. I think it might have been.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah.
It might have been a PC in the room. I couldn't tell you, boys and girls. I couldn't tell you. We might have a replay.
It's just tucked in the hallway. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like a typical thing. But it's just unlucky.
The server on the left-hand side of this room just exploded and killed Honest Abe. Get out of town. Here we go, folks. Round 11.
AI is coming for us all.
Tej with bomb. FaZe, 3-man stack down low.
Oh, this could be a big. You spotted everybody, baited out the information.
It's on Drazah.
Maybe they're just trying to like rebait as well, because now they're getting everybody to run back up spiral. Carolina's playing for mind games.
Drazah's in the deep back. He's the guy watching B for now. But yeah, if you get a single kill up here, Ravens, then you dip out. You go back over towards A, and you create a very sticky situation for FaZe to deal with.
Intel on Abizi.
Intel on Vivid. And oh my goodness, what a first blood. Trades are good. Cell banged up. He's going to need more than a bandage for that one. And Drazah wins the big one there on the flank. Here comes a potential trade.
That's a huge play out of Drazah.
He backs up Drazah and gets away with this. Now it's a 3v2.
Yeah, huge play out of Drazah to get active in that moment. Slasher and Vivid. 2 AR players having to go down low. A tough spot, but maybe Slasher taking on the world tour, but Vivid's just nowhere near him.
I think Slasher's gone way down. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Drazah, perfect read. Vivid, it's a 1v3, and he's not even going to be able to get close enough to sort of do anything here. He might be able to get a kill or two, but it will matter not. FaZe take the lead here in your Minor 1 Grand Finals. What a ridiculous protocol S&D that was.
Yeah, and just as a full team of 4 for Atlanta FaZe, better in the game mode. Carolina players individually just struggling. And I'll tell you, that play from Drazah, we saw him posted in the depths of the map. As soon as there was activity towards mid, he pushed up through grass, got the boat, and the players mid-map, the AR players for Carolina, had coverage for Gwyn out towards mid, but Drazah found the one sort of opening, gets that extra kill, and breaks the round down. A tough one for Vivid. I mean, he's been bottom of the league in S&D KD in 3-11 there. And shout out to Teach for his performance. He had the team on the back from the front half, but simply not enough. And that's also 8 first bloods out of 11 for Atlanta FaZe. Their homework was fantastic.
Fantastic. A+ for the homework. A star for the United Kingdom. Ball control coming on in a moment, but man, we just that search and destroy, we had great plays, we had some strange moments, and we had a lot of team kills as well. That was a crazy game. It's over to the Dester. I want to see the conclusions drawn from this one, man, because that was a crazy couple of maps.
Pretty wild stuff going on. If you think about the first time these two teams met up, they played the exact same maps. Atlanta not afraid to run it back, and instead of being beaten 250-83, they let the Royal Ravens double up that score, 250-166. Atlanta, though, in control this time around.
Yeah, in way better control and just not allowing the chunk plays. We'll talk about it here in a second. But, yeah, they just look so much better. And on the side of Carolina, though, in that game, too, you had a huge opportunity. It's Vivid, man. Honestly, looking a little bit nervous, not knowing what to do. He's behind both of them, almost pulls away with it. But, yeah, Carolina down bad right now, man. Backs against the wall. They got to come back.
Going to be a rough position to bounce back from, but this team does not have a loss yet on the season. Alley-Cat, you thought it was going to be the Royal Ravens up at the half. Where did they fall short?
They just kept giving too many bloods away, unfortunately, especially a map like Protocol where you're literally giving opportunities for a BZ and Simp to just go crazy in computers. It was a grade A bang out, don't get me wrong. Went all the way to round 11. I have to tip the hat. Atlanta FaZe shutting down TJ was probably the best thing they could have done in that situation. You take him down, that's 13 kills under his belt, and unfortunately Vivid having a really slow map number 2 allows Atlanta FaZe to go up 2.
All right, I was looking at round 7. TJ was sitting on 11 kills. All 3 of his teammates were sitting at 1-4, 1-6, 1-5. What was happening at the start of this game? How do you have one person picking up all the kills for the team?
Yeah, I mean, well, he just was backpacking them crazy. Like, down low, finding all the kills, all the trades. And honestly, this is the situation. I think he should have just waited
a second. Guy behind wall,
yeah, it's the guy's actually on bomb and then go for the guy close because he has the positioning on you. But, yeah, I mean, Chance was talking about it, too. There's a lot of moments where Vivid's just kind of by himself, like, not with the team. Yeah. So maybe they're just trying to get to some next step in their strat where they're going to rewrap or something. It just wasn't working out. Obviously, they just played this map and FaZe watched it too, so we saw some counters. Nevertheless, we go all the way to the very end and it's close.
I do want to say it was a great attempt at the 2v4. Gwyn gets the first 2. Vivid almost clutching up. It would have been a totally different halftime show if we were knotted up at 1 apiece. But Alley-Cat, we're now facing elimination. If you're Carolina, you got Vault Control, Hacienda, and a Vault Search and Destroy. How do these maps fare for this team? Can they force another Game 5 in this minor?
Well, so the funny thing about this is the later half of the series favors Carolina heavily. The opening 2 protocols were leaning towards FaZe because they were 4-1 in it. Like I said, the only loss was to Carolina, and they just won a protocol search and destroy. So they were coming off hot on that map. But heading into Vault and Vault S&D, where Carolina are 2-0 and undefeated, we could still have another Game 5.
I'll keep it a buck. I want to see Carolina at least get 1 in this series. I think it's coming in control, but if it gets to another hard point, they got to look out for Drazah.
Yeah, they do got to look out for Drazah. And that leads us to drawing conclusions. Let's talk about this. A lot of people were asking from Atlanta to see a little bit more from their ARs and to play Hardpoint better, and that's exactly what they're doing. So if you remember, we talked about the first time these guys played each other, 250-88. Atlanta FaZe giving up the chunk plays left and right. So this is how they're now avoiding it. So we're going to jump into a Drazah play. He's underground right now. We're rotating over towards P2, okay? So he starts this rotation. If you can see, it's 13 seconds. He started this at 23 seconds. So early for him. It doesn't always have to be an SMG who has to take the underground route. And what they're trying to avoid is on P2, you can spawn back here and you'll just get farmed. You'll have a guy in middle gun that can see the push here, maybe a guy P1 and a guy top window who can farm over the guy in hill, right? So they're trying to avoid getting put in that blender and give up the massive chunk play. So Drazah is going to flank around, get the big kill on number 8 up top, and that's going to open up the kill for this guy because he's going to turn and redirect his attention towards Drazah. But there's another layer to this play, and we're going to watch it play out here in a second as to the improvement of the ARs on the side of Atlanta FaZe. So he gets the flank, doesn't always need to be a SMG, like I mentioned. He has his teammates, Abizi and Celium, fighting over towards the hill, but as soon as he gets this kill, it pulls the attention of Slasher, who then gets taken out by Simp. And now what I want you guys to focus in on is, let's pause and jump in here. They know that this spawn is vacant, right? So rather than Drazah just like sitting up here and waiting for a guy to push him, he's gonna jump out and redirect his attention to stagger their push as well. So this is how you avoid like chunk plays getting put on you, and then also the instant re-break from a team like Carolina who's trying to get back to the hill.
Incredible stuff. FaZe takes the first hard point, bouncing back after getting a 100-point club by the same team on the same map just 3 weeks ago. It's time to get back into the games, though. Game 3 loaded up now with Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, illustrious and handsome. A good-looking desk. You all smell great as well. I can attest to that. I've been there. Guys, we're ready to rock and roll into Control. This should be a very, very spicy one indeed. Again, Shift brought up before. 2 teams who are very, very well rehearsed on the map and mode. This is bound to be another banger chance.
Looking forward to it as well, because I think we've seen like a little bit of evolution on Vault Control as well from the first 2 weeks, and I mean things are going to evolve quick when you've played it 30 times, pretty much a day it feels like. But the amount of SMGs that have been being pulled out when like the battle is on this A zone has been pretty nutty to see. Everybody's getting involved. We're going to see Slasher pulled out from time to time, which is atypical given his career as a long-term AR player. So gonna be fun, gonna be mixy as well, and we'll see if anybody can sort of find those cheeky little plays, opportunities to go to that B zone, maybe do something heroic. Got a few of those moments as well, but certainly Atlanta FaZe, all the confidence in the world. Really rough start to the year. They've bounced back already, looking so much better.
Here we go. A hit off rip. This time, though, Carolina do show a bit of love towards the catwalk side of things. Selling with a lovely 2-piece. 3 for MC. Outstanding work. Slasher might be able to get involved, but for now, Selim's multi-kill puts the attack to A to the end.
Yeah, Slasher just wants to keep things slow so we can buy his team a little bit of space to get back in the mix. So Beezy and Simp right now just looking for Slasher. Everybody else on Carolina trying to get into position, but Slasher not making an impact after the fact, but at least his teammates are here and his teammates get chopped down. 2 incredibly successful pushes for Atlanta FaZe, and they have the spawn trap.
Oh dear God, this is going to sting. Numero uno. Nope. Oh, Vivid, you picked the right corner, my friend. I was about to get rip in there in Italian, but alas, it's over to A by the pool, soaking up a little bit more than Sweet Rays. He takes all those 5.56 out of Slash's aims, and now you're trying to make your way out. Simp, 4 now in a row in this single life, and he's having a whale of a time. Over towards the middle of the map. You've lost a little bit of map presence now, FaZe. Counter-attack through the front. Vivid all over it. Massive work again out of Selim. He is sensational. Here in the mid-map, so's Gwyn. Capture continues. Segment gone.
Yeah, this has been a vampiric start right now for Atlanta FaZe, sucking the life count right away from Carolina, already down to 15 lives. Half of their expenditure out of the way and only 2 ticks of progress. Well, not even 2 ticks. That trade's gonna go roll through on Vivid. And Gwen, last man standing, at least gives you 2 to keep things interesting, but Carolina, they are in a hole.
He is no man. He is a monster. Well, Ape, silver grenade to take care of the monster. Tej, great timing. Instant rebuttal. Lovely parry there again with the Semtex. Slow this right down. Oh, awkward moment there. That's a real bad one. That's a Beezy with a free 2. Gwyn's going to be able to pick up at least one of these. That's 10 seconds on the clock. That's a stinger. That could absolutely cost you this round. Perfect check from Gwyn. The second not going to be there. Are you able to get on the zone, Slasher? Yes. Are you able to get a kill? No. And that is that, folks. FaZe. 10 life difference in round 1.
Yeah, pad the stats. Why don't you sell him? Just get multi-kill after multi-kill, opens up with just a 3-piece. And a moment like that for Atlanta FaZe, you give them the opportunity to get a stranglehold on the map and set up for the spawn traps. Things are looking good. And how good is this going to look? Everybody's supine and everybody's one shot. It is bold to try to run through those middle doors. Straight from round number 1, no trophies. Everybody has nades landing on their forehead. Carolina, maybe just a hope and a prayer that they could have made it through, but Selim closing that door.
Second time we saw Selim again just bang through that central part of the map, find at least 2 or 3 kills in a row. He's 10-3 overall, folks, and moments like that are the reason why. Trophies in place now. Perfect coverage there as you now charge forward. Top catwalk side, though, that's going to be Carolina in control for now. Vivid took a lot there. He's going to be pushed back. And for now, it might be a bit of a pinch here. You've got the side doors covered, and you've got a little bit of love now from top cat, but that's a lovely hold there from the Ravens.
Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I'm a Crimson player. Seeing something like that, I know there's no hope for me. Can't do it.
You're doing just fine, brother. Gwyn He's doing what he can. Oh no, Vivid managed to get the trade out of that one. aBeZy's damage was fantastic though. Over a minute to Røkkr, and FaZe have not been terribly successful on the attack. Life count fine, but the progress on the objective not so good. Oh, you got to finish Gwyn, man. He's going to make a problem of that. Simp upstairs, finding kills all over the place. Single life differential as well, but the terrorists, oh, sugar. That is TJ Haley finding kills.
Still keeping up the trades though, left and right, but that goes for both teams. So Simp produced a 1 HP. Gwyn, I thought was going to be quick on the trades, but he's taking a different route. Now he's back in for the chow. Trades rolling through in different directions, and Slasher wins a big one. The pressure still on Atlanta FaZe to get action over towards this A zone. aBeZy just being a nuisance, making noise for every single flock of the Carolina players, but handling it so far incredibly close on the life count. This has been a slugfest of a control round.
Yeah, that's a lot of work done. You still got presence in the middle of the map. Drazah's going to be there. Damn, son. Celium fell down the stairs there. He looked like he might have just hurt his back as well. That's unfortunate. Final 15 seconds. Here we go in round number 2. Ravens hold this perfectly, and you might be joining up. A single segment out of FaZe was good enough. Final 10, both zones. Vivid on the back and forth we go, and now a little bit of an awkward dive. Nice work out of Gwyn. 4th in a row. Nothing left to throw at this point except for his teammates, and they find the kills. That should be good. And an incredible dance between both of our teams here, and TJ, Gwyn finding them all over the place. Ravens 1-1.
And that's massive as well, because the first round, it felt like Atlanta FaZe absolutely beat them down. So on a vibes front, you're thinking Carolina are going to be a little more hurt by it, but as soon as the dust clears, they have an extra tick. They did a little bit better on the objective than Atlanta FaZe did, so the smallest of edges right now going into the next round. We're thinking about that potential round 5, and I'm thinking about Celium. Supine on his back. That's got to be insanely difficult to keep like recoil control for a gun like that. Like that's strength.
IRL?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not
for sure.
in game. It's your laser beam.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's classic Cell though. Finding new ways to look weird in game. Nobody seems to do it better. 15-8. He's still having a fantastic game so far. That double stun's going to connect. It gives Vivid the 2, and that's TJ with the double assist, and that's 3 down for FaZe. A delightful start here for the Ravens.
And TJ's already sort of snapped into position over towards Art. Does not last, gets read like a book, and there's at least 1 tick rolling through on the A zone, but it's not enough of a stack to really make too much happen. But if the first few kills go your way, you cover the flank, you get your boys on the zone, and you're just letting Gwyn keep that catwalk control as well. So a very controlled game so far. That A zone is going to fall. That is a perfect opening break from Carolina.
Yeah, much more objectively successful in the objective department. Carolina Royal Ravens 5-1 on the tick part. A lot of presence over towards B. Vivid back and forth. Can't win it against aBeZy. That's 3 dead there for the Ravens. Now FaZe an opportunity to take a lot on that presence.
And Simp already in gold as well, so he's going to be causing problems for Carolina. You got number 5, number 6, Slasher and TJ trying to hunt him down, and they at least get Simp. And TJ gives you 2 on one side of the map. Gwyn roaming towards mid on a 4 spree. Make sure you keep things open. Carolina, plenty of pressure on the front of this time.
That was the same setup that saw so much success for FaZe in the first round. This time, not as much. aBeZy now through side door, trying to go to the point. Oh dear, it's the cars. All 3 are now gone though, so not much of a problem anymore. Simp, can he pick up 2 from down low? He can. That's unbelievable. Cell from the outside. A clean sweep. FaZe in control.
How close they could have been, and they didn't even get a tick on B. You just got to get trophies nearby, or you're just going to get peppered left and right. And a little standoff here. Slasher, kind of a standoff moment with Simp, and they're reading him. Half HP, but Slasher is not there for the trade, so you're still going to be looking for Simp. And this is a 4 spree for him as well. Finally gets cut down, but got to be concerned about a few different things. Plenty of time, though, for Carolina to work with. Gwyn's behind enemy lines. Drazah's looking for cuts. It is a mixing mini-map, and a door opens like that. TJ is going to be hunting.
TJ pulls the Vivid backs up as well. Nice job. That side of the map, all good. Slasher making moves towards gold.
Huge win.
That's a big one. Down low in the vault, aBeZy takes care of Teach. Again, you're not able to quite get the perfect setup right now for the Ravens. They need to survive at least 1 more wave of kills. FaZe now trying to escape their spawn. Easier said than done. aBeZy now with the perfect timing on the hit. Will they read this? Vivid does.
Massive.
Big win.
That's it.
Second segment B gone. That should be the lead for the Ravens. The 3rd man shows up and the zone falls.
Dude, that is a massive round. That is so controlled as well. I'm thinking with Simp is staying alive over towards gold. Maybe Carolina a little bit too slow, but it plays into their hands. And even those routes taken by TJ, right? He's not forcing things over by B. He's cutting through P2. Gets lucky timing on Drazah, who is not expecting to be heard banging through that door. Little moments like that just built up over time, and in spite of the best play heroics from Sim early in the round, I mean, Atlanta FaZe did not have the life count, and they just got destroyed on the objective front. They're going to have to dig deep to try to force this round 5.
Defense was, I mean, it's basically in the bag right now for the Ravens.
Yeah, 100%. So guaranteed. Atlanta FaZe have to win back-to-back offensive rounds.
It's going to be so hard. Their offensive rounds have not been that productive. Easy opportunity to turn around. Their FaZe can do it. Nobody seems to do it better when you expect them not to. Nades are up and about. We're now pushing our way forward. A little bit of love, but a nice weird change up there from the Ravens. Slow down FaZe, make him a little uncomfortable. Sim keeping the play alive on the backside, and Drazah, he and his boys are now on the point. A zone, they're getting work done.
Excuse me, as long as you trade out these kills, you're going to be in a good spot. Slasher running for his life does not last. All the mixy trades towards the middle of the map. BZ gets one, playing out over towards A. I mean, this is going to be 2 ticks of progress unless Vivid has something to say about it. Vivid, with an SMG in his hands, you feel like he's a bit more comfy, but there's the 2 ticks of progress. Slasher continually taking these routes down the B street, by the way. He's always working these flanks and doesn't get red this go around. He makes his impact. Celium head on a swivel. Does not pan out. Trades everywhere on the map. BZ can't give you that extra 3-piece. We are just stuck around this A-zone blender.
It's just endless, man. I mean, the foot race, it's seemingly even. Another big 2 from Celium as he walks right through the front door. 3 dead. That's massive. A-zone done. You got a lot of presence now over towards B as well as a BZ. He might be able to get a couple of kills here. Watch out, though, boys. All of those cars are up and active right now. Not a single one has exploded. You thought giant exploding propane tanks were an issue in MW3? These bad boys. There were 3 of them.
Slasher, by the way, that's comedy. Every single route he took through B Street, kind of struggling to get a kill here, kill there. He finally goes in the power position in the perfect moment, just snaps on 2 different people. So the traditional thing paying off. Cars continue to be a massive issue for these Atlanta FaZe players. The luck has not been on their side.
15 lives either side now. With all the cars gone, though, we'll see if the luck variable gets taken out of this equation. The Slasher still trying to find an angle on these plays. Gets at least one. Celium watching the back so diligently. That's not going to stop the hit through the front side, though. Sim, though, wins a big one against Teach Gwyn. Can't get it.
Here we go.
The Phenom. Vivid up front now, trying to cause some problems. TJ off spawn right through the middle. Can Slasher get into the fight? Look out for the feet. That's where we're seeing typically these kills coming from, and that's another 2 for the Mad Titan.
You just got to get a trophy on this zone, man. You got 2 ticks of progress. Things are looking great, but you just got to get a trophy nearby. Drazah does have one in hands, but that is a 4-man wipe from Carolina when they needed it most, and they got a 2-life advantage. Atlanta FaZe, though, you just need the 1 push. You got to clear out Gwyn and start getting active.
And the games now between Gwyn and Cell. Reinforcements en route. Awkward timing. Nice turn, though. Gwyn making a case for the gunfight in seemingly every situation. Slasher's corner. Will it pay off? Nearly, but what a read from the BZ.
Can't get out, though. That's 2.
Uh-oh, that's 3! Last man! FaZe now on the hunt for it. They can't get it. It's Gwyn. A BZ finds it. 35 seconds to go. This could be the capture.
Well, if you're Carolina, you might want to die. Like, you need to flood into death, do everything you can to not give up. Actually, the ticks don't matter. I take it back. The round's just done. Atlanta FaZe clutching it. I forgot for a second that it was already guaranteed the back-to-back offenses, but Atlanta FaZe forced the issue, making a little bit of magic happen. They were down 9-7 on the life count, and then everything fell into place. Drazah was so patient on this section of the map as well. He was in hookah for a solid 30 seconds before those 2 kills came through, but I'd say for the best play system, accurate. Him finding that 2-piece in that moment, opening up the floodgates for the team to push. He might be 13-20, but he found his impact there.
Final round. Another attack here for FaZe. You did the 200 IQ thing so fast and then caught yourself mid-thought. That was wild, man. Well done. No bad. All good. Sim, real good. Gwyn, also good. Nice trade. Cell, also very good. Good. Now over to the point. Slasher, quite good. Done. Drazah, very good. Nice trades.
This is just an absolute mix fest towards mid, yeah, and you just get caught up in it, right? You just
very good
flowing through, flooding in, get the jackals, run forward, Acelium cutting us, who cares? Just sprint, just go through. Why not? Flood towards that zone. You got TJ getting some cutoff kills as well. Gwyn can't hunt him. Maybe kills his teammates, but he makes up for it, at least for a brief moment. That's tough again.
It's another car. Gwyn's going to eat that nade as well. It might not kill him, but it's certainly going to hurt. Gwyn now fighting his way through front. Sim puts himself in the lobby. Halfway through the A zone, we now go. Final attacking round. Very difficult to win back-to-back rounds. Here's the whole hop. BG doesn't read it. Picked apart. It could be 3 down a moment. Cell. He's so hard to kill. That is that. One life separating these teams right now.
Atlanta FaZe have the A-zone stacking jitters, I feel like. Not many moments where you can get 3 or 4 bodies on the point because you have to give up a ton of map control to actually stack it, but maybe small windows of opportunity being missed, looking to fine-tune things because Carolina looking like they're fine-tuning their defense. That is all 4 players wiped off the map. Atlanta FaZe back to square one in their spawn. TJ and his favorite corner, Vivid, has the coverage towards mid. Slasher's got B Street, and Gwyn has the flank. It's the setup.
That's the setup. That's the work done there. Massive shots out of Gwyn on the second. Final 10. Ravens will be getting on the board. Last-ditch attempt here for FaZe to get a man on the point at the very least. Through hole will be the play. Here we go. Waiting for the opportunity. Cell finds himself 2 kills out of it. Here we go into the zone. Abizi can't find the kills. His teammates there for the trade. Drazah down and out, but you got Cell to save the day and keep the play alive.
This might be the moment to actually get him back in it. The nade's gonna land. Can anybody else on FaZe get in the zone to help him out? There you go. The tick secured. You buy yourself an extra minute. The problem is you get eviscerated. Carolina jump all over you on the defensive end, and they have a 4-life lead.
7-11, but there is nothing convenient about the situation you find yourselves in right now, FaZe. You've dropped another man. Abizi on the hunt. He's getting tagged up as well. TJ hops off the flank. Pistol out, nearly gets both. Immediate trades. Ruthless aggression from the Ravens. As they soar now. 30 seconds to go.
Any kill is huge. No one from Atlanta can really afford to fall, and Sam just caught out in between 3 players. 3 lives remaining. Last-ditch effort, and there are so many cars on this map, let me tell you.
Might have to add a little car horn to the going along there as Cell. The last few moments roll through. Ravens push the series to our map 4. Grand finals of Minor 1. Are you not entertained?
We got ourselves a series. Carolina showing off the fight, and this is going to be a fun one. Hacienda will be the map 4. And exciting to see these guys back on Hardpoint as well, because Protocol was a fun one where Atlanta certainly had their number, but it was an uncharacteristic map performance out of TJ, who since then, he has been a menace. And that vault control absolutely delivers. Each team able to win an offensive round. It's not an Albagra. It's not a Gavutu. You absolutely have potential on the offensive end, so nothing too crazy. But I'd say for TJ, again, those 10 objective kills, excuse me, then Gwyn the 14 offensive one. Those guys were getting things done, especially so on that A zone. And I mean, that's just the way the map plays. You got to get your SMGs to fry for those close range engagements, those slides around the pillars. You got to be more turned than I ever am.
You were worried about like watching the AR players. You're like, I'm Crimson, it's not for me. How do you think I feel around a sub? How do you think I feel? Watching these animals. Unbelievable, man. Wow, great map. Really, really good map. As we've seen plenty of solid vaults, that's another good one. Crazy close matchup between both our teams. FaZe take it from what, 2.6 seconds to nearly being able to win the whole thing. But that's what it's all about on these attacking rounds. It doesn't really matter about the life count. It really is about, you get those solid 3-4 dead, you make the right calls, you win the next fights, you are all good to go. Magnificent work. We saw the spawn trap for 1 or 2 moments there in the opening round from FaZe. That opening defensive round was so good. They outslayed by 10, I believe. So Ravens made the right call in going purely objective on the attempt towards that round 5 defense because it paid off.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe certainly seem to be one of the teams that's incredibly efficient when they get the spawn trap on the defensive end of like just holding it for such a long time and being so annoying to deal with. I think though for Atlanta, maybe not the most efficient team right now of actually capturing that A zone. It's always close on the life counts, and it's not like they're bad at it. Obviously, they get the one offensive win, but I don't know, looking at it, my Crimson level game sense here would be that for it to be the thing to Atlanta to improve on, but they're not going to listen to me because they absolutely are way too smart to do that.
Oh, good men. Strong, wise men. Dude, this game, we saw some good ones here. It's fun, man. We saw some good ones. Sims 2-piece from downvolt as well. I thought that was another deciding moment. And Tej, again, whether it's pistols, whether it's the submachine gun, he's had a fantastic season so far. Early days still. It feels so much the infancy of Black Ops 6. He's already looking like a superb player. Hacienda Hardpoint, though, this is going to be a very, very sound map to watch both our teams on here. Again, FaZe, here in this -1 grand final, it's match point. This is tournament point right here and now. If they win this Hacienda, it's done. Vault, I mean, kind of feels like we're going there, doesn't it? It really does. It just feels like the way this tournament has been, so many game 5s here. If not for the technical delays on on yesterday, could have been one of the wildest days of competitive COD we've seen since, I mean, MW2 maybe, crazy stuff. But here we go, into the Hacienda. And chance players who've been on Hacienda for a really long time. I mean, almost everyone competed in Black Ops 4 outside of maybe Gwyn in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun map as well, because when you have your maps like the Skylines or Red Cards, it is just an absolute bang out, play at a lightning pace, and it can be tough to identify what a play is. It's more or less just we're head smashing in. If you spawn up here, okay, take the flank route, and it's very sort of stock and standard. You're just getting after it. Hacienda has set plays. Like, you need to be there to execute. Your rotations have to be on point. You have to be communicating on what you're picking up to make sure players don't slip through. But if you're paying attention to the map 1s versus map 4s, you see fairly comparable. Maybe Ravens start off a little bit slower than Atlanta FaZe, but once they get going, these two teams towards the end of this series have the hot hand. 5-1 record in the map 4s for Atlanta and 4-1 for Carolina. So these guys, top of the league, so it seems. Carolina still undefeated on this year. Atlanta FaZe being the first team looking to make that dent. One map away to making it happen, but again, Hacienda, more of a traditional Call of Duty map with the set plays, and obviously some of the vets on Carolina are going to be very happy for it.
I mean, some of the vets on FaZe, Simp and Abe, namely. Celium had his real explosion into the league in that Black Ops 4 year playing for FaZe. What a crazy year that was, man. Whew. What do we think of LG, chat? Not all of you might remember that, actually.
I thought it. I'm just trying. I'm not going to get fired, you know?
What do we think? Good times here in COD. Wow. Many more to come. Starting things off here with a Hacienda. Map 4.
I hope Tommy's having a good day.
I reckon he is. There's only one Tommy Truant. Over the top open. Trades are there and rattling the gunfire and just splinters, wood, shells, you name it. It's all going across Hacienda.
Controlling rock hall or open, incredibly important. Celium, you're gonna get overwhelmed. You stack up the extra pressure, but you got Simp here for the follow-up, but it is trades on trades, and the aims reign supreme there for Carolina. A little bit of a moment to breathe, and you see that rotation over towards P2. Atlanta FaZe are gonna be crawling around this time. But DJ's got his boy covered, so honestly for Carolina, really good setup around P1. Slasher's made his way to new. Everybody else sort of controlling the hallways, and Vivid has just been collecting all this P1 time. And TJ might get caught, but Slasher wins the huge gunfight against aBeZy for these spawns. Has more work to do though, because it's Slasher versus the world.
Oh, and he took on a lot of it. Old Iron Boots there in the back line. Here comes Gwyn as he gracefully soars over the top of Simp. The spawns are fantastic there for FaZe. They're in the deep. Pinches are now on. Celium takes care of Zig. TJ's out. So is Slasher, now eyes forward.
And this might be a full 60 type of moment as well. We talk about how it's set up for the plays, but as soon as the dust sort of settles, it's a little bit easier to hold now. Maybe a water route from Vivid if he can be enough of a nuisance, or you just jump into a double chow, and the coordination and the timing on this push just doesn't exist. Atlanta FaZe throttling them in this moment. Well, it could have been if you found the extra kills, but I remember that moment for Gwyn when he was in the back spawn. An extra player for FaZe just spawns in the back, and that's enough for them to completely lock it down.
They've had this whole hard point completely watertight. Flash's final few seconds are going to help, but not enough. Over to P3, over to Wood.
Look at this mini-map, by the way. Drazah just ends up spawning back behind enemy lines off his death, so Carolina never blocked it, and they might end up feeling the pain because of it. It's going to be a scattered hill when you wanted to get back in the game, but all of a sudden it's Atlanta mostly in control.
Woo! 7 spree now for Sim. What year is it, folks? He's tearing up Hacienda. Looking for another 8. Can he find another after this one? Because he's got full streaks already, so why not? I mean, the quick contest is going to come to a close in a moment. That's because Gwyn absolutely rips his head off. Vivid backs him up as well. Even at the point, finding a kill or 2 of his own, and with 20 seconds to go, it's another great hard point from FaZe.
And another team kill, though, from grenades rolling through. That's 3 in this series alone that Carolina has had. And maybe not necessarily the most impactful one, but one that helps Atlanta at least get an extra few seconds on the time. You're battling for this scrap because you're trying to now foot race over towards new. But Carolina spawns so far away, and Drazah is so pushed out that you're flooding through the middle door. Abizi, he's ready for the chow.
Damn, Abizi, more than ready. Willing and able. Stun might hit as well. Dancing into the second. 1 pump over to Vivid. Abe is solid as a rock. Yo, another hard point for FaZe.
Yeah, he's looking like Sid just for a brief second there, but at worst, that's probably going to be a yellow. Carolina, though, with the pinch on time. You needed to win the gunfight on the pinch. Now it's all guns forward for Sim. The nade going to slow you down. You slide into his pre-aim, and you are food for fodder. Admittedly, though, at least the trophy is going to make a dent. But yeah, you're eviscerated. The hold's too clean for Atlanta. They've built a massive lead.
Unbelievable. And that rocks the foundation of this lead. Drazah now trying to keep the boys back. Pinned in lobby. Pinned indeed. So much damage dealt. And he gets away with his life for a second. Simp backs him up immediately. Allows that life to continue. Celium's 3 spree, though, hasn't grown since we saw him in that hard point. On to Abe, who, again, maintaining position on the Ravens. They have been unable to get anything going here in the second set.
And Atlanta FaZe going to play so free as well. You got a cruise missile in the back pocket, more than likely for P4. Okay. So you can just afford to not rotate, but that doesn't mean you want to get clean 4-man wiped off the board and spawning on the wrong side of the map. So this is Carolina's best opportunity. They have control of the game. You got to deliver something.
We'll try it. Head on a swivel on the hard point. TJ trying to position himself to angle out the players. He knows where they are. Sell there by Top Rock. Not going to be able to pick him off unless he exposes himself. And nice teamwork there. Ravens far from out of this one yet. They've strung a lot of kills together. Abe down. Teach still holding the point and close to the Hellstorm.
Yes, Gwyn, though, he's going to have a lot of work to do. 2 players working through the back, and what a good slide out from Sim just to get the intel. So bait's on point, and that is an instantaneous break. You had an opportunity to start working yourself back in this game, but now it's Atlanta's time to shine again on P2.
Oh, man. 120 and climbing now. Abe's in. Gwyn finds a couple. Sim gets a couple after Gwyn's trade is completed. So now you just got a FaZe locking this thing down again. First go around, it was nearly perfect. Can they do it back to back?
It's just so painful. You even stun Sim. You know he's there, but you're still going to have one player bait out just to get traded. You're trying to smash through the front. It is a nightmare situation. Playing around the Lambo, playing around your teammates, everybody on Atlanta FaZe thriving. Another P2 that gets completely locked down. And now for Atlanta, if you really want to, you can invest a cruise missile on the rotation. You don't necessarily have to, but with a lead like this, they just have options.
Yeah, the lead, you maintain so much momentum if you cut them out here with a Hellstorm. Cell has been beaming all map long. More fantastic shots from him. He knows no fear whatsoever. Celium, 14 and 9.
I mean, they just get an L trigger. They just get to let the kills fall into their lap. They're not the ones that need to force the issue, and no cruise missile needed to break this one down. They're at least chipping away at this time. And hunting down Abizi inside of 10. You're sliding left and right. And great slides out of Slasher, so Omni movement on point there, and Carolina maybe stabilizing a little bit, still battling for these final 25.
Cell's about to pick up a couple here, potentially. Shots from Gwyn, pretty good. Not enough to kill him, though. You've still got Hardpoint in the hands of the boys of Ravens, and they've got plenty of time to grab here. This has been a very, very solid series of hills. Over to Rock you go, though, now, and this is the problem. FaZe fully set up. 2 players over by the point. Coverage in the top corridors. Everyone's taking hits, and now the Hardpoint's open.
And Atlanta FaZe and aBeZy specifically, we're so far ahead of this rotation. TJ is gonna have to fly to try to work with his teammates in this moment. And you see TJ makes his impacts. Now the players on the hill have to turn just a little bit, trade out aBeZy, see what you can do. Well, you get it done, but it doesn't matter because Atlanta FaZe still just had a leg up. A 60-point lead now in full control of a hill. That can be pretty easy to hold.
Drazah going for some fancy moves. Abe can't stop the player on the point. Doesn't matter if teammates are there. And look at this rampage from FaZe. Slasher gets in there a little bit too late. Plenty of damage. Trays are there. Celium, though, the man of the moment. All 4 down. That is that for the Ravens.
Yeah, just the chaos ensuing around him. He gets to be the turret that just gets to post up, head on a swivel, clean up every single kill. And now you're just trying to sprint through the front. A hope and a prayer for Carolina. They have been handled in Hardpoint. And keep in mind, it's not just the cruise missile that Celium has. Simp still has his too. It would be an insurmountable effort, I'd say, for Carolina to win this map.
Well, we'll find out. Technically, Celium is fully streaked, but we'll see how this one goes. Draz dealt with awkward situation of being aBeZy. Perfect in and out. He and Simp find their kills. Hardpoint now in their hands. Can you bring down Tej? No, nice coverage from Vivid. So you're not out of the woods just yet, FaZe. You are close to the win, but Ravens, they've technically got the map.
I mean, they've done a great job on P1. The sort of theme of P1 is you have to keep active track of spawns to know what direction the player on hill has to chow from. And I mean, they're trying to fight for this P1 time as much as they can, but long term, they've just been completely destroyed on P2, and they're losing the gunfights along the way. Gwen picks up one over by Secret. Him and TJ trying to work together, and they're converging around this new time. You can swarm on P2. You have the numbers for a moment, but you got to get these trades.
FaZe once again. It's full throttle in the garage, and that is it. P2 is going to be the absolute death knell here for the Ravens, unless you can get a break. The first and nearly only break they've seen here, and they're not going to get it. That's going to be that, folks. Last hit, last chance, and last stat pad here for Atlanta FaZe. They make CDL history. Your very first ever minor 1 champions. Atlanta FaZe take on all comers. No losers bracket, no second chances, and they fall to no one.
And it's like an instant response on the criticism as well. Atlanta FaZe, a tough first 2 weeks. People are thinking they might be down and out, preying on their downfall. And don't get me wrong, it's just a mini chip. It's still online, but that is 20 grand that they just won. That is a mini chip. It's the stakes, though. They get it done. They answer the questions. They have shown their improvement. So anybody that thought Atlanta FaZe was down and out, you got to keep waiting.
3-1 there in the finals. Minor 1 comes to a close. 30 CDL points, Røkkr as well. Again, a lot of teams this weekend who do fall outside of the top 3 get nothing at all. So again, that is a major dagger in your campaign towards champs. Only the top 8 make it at the end of the year, folks. If you are joining us here for the first time in the CDL season, and moments like this, you'll look back on and go, my gosh, we're 1 more map away from netting ourselves at least an extra 10 that we sorely needed. FaZe put themselves in a great spot. Ravens, though, Chance, there's no doubt about it, they're still one of the best teams in the league. Unquestionably still one of the top dogs. But FaZe certainly came to play today. Brilliant hard point. Last 4 hills, purely FaZe.
Yeah, Carolina going to be extremely happy the entire year with how hot of a start they actually had. But I know for this game alone, at least the 2 hard points, it was just devastation. Like, as you pointed out, the 4-hill flat line towards the end. Just a step behind, and even that protocol S&D, it goes to around 11, the type of thing that will haunt you, at least for another day before you sort of knock it off and get back into scrims. But congrats to Atlanta FaZe again. The money's nice. The CDL points are nice. aBeZy probably just needed a bathroom break, but like a nice little celebration before they get back to work tomorrow, because obviously for this time, there's no time to waste. They're trying to reclaim the top spot in the league. And for the standings right now, the minor 1 doesn't change the standings going into the major, so the points are nice to get, but Atlanta FaZe is still in a bit of a hole when it comes to the qualifying stages, so they need to make sure they stay on top of their game going into next weekend.
This win helps, but yeah, qualifying stages for the next 3 weeks, folks. Plenty more COD to be played, but hey, minor 1, a huge success. GG's. desk.
GG's.
Take it away.
GG's, casters. Well done, everybody, especially if you play for Atlanta FaZe. You got us out of here before Game 5. In this bracket, 11 matches, 6 of them were Game 5s. We saw those both in the semifinals. What was different about the grand final?
Listen, Atlanta FaZe just had their foot on the gas. They said this year it's different. We're not getting these second place finishes anymore. And we saw some big performances. And the hard point's so much better for these guys. Hey, control they need to work on a little bit, but they got some time before Major 1.
Allie, we're gonna have our Scuf play of the game here any moment, and it's just got to be Atlanta being our first-time champions. They take home the minor with the 10th seed entering. And this is a huge win because now they gain 30 points in addition to the $20,000. You add that to their one qualifier win, you're right in the mix with everyone else at 40 points there for champs.
It's so funny you say that, just because it's like if you told me Atlanta FaZe was going to be 10th heading into this, I wouldn't have believed you. But if you told me they were going to win our first minor, 100%, I would have been like, that's the easiest bet you could have probably made. So for Atlanta FaZe especially, they needed this. They definitely needed this after that slow start, and it was all off the catalyst of Sims 1v4. What an incredible story that could be built up for us this season.
Bomb planted 1v4. Mentioned, by the way.
On the clock, by the way.
Miami. All right, Neighbors, as we take a look at what went wrong for Carolina, was it the slang difference? Was it the rotations? How do you beat Carolina this bad in back-to-back hard points?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of both. Obviously, the rotations were excellent for Atlanta FaZe all day today. I mean, even in their first series, like, these guys they put in so much work over the holiday break, and you know, it's clearly showing. And for the Royal Ravens, like, I think they knew they probably needed to go to 5 to win this series, and you just got to think back to that round 11, where the clutch that Vivid could have potentially had to push them there. And ultimately, you just don't get there. Search looked really good for Royal Ravens, and maybe they had an opportunity if we get to 5. But when FaZe plays like that, when the guns are hot and they're doing the small things right, as we saw in the conclusions clip, they're going to roll teams in hardpoint.
We say goodbye to the Royal Ravens, leaving just one team at the top. It's Atlanta FaZe, and this is where we should be if you've been watching competitive Call of Duty. To talk about it live, once again, in the winner's circle, we welcome back Abe, a.k.a. Abizi. Abizi, let's break down what we just witnessed here. You guys got mollywopped 3-0 by this Carolina team. You only put up 88 points in the first hard point. Today, you flipped the script, beating them twice in hard points. What was different?
I mean, we're just feeling ourselves right now. I think everything is, you know, like I said earlier, like yesterday in the interview, or it was yesterday. We're just having fun right now. Like, and it shows. I feel like we're all just, you know, gassing each other up and just having a blast. And I mean, no one can kill us.
Abizi, I have some news for you. You've banked $5,000 for your victory as an individual. Congratulations. But you also have been crowned the MVP of the first CDL minor. How did you feel you played throughout this tournament compared to the qualifier?
I mean, I feel like I played amazing. I feel like I played overall, like, fundamentally, like, really well. And I had a little bad S&D map, but turned it around fast in the match against, in the last match. But I mean, felt good, played good, and my team is insane. So.
Abe, sometimes all it is about the bounce back, just like the guys did in the exact same maps that you lost to Carolina. I want to pick your brain a bit. Why allow Protocol once again to be that map number 1 after the way it went the first time? Was it just you guys knew it was a hiccup? You knew that you're going to be confident on today? Is it recency bias? What was that thought process?
Oh, I mean, we're just insane on that map. Like, we didn't even care, like, going into the finals. We said, we knew they were 3-0 on it. We said, we're picking it. We don't care, because we were, like, that confident going into it.
Got it.
BZ, what are your thoughts on the minor tournament? It was a lot of fun watching you guys play in a tournament atmosphere. Do you think it brought more energy and more focus, just it being a tournament?
No, 100%. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, single limb is it can get a little scary for teams, but like I feel like overall it was a fun tournament, well ran, and I'm looking forward to the future ones.
BZ, this is our first minor, but we also have a major just a few weeks away as we head to Madrid in Spain. What are you looking forward to most about our first European event of 2025?
Oh, that's gonna be sick, honestly. Like, being in Spain too, I feel like it's the first time we've had a CDL event this in like a European country other than the UK. So I feel like that's pretty dope.
And I think we're gonna see a lot of FaZe fans out there in Spain. Excited to see what you
100%.
guys can do when we get to land.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
That's a Beezy. He just earned $20,000 and 30 Call of Duty League points towards champs. Let's take a look at the MVP's performance throughout this tournament. It started back against Miami. They were the underdog statistically, but they took care of business in forward. He did it against LA Thieves, against Minnesota, and finally Carolina to close out this tournament.
Yeah, Beezy was insane. I mean, you could just see like a product of like when the ARs are playing well, he's free. And then like, I feel like he was playing restricted in the first couple of matches and earlier before the break, excuse me. And throughout this tournament, he was just free, making plays, man. And that's where Beezy's at his best. When he gets lost and he's got the green light to go out there and do what he does best, which is find first bloods and win gunfights.
And if you want to say that Simp kind of turned up during the Miami match, Beezy turned up against the LA Thieves, and then the ball just kind of kept rolling for him. I mean, he dropped a 40 bomb that map number 4 to shut them down and win that series. He moves on to the Minnesota Røkkr series. Guy loads in the map number 3, 30 and 26, the only one on his team who is able to break over 20 non-traded kills. They did end up losing that map, but then they follow it with that dominant red card. So for Beezy, he's been a catalyst for his team, especially in the past 3 matches to push them to this final and win the minor.
If you're watching a Beezy tonight, please do not try and recreate his gameplay in ranked. You cannot. A 1.15 KD and Surge. He is leading the league in kills per round, and he, of course, stepped up his game massively from qualifiers to our minor number 1. One player that we also want to show some love to, though, goes by the name of MacArthur. The King Cobra did not snake today.
Yeah.
He was a clean player, and he put up some solid numbers, Nameless.
Yeah, you got to tip it. You know, there were some narratives in the community about Celium, like starting off like saying he was falling off a little bit, not as good as he once was. Well, he had a slow start. He turned it around. I mean, look at the minor. The guy was absolutely unbelievable in the final. Obviously, throughout that break, he had to find himself once again, and the guy's just a force. He's always going to be at the top of our KD leaderboards.
Yeah.
It always is like that.
I was going to say, these are the numbers that we expected to see from Celium. It was a little weird not seeing him on that top 10.
Nearly a 2.0. That's good for me, Celium. You don't earn MVP on the tournament, though, just the grand finals. Abe is the man for FaZe to watch moving forward. And speaking of moving forward, you can see FaZe moving past 4 teams to get there. They will take home the $20,000, the 30 points, and they're not done. You got to go right back to qualifiers next week, Alley Cat.
We'll literally see you guys right back on Friday, but hopefully we'll have a better split from the Atlanta FaZe. We will not see them until that next Sunday, so they have a nice break after winning this minor, but we're opening things up with Cloud9, who looks so much better during this minor.
What is the best? Wait, can we hold on that card one more second? Because there's a lot of good games coming our way. And which day is the most stacked? I'm looking at that Sunday, the last one.
Yeah, that Sunday is absolutely insane. Thieves versus Optic, and then we get FaZe versus Røkkr again. That obviously went to a game 5, and then the Gentlemates versus Ultra. The Gentlemates gonna get a win? Like, are we gonna see a win finally?
Time to find out, France. We're coming your way in a few weeks, and we're coming your way live right here on YouTube next Friday, 2:30, 2:45 Eastern, sometime around then. We'll see you then.
We back for another one. Here we go. How I like that? We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. We gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? We turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man.
You're running now. Right. Stay on Spire. Just play 2 months.
Take your life, dude. He's in. He's just running away. Just run.
Go, baby! Come on! Come on now! Come on now! Come on now!
Yo, this guy was f***ing so much shit.
Try. Damn. Me, man.
You're better, bro. You're so much fucking better. You're good. Oh my god. You're good, bro. You're good. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm gonna cut. Zach, you weren't meant to win that. You weren't